All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see. Trent Lamar with the 2. Griffin, I made June. Rage, like June the King? Who's June? Well, I guess June the King spelled different. I don't know who that is. And DJ Aftershock with the 2. Unreal Engine 5. Asset. Flipping Devolve. Yeah. It looks terrible, man. Instead of actually, you know, putting in actual effort, maybe remastering something like, I don't know, Halo 3 that, you know, is on its 25th anniversary coming up soon. Nah, another Halo 1 remaster. Another fucking Halo remaster.
I can't afford this shit!
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, I don't know. I may make a slot video tomorrow and just say like, Halo campaign remastered is literal dog shit or something. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll put together a slot video after I'm done streaming. Or maybe I'll do Halo Campaign Evolved is a blatant crash grab, and then do like the similar thumbnail I did for Gears with fucking scam in the background. Maybe I'll do that. That pissed off all the right people last time. It's not a scam, dude.
Support incoming, brothers.
But you know, by YouTube's definition, anything I don't like is a scam, so therefore I can call it a scam. Yeah, dude, I saw some of the gameplay. It looks absolutely soulless. It looks absolutely fucking soulless. You're better off just playing MCC, which why the fuck they didn't just port that is beyond lazy.
I can't afford this shit!
Rally point updated.
Yeah, let's see. Nefarious with a 5. Appreciate it, man. You seem to possess bountiful knowledge about... oh, wait, and wisdom regarding Aerith. We should start calling you Aerith Stottle. Oh, my God. That's right, dude. I know every inch, every curve. Oh, wait. You're talking about knowledge.
Lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
I guess you could say so. Let's see. Mark with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. And Spooky Cerberus with the 2. I'm like bleeding from my nose. How are you? Good. Don't pick it and it won't bleed. Fingers out of the nose and you won't have the problem. DJ Aftershock with the 2.
Either subscribe,
Also,
donate,
Opus
or get the
Dei
fuck out.
is officially dead. R.I.P. That's a shame. I would imagine they'll probably just reform it into a different organization. Either that or there already is a replacement organization and they just got rid of it. Who knows? That thumbnail is hideous? Why? You don't like my fucking Wojaks? What's wrong with them?
The tide of battle has turned in our favor.
I can't afford this shit!
I was one of the first people to use the console fanboy Wojaks in my thumbnails. I didn't actually make, you know, the Wojaks themselves, but I'd like to think that I popularized their use in YouTube thumbnails. I don't remember anyone using them until I started doing so. And somebody was like, well, actually, there's a video with 10 views that did it. It's like, okay.
I can't afford this shit!
Well, they're not supposed to be beautiful. Bruh. It's supposed to be, like, ugly caricatures.
Our allies are halfway done. Reporting permission.
Daryl Zone the 2, your Ninja Gaiden 4 review sucks, Griffin. Do better? No. You will consume a slop, leave a like, leave a comment, and deal with it. That's all you get until you deserve better.
Rally point updated.
And let's see, Mega X Alex with the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it, bro.
Rally point updated.
Big ups. Daryl's on the 2 just beat Pokemon ZA 10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10 bait, bro. There you go. I don't know if anybody's biting on that one. And Z-Herb with the 5. I knew it's Halo CE again, but my god, it looks so soulless and visually boring. It's like not terrible, but it definitely could have been better. Yeah, it just looks like here's Unreal Engine 5 assets, but Halo. It looks like some fucking shitty fan mod. Genuinely. It's just... Dude, they suck the soul out of everything. I wonder how many Indians are slaving away in a fucking warehouse working on that remaster. Because all Indians know how to program is Unreal Engine 5, so every single studio uses it because they can hire a bunch of Jeets in the studio to just slave away all day and, you know, outsource all the work for pennies on the dollar and call it AI.
Casualty confirmed. Iron Haze ready.
Shit. And DJ Aftershock with the 2, no, it's being disbanded in its entirety by the Pope. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what if they just make, like, an equivalent organization within the Vatican just called something different that nobody knows about? That's also a possibility. It's like the Bohemian Grove. Once everybody figured out about it, you know, they had to move on to something else. So... once a light gets shined on things like that, they tend to, you know, scatter like roaches and then, you know, regroup. So that's kind of how the secret societies operate. And Z-Herb with the 2, actually, Griffin, it's a remake, not a remaster. Oh, yeah, man, definitely. As in, we're gonna remake it even shittier than it was before. They're gonna suck out all the soul and identity of the game and just make yet another Unreal Engine 5 port. Wowie zowie, man. We already got a money remake, and that's called the Federal Reserve Act, and it fucking sucked. Speaking of sucked, well, I guess it doesn't really relate to that, but my stomach is fucked up tonight, so just an advance warning. If I have to flee the scene, that's why. It's not because, you know, I'm getting swatted or anything. It's because nature calls. It's been one of those nights, man. This is the Xenoblade 2 soundtrack. What did I eat? I had like a shit ton of, no pun intended, but yeah, I had a ton of like sauteed onions and beef. So I'm guessing it's the onions working their magic. You know, I was standing there in my kitchen, caramelizing onions, like Dreamcast guy, grinding on an RPG on my Steam Deck, and then all of a sudden, you know, it just hit me.
Casualty confirmed.
Don't eat plants? Well, I needed to eat some sort of plant. Yeah, I gotta get strong as Dreamcast, guys, so someday I too can be a stay-at-home stepdad.
I am Halo, ready.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'll take that.
Redeploy for combat.
Wait, I have all the kills in the lobby? What the fuck? What a bunch of bums I'm playing with.
Frag grenade deployed. Iron Halo tactics.
Holy shit. Alright. Damn, I might have to live up to that promise a little bit quicker than I thought. I should just leave. Holy shit. Alright, yeah. I may have to evacuate. I saw the dropping player numbers. No, I just wanted to play this real quick because I was playing it earlier this morning. So, I don't know. I missed this game when I don't play it for a while. I'm the quarter pounder. Yep. Except I'm not pounding Melanie Mac and that other chick, Hannah. Alright, yep. I will be back, guys. Give me a few minutes. Jeez. It's brutal. Alright, I'm back. Damn, man. I had to open a window, and no, not for that reason. But it's hot as shit in here already with my computer running. Jeez, man. That was pretty brutal. Nah, he probably thinks I'm celebrating Diwali, bro. The smell of shit on the night air. Damn, bro. Yeah, my stomach is fucked up. Jeez. Either that or I'm in the need of a much-needed purge. Time to lose weight? What the fuck do you think I was just doing? What do you think was just happening in that bathroom? Weight was being dropped.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Let's see. Minute World with the 10. Oski banned me for the entire stream for no reason other than him getting back. Well, he sent $50, I'm pretty sure. If I'm thinking of the right stream. If not, then I don't know. I didn't see it in the chat. Typically, I see when somebody gets muted for that long. At me for sending that money to get him banned for talking shit. I'm chill now, but I would like to... Yeah, that's fine, bro. I think he sent $50 and then banned you. He just didn't put it in the chat, so... I kind of just connected the dots on that, but usually if I see it, I'll unmute people. So, I don't know. I've asked everybody in general to cut down on, like, the temp muting shit. Like, if you want to do it for 10 seconds, that's fine, but anything more than that, you have to,
Give me monies!
So... Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. And the Barriers with the 2, watch something good about... Oh, yeah, I've seen that recommended before. Alright, give me 1 second. Can't use my mouse... Let's see. There we go. Holy fuck, dude. I don't know what's going on, but my asshole is in danger. Yeah, it's literally robbery. It's worse than theft. Yeah, if anything, they should just get rid of Social Security benefits, but unfortunately it'd be incredibly unpopular and you'd never win another election. But that's what's needed, honestly. Social Security is a money pit, and we'll most likely never get a dime out of it. It'll go bankrupt before we can ever withdraw. Well, it's not even so much the government doesn't keep it funded. It's the fact that when Social Security was passed, the average life expectancy was 67 years old. The age that you start drawing Social Security is 65. The only amount of money you were supposed to withdraw from it was for 2 years. Because that's what the average person pays in over their lifetime, is 2 years worth. Now people live to 80. So they're getting 15 years of benefits, when in reality it's only supposed to be for like 2 to 3. So the entire system is fundamentally flawed because human life expectancy has gone up so much since it was passed. So, you know, it was a good thing in concept, but it needs to go away. It's not sustainable. It never will be, and no one has the right to stop working because they hit a certain age. Boo fucking who. Boomers had the best economy in human history to save for their retirement, buy a house, invest, whatever. And if they chose not to do that because they blew all their money, that's their fault, not anybody else's. It is not anyone else's job to pull them up from the bootstraps in order to make sure they can sit at home on their fat fucking ass watching TV all day instead of hauling their fucking crusty old asses to work. But people won't be able to eat.
God!
You know, boomers want to fuck over the entire world and then have everyone else pay for them to do so. It's like, fuck you. Not only did you blow the greatest wealth generation, you know, period of time ever in human history, but then they voted for the policies that destroyed that shit for everyone else in the future. They literally stole the wealth of the nation, pissed it away, and then expect everyone else to pay for their fuck up. Like, fuck that, man. Fuck that. I'd rather have more of my paycheck to buy a house, buy a car, pay off debts, save for my own fucking retirement. You know, God forbid, buy some shit I want. Like, you know, the average person can barely pay their fucking rent, but we gotta make sure boomers can sit at home and watch Fox fucking News and CNN all day. Gotta keep those pharmaceutical ads on. Yeah, they're going to start seizing 401ks, is my guess, to fund Social Security when things get really messy. I have a feeling they'll start raiding 401ks and say, oh, well, you have over $1 million. You don't need more than that. Snatch. It'll happen. Believe it. If there's one thing governments love to do, it's take fucking money from people. You're a privileged white male. You had a job. This fucking fat, obese black woman who had 7 illegitimate children deserves your money more than you do. Swipe. Yeah, why don't you get your kids to pay for all that shit? You fat sack of shit. Let's see. Creators freedom with the 2. Xbox, boned. Yup. I can't wait for the new Xbox, guys. Yeah, the whole thing, bro, it's like the, you know, EBT bandits are saying they're gonna go steal shit from the store if they don't get the EBT. It's like, what's the fucking difference, you fucking freeloading piece of shit? You're stealing from everybody else's paycheck. You steal from the fucking store when the EBT runs out. What fucking difference would it make? Genuinely. And the reality is they don't even use the EBT on food. What they do is you can go and like buy groceries with your EBT card, and then you can get cash back on every transaction. They then take out like, I think it's like $100 at a time, and then just go and spend it on liquor and weed and all the other shit they buy. So it's a fucking joke, man. Get rid of that shit forever. Hand out fucking dry beans and rice if people are actually gonna fucking starve. Otherwise, sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. I have zero fucking sympathy for these fat fuckers. There's not a single skinny person on EBT, bro. They're all obese fucking land whales that just sit there and gorge. They eat a bunch of slop, junk food, and they barely deserve the air they fucking breathe in most cases. It's just a bunch of fat, lazy women who don't have a fucking job, a bunch of illegitimate kids, and they just fucking mooch off the government. Like it's some respectable career path. And they're proud of it, too.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I don't know, dude. I don't want a fucking dime of my money going to anyone that I don't specifically approve of. It is not my responsibility to pay for other people's poor decisions. I'm sick of that shit, man. Imagine how much more of our own money we could keep that we actually work for and earn if we didn't have to pay for this leech class of society to fucking sit there and suckle off the teat of the welfare state. It's just infuriating. Especially knowing that they're just sitting back, you know, and laughing at us, basically. Either that or they genuinely hate you and want you dead, too. There's also that little nice caveat, too, because overwhelmingly liberals are on EBT, so it's also that little nice caveat that your tax money goes directly to paying for these fucking fat fucks to sit around to do nothing. Isn't that nice? It's so wrong, bro. So fucking wrong. There are people who work 60 hours a week that can barely afford their rent and groceries, and some fucking fat piece of shit, just for the mere fact that they exist, gets paid to sit at home, contribute literally nothing to society, and just eat a bunch of slop food all day, every day. It's pitiful, man.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Hold on, let me refresh the chats. Give me a second. Shit just crashed. Alright, let's see. Where's that? There we go. EB7 with the 5. Can you play heavy price paid Halo 2? It's sad how worthless Xbox consoles are now. All the value they had built up, especially after 2014, thanks to Phil. Yeah. I can play it. Give me just once I die, I'll put it on. But yeah. I will. Oh shit. I didn't even see that fucking guy. E-Man with the 5 Mario Kart for a bit or nah? Potentially. Maybe after this game or the next one. Yeah, I can play a little bit of Mario Kart, I guess. And let's see, Oski Woski with the 50. Oh shit. Still don't like lolly bums like Minute World. Okay. So there we go. Minute World, if you're still here, he paid to mute you. So similar to what happened the other night. So he's not muting you for no reason. He paid for the privilege just like everybody else can. Those be the rules on the stream. Anybody and everybody can pay to get muted or whatever. In theory, you could also pay to unmute yourself, but... Fuck, dude, the chat just crashed again. Give me a second. Fucking piece of shit. I was trying to copy the name of the song, and it just fucking crashed on me. There we go.
Defensive position needed on the marked objective.
Yeah, people used to mute all the time. When it was first introduced, it was a pretty consistent back and forth with certain members of the chat. No, I did not go to trade school. I went to a normal college, and then I got a master's degree, too, so... You can call me Massa if you'd like. Or just Daddy. Take your pick. But, nah, no trade school for me. Did you see that commie boomer referring this world as her world? I did not. But all communist boomers should be lynched. In Minecraft, of course. Although, I don't really think it's a controversial statement to say that all unironic communists should be rounded up and shot. In fact, according to a 1950s law, any member of the Communist Party or communist-affiliated organization is deemed a traitor. So, therefore, it is not only right, but just. Yeah, do you think they should get hit with gas potions in rooms with actual chimneys and steel doors? No, I prefer the wooden door aesthetic, personally, and especially when the chimneys aren't attached to the crematorium. I think that's even better for a design perspective. Also, we'll need to make sure that there are claw marks in the concrete walls to make sure that they know that there's no way they're getting out. Even though there's no way that nails could actually mark up a, you know, concrete wall. It's physically impossible. And also, we'll only put them on one wall of the building, too, because that'll make it look even more believable. And we'll make sure to get rid of the escape hatch out of the ground, you know, a few years after it's open to the public, because people started to wonder, why is there an escape latch in a gas chamber? And also, we'll change the plaque on the front of the building that says 4 million died here to 2 million to 1 million to, well, we don't exactly know. And we'll make sure that none of the gas chambers are found on Western occupied German territory, only on Eastern occupied territory. Was that too specific? Hopefully not. What did I get my master's in? Data science, dude. So technically, I'm a scientist. Mask up, retard. Or else you can't see your grandma before she dies. Trust me, I'm an expert. Oh no! Fuck. Did I watch the Halo CE remake? Yeah, it looks terrible. It's just more Unreal Engine 5 sloppa. Couldn't even add a multiplayer.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Literally removing content from a 360 game. Wild. You know?
Microsoft.
The fucking 360 game has more content. The fucking $5 Master Chief Collection will give you more Halo 1 content than the dedicated remake. Well, brutal. And they changed the rifle from 60. Oh, they changed the ammo capacity? That's wonderful. And they nerfed the Magnum so you can't insta-kill hunters. Wow, how fun, man.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
You know, Microsoft really tackling the issues the gamers care so deeply about. Having fun. Just what Halo needs, more ammo scarcity and bullet sponges. That's right, man. It's exactly what I wanted in my Halo game. Same with the soulless Unreal Engine 5 fucking graphics that make it look like every other game that's released in the past 5 years.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I think I'll make a slop video shitting on it tomorrow. Let's see. Snow can answer with the 25 months. Joke's on you. I'm double masking up. Doing my part. That's great, man. Grandma is officially saved. Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they wear scrubs. You guys remember that fucking cringe? The glazing of healthcare workers? Like they were some sort of fucking Superman or some shit. Oh, dude. The COVID era was so retarded. Raging Boar with the 5. Big ups to Jethro for helping troubleshoot my Doom. TDA was crashing for over 2 hours last night. The PC is stable now. Well, that's nice. We got some real positivity in the chat. But yeah, shout out to Jethro for the PC assist. Love to see it. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like COVID really demonstrated just how many sheeple there are. who literally believed the fucking mask shit, the 6 fucking feet apart, get your boosters, like, come on, bro. Like, really? People are actually fucking retarded.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Laura Danielson with the 5. Or wait, with the 10. Shit, my bad. I don't know why y'all complain over the small things. I feel bad for y'all's future wives. Pff, yeah, like that's ever gonna happen. Since she'll never satisfy you guys. The Halo remake will be the biggest game next year. And y'all gonna... Alright, that's gotta be some bait. That's gotta be some bait. From believing that we'll actually have wives to also saying it's going to be the biggest game. Come on now. You can't make the bait too unbelievable. I'm talking to the biggest Halo fan there is. How many hours do you got in MCC? You gotta send your Xbox Live gamer tag, otherwise I don't believe you. You have over 300 hours in Halo Infinite? That's not that high. How many do I have? And I don't even fucking like the game. Let's see. Where is Halo Infinite? Yeah, I have 163 hours, and I don't even like the game. And that doesn't even count the time I spent playing campaign on the Xbox app.
I can't afford this shit!
I have that many hours on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Yo, that shit was bugging out. Let's see. Daryl's on with the 2 play Team Galactic admin theme. Yeah, I can. Give me a second. Alright, what? I hate how you can't. You have to, like... Man, I need to get over my tiredness. I'd usually be asleep right now. Here, I'll put on the new version. I don't know which version you want. I'll just assume the better quality one. And Oski Woski the 2, just wait until it goes to Switch 2. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't announce it for Switch 2. That game would actually probably do pretty well in there. Ooh, damn. My back just broke, dude. This old man has a crickety back. My unk status is really setting in. I guess
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
This is also making me want to get that fucking emulator device too. Maybe if my Halo video pops off enough, I can buy it with the ad revenue. Shit. Let's see. So, Lord Danielson with the 5. Also, why is Halo Remake coming to other platforms? Having come to other platforms is a disgrace to Halo and Xbox. Because here, and I quote, Phil Spencer himself said, if we lose our way with Halo, we've lost our way with Xbox. And, you know, that really is held true, because ever since Halo Infinite, they have been in a death spiral. So, that has rang true more than anything else Phil Spencer has ever said. It's probably the only truth he's told as his, you know, tenure of Xbox is coming to a close. Dai Kaiju Pictures with the 5. Honestly, if I were Microsoft, I would have someone like Arrowhead develop a new Halo game that would at least give me a reason to shut down 343. Dude, I think they should get fucking id to do it. Give id Software the Halo IP, have them make like a Flood co-op shooter. Like a Flood ODST style co-op shooter where you just play as like a normal fucking human. You have the Halo weaponry and just like over-the-top fucking gore effects killing the Flood. That shit would be badass. Kind of like Vermintide or Left 4 Dead, but with Doom-style combat with Halo guns and weaponry. Bro, imagine how fucking awesome that would be. Imagine how fucking awesome. Like, tell me that wouldn't sell. That shit would do really well, man. Like, if they actually did it right, that shit has some serious potential. I've been saying that for years, that id Software should get a Halo spin-off game. That or a first-person Gears of War game would be awesome, too. But Microsoft is afraid of good ideas, so it hasn't happened.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, shit. Damn. RIP. Oski Woski with the 5, especially with Nintendo still holding the majority of Japan, Microsoft would be stupid not to. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just Microsoft is allergic to making a good decision when it comes to anything. Whether it be consoles, whether it be, you know, their games, their, you know, development studios on what they're tasked with. It's just, it's pitiful. I don't know. There's no saving them at this point. That's the sad thing. Is it's just self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the head over and over and over and over again. It's quite sad to see, honestly, man. Like, Microsoft, for all intents and purposes, should be dominating the gaming industry right now. But they aren't. And with this new, like, 30% requirement for the profit margin, when apparently the average for the game industry is like 8 to 17%. Like, that's brutal, dude. They're going to have to make all sorts of cuts. They're going to cancel a shit ton of games. Like, it literally is just probably going to be Call of Duty, Elder Scrolls, Candy Crush, and maybe a few games outside of that here and there. Maybe Forza Horizon as well. Because most games do not have a 30% profit margin. So that was the price of buying Activision Blizzard and securing Phil Spencer's job. So now the price has to be paid in full. So he got his job security. Now he has to be the Axeman that Microsoft wants him to be. Because he made Xbox too big to ignore. Whereas in the past, Microsoft didn't really give a shit about Xbox to any great degree, because it was kind of just a small little side project, but, you know, $80 billion in acquisitions later, and, you know, they're a little bit more than a blip on the accounting sheet. I just think back to that quote. I forgot who said it, but it was like, if you didn't see the game at the Xbox showcase, it's probably getting canceled, which Fable was on that list of games that did not show up at the Xbox showcase. So that means that shit might be getting axed, because they're probably going to say, focus fully on Forza Horizon 6. We don't give a shit about, you know, DEI Fable. But only time will tell. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I don't really know how they expected Fable to do.
All right,
well,
awesome.
man.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
That game to me has been doomed from the start, if you ask me. Got him. Shit. Lord Danielson with the 5. Also, you're wrong. Remake will have multiplayer via co-op, which is multi. Yeah, holy cope, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
Again.
nigga. All right.
Again, dude, you gotta have like some more convincing bait, okay? You gotta have some more convincing bait than that. If you're gonna talk about them cutting content from the Xbox 360 remaster of a game that came out, what, 15 years prior to this demake, then you gotta at least come with some convincing bait, because I ain't biting. That's too blatantly obvious. That's like the shills who defended The Last of Us Part 1 cutting the multiplayer.
I can't afford this shit!
Tony Esquire with a 5, taking a break to watch a stream. A friend installed my bottom 3 side and 1 rear fans as exhaust and top, AIO attached as intake. I'm rearranging. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know how they they put like double layers of fans on the top of my computer, which I don't really think you need, but I guess that's fine. They put an intake up top, or no, I forgot the order. I think they have an exhaust. It's weird. So like, I guess it sucks in air for the cooler and then blows it out the top, or maybe reverse, I'm not sure. But it is kind of odd how they set it up. I've never seen it like double layered like I have on mine. On anyone else's computer. But I guess more fans is better than less. And Lord Danielson with the 2. How am I baiting when I'm second in the leaderboard? I don't know, bro. I don't think being second on the leaderboard has any vying on whether or not you're masturbating or not. I think those things are completely mutually exclusive. If I say that I like my women bald, black, and beautiful, everybody knows I'm baiting. Doesn't matter if I sent it in a $100 super chat or not. It's obviously bait. Yeah, dude, I saw that clip today of Nick Fuentes saying that it's the curse of white men to have to marry white women, and he would much rather have a black wife. I saw that, yeah. I saw that shit, bro. I mean, the thing is he's fantasized about having sex with Candace Owens so many fucking times in previous clips that, you know, I think he has a thing for, black women, let's just say. I guess him living in Chicago, it rubbed off on him. Griffin loves black women and men. Hey, I love everybody, as long as they,
Give me monies!
I don't discriminate personally, but you know. As long as you act like a normal human being, that's all I care about at the end of the day. But move to Chicago? Fuck no. I missed when you would shit on the Sony ponies and uplift us Xbox chads. Well, that was back when I was huffing the copium, so Phil Spencer shut off my supply. My membership to the Will of Phil has been revoked.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Oh shit. No! Okay, fuck. Well, I still technically have Xbox Game Pass for the time being. Whenever my stacked membership runs out, you know, I will no longer have it, but I technically am a Game Pass subscriber. And Daikaiju Pictures with the 20. At Lord Danielson, you can't handle the fact that everyone has given up on Halo. Also, again, if we're Microsoft, I would get back lost money from the acquisition by making the hard decision to sell off useless studios. It's not even so much that they have useless studios, it's the fact they have useless leadership. They need to gut the management staff. Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty, Aaron Greenberg, all of these fucking hacks need to get the axe. They have run that gaming division into the fucking ground. They have no oversight on the studios. There's no quality control. There's no tastemaker that's actually setting the tone for all of their releases and ensuring that they're up to snuff before they come out and they're actually shit that people want to play. How the fuck Obsidian has still not announced that they're working on Fallout New Vegas 2 is a fucking mystery to anyone with a brain. I mean, it's just pure incompetence. Pure fucking incompetence. Microsoft, with all of their franchises, studios, and what should be talent, has a license to print money. And just like Disney, they chose to literally sit there and let it just evaporate into nothing. It's a very simple, like, process to fix Xbox. The problem is none of their leadership has the intelligence or the will to do it. Am I gonna try the Outer Worlds too? When does it come out? I honestly haven't even looked into that game at all because honestly I had zero intention of playing it, but maybe I should play it to make a slop video.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I heard the first one was, you know, pretty bad. I didn't bother ever playing that one either.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Maddie J with the 5, can we get... Yeah, I can play it one more time for this momentous occasion. Yeah, I can. Informally Chuck with the 5. Thoughts on that remake? Don't like that NPCs blend in with the environment, in my opinion. I just think it looks like soulless Unreal Engine 5 sloppa, man. It really is a shame. I mean, the fact that they're not even including the multiplayer that Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on 360 had and added to the game is a fucking joke. It's a standalone game with less content than the remastered version included in the $5 Master Chief Collection. Like, does it get any more brutal than that, dude? Like, that's really bad. That is the definition of a fucking demake. Not to mention, the entire art style of Halo is, like, washed away with Unreal Engine 5. It looks terrible. Aw.
Yeah, best spot. Halo Gears and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you don't like the games, get the fuck out of gaming. I got my Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. Got my Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. I'm on my Halo Gears and Forza. Bitch, I thought I told ya. I'm gaming 4K Ultra. Textures make you throw up. No anime, no Neo, no Tokyo bullshit. 4-7 on my Scorpio. It's looking super crisp. Not that PS4 Pro. Soupy shit or that Nintendo Switch. Goofy shit. I like my Master Chief and my Marcus Phoenix in the Forza game with the orange McLaren. That Xbox got my hand shaking. Took a poop on my PlayStation. Wiped my ass with my hands and wiped it on my PlayStation.
Why did he say poop instead of shit and then say ass immediately?
I bought that X, no hesitation. I'm the best box bitch, that's dedication. Man. Smoother frames and faster loads. More games than my box can hold. 4K and better shadows. Xbox is for the pros. Xbox, we play games. PlayStation, y'all list games. Y'all got them niche games. We got them big names. You can have your knack in your GT Sport. You can have your Nier in your PS3 ports. But over here, our games are clear. And I must admit, I'm happy with my Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. Got my Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. Halo Gears and Forza. If you can't
nope, this
take
was
the heat,
considered a
get the
diss
fuck out of
track
gaming.
back
If
in the
you
day.
can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming.
Nope, this was like a literal fucking, legitimate diss track song. So, no, it was not made ironically. It was not made as a parody. It was made by an actual Xbox fanboy as a fucking diss track of PlayStation. Yeah. Dude, the Xbox One and PS4 generation was pretty fucking great for fanboy content. All those fuckers have either swapped the PlayStation now, or they've just vanished from the internet, unfortunately. The song is literally just called Halo, Gears, and Force.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Sauce made Dragon with the 2. Imagine if it doesn't have co-op, split screen, or online. Well, I think it'll have online co-op, but it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't have split screen, considering it's Unreal Engine 5 slop. And, you know, Infinite never got split screen, so it wouldn't shock me. Sneed Feed with the 17 months. Appreciate it, man. Play the song one more time. Alright. Let me see if I can open it real quick. History. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, best spot. Halo, Gears, and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you don't like the games, get the fuck out of gaming. Got my Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. Got my Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. I'm on my Halo, Gears, and Forza. Bitch, I thought I told ya. I'm gaming 4K Ultra. Textures make you throw up. No anime, no Neo, no Tokyo bullshit. 4-7 on my Scorpio. It's looking super crisp. Not that PS4 Pro, soupy shit. Or that Nintendo Switch, goofy shit. I like my Master Chief and my Marcus Phoenix in the Forza game with the orange McLaren. That Xbox got my hand shaking. Took a poop on my PlayStation. Wiped my ass with my hands and wiped it on my PlayStation. My Xbox clean, sanitation. I'm NBA Live with the animations. I bought that X, no hesitation. I'm the best box bitch, that's dedication. Smoother frames and faster loads. More games than my box can hold. 4K and better shadows. Xbox is for the pros. Xbox, we play games. PlayStation got games. Y'all got them niche games. We got them big names. You can have your knack in your GT Sport. You can have your Nier in your PS3 Force. But over here, our games are clear. And I must admit, I'm happy with my Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. Got my Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. Halo, Gears, and Forza. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming. If you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of gaming.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about taking a shit and wiping his ass with his bare hand. I don't know, bro. You couldn't... I don't know if I would ever admit to doing that on the fucking internet. Like, jeez. Yeah, I took a shit and used my bare hand to wipe my ass, and then I wiped it on my fucking PlayStation. Like, come on, bruh. Or, I'm sorry, not even take a shit. He pooped. Took a poop on my PlayStation. I love how he had to add NBA Live into there for, like, some reason. Like, how NBA Live is relevant to Xbox versus PlayStation, I don't know, but... basketball and shit. Sneed Feed with the 2. Play the... oh, God. Alright.
Xbox.
This one probably aged even worse.
Game Pass, Game Pass. Got it on my PC and my Xbox. Game Pass, Game Pass. Keep adding games to my backlog. They say got no games, man. Don't know what they saying. I just think they hating. Stuck on that PlayStation. Game Pass, Game Pass. Got it on my PC and my Xbox. It has 300 plus for only 15 bucks. Bugs
Only 15?
Even Among Us. 120 frames on that psycho nuts. Got games, niche games like Cluster Truck. No space on that SSD. No space. Day one on that MLB. Them ponies pay 70. Can't believe the money that is saving me. It got Halo, Fable, and a little indie game called Sable. Man, I'm thankful that I'm able to put food on the table.
Very well,
Game
man.
Pass, Game Pass. Got it on my PC and my Xbox. Game Pass, Game Pass. Keep adding games to my backlog. They say it got no games, man. Don't know what they saying. I just think they hating. Stuck on that PlayStation. Game Pass, Game Pass. Got it on my PC and my Xbox. Hey yo, we eating good, like Garfield. Backlog full of battlefields, and I can't wait for that Starfield. Game Pass, such a deal. And we got that Call of Duty, mix that in with Trek to Yomi. Will not have no time for booty, trying to start that zombie army. And I hardly spent a dime. So many games and not enough time. We got Forza, Motorsport.
Not anymore, you don't.
And Elder Scrolls, Redfall,
Redfall and Avowed.
Hellblade,
bruh.
Game Pass.
All
Got it
shitters.
on my PC and my Xbox. Game Pass, Game Pass. Keep adding games to my backlog. They say it got no games, man. Don't know what they saying. I just think they hating. Stuck on that PlayStation. Game Pass, Game Pass. Got it on my PC and my Xbox.
If we're an Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists.
Brutal, dude. Great exclusive games. A relic from a different age. Ah. Dude, I wouldn't even be surprised if they did do a Halo 3 remake with no fucking multiplayer. The fact that they removed the multiplayer that Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary added is pretty fucking telling. The least feature-complete version of Halo Combat Evolved will be this new Anniversary Edition, or whatever the fuck they're calling it. Campaign Evolved Edition. Well, in order for it to compete with Infinite, it would have to be dead, which it sounds like it's going to be DOA, because I don't think anybody's going to be rushing out to play Halo 1, like, fucking campaign again. Like, oh boy, can't wait to drop $50 to play yet another version of the Halo 1 campaign. with soulless Unreal Engine 5 visuals. Wowie zowie, man. Definitely couldn't do that right fucking now. With Halo Master Chief Collection, I can play the original version and the remastered version. I mean, how many more times are they gonna re-release the same fucking games? Sneed feed with the 2 played. If I can find it. I canceled my Spotify subscription, so I don't have that anymore to find it. Let's see. Oh yeah, he uploaded it to YouTube.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Baby, let me set you straight. What we did back then was great. You just don't know. Let me show you the past so your future can look bright. Help you walk into the light.
Francisco the Disco with a 5 felt nothing watching that remake trailer, and I was one of the few excited for Infinite. As much as I love Halo, it's sad how far the IP has fallen. It truly is, man, but it is over. Halo is pretty much irrelevant these days.
That's the way that my man show you. Egypt was a black man, King Tut was a black man. Cause that's the way that my man is now. When we came from the southern land so high, no, they think that we forgot. Remember that time from the horn in the west. These black people made their way. See them coming for project. And here we are, as above, so below. This is how they built in stone. We have never been alone. This is the truth. If you can't see yourself, then it's true you've been misled. Got them lies all in your head. Let me help you, and I'ma show you. That's the time he was. Said she was black because that's the way that my man show you. Egypt was a black man, King Tut was a black man.
I wish the music video for this was still up, man. The music video makes it so much better.
Forgotten voices from the distant past make themselves heard. Resurrection, something's now the juice been revealed. Tell me what you gonna do. Gonna keep it to yourself or gonna tell the world? If you do, then prepare for the challenges you face. My heart goes out to you, precious black boys and girls. And I'ma show you. That's the time he was. Said she was black because that's the way that my man will show you. Egypt was a black man, King Tut was a black man. Cause that's the way that my man will show you.
Yeah, the Pyramid of Music video is gone, I'm pretty sure. That's lost media now. Wait, he uploaded the fucking song, just not the video. Oh shit, here, I'll play the song. has a fucking topic channel on YouTube now, so all of his music is there. Just imagine a black guy shirtless at the beach, dressed as an Egyptian pharaoh, walking around with a bunch of random people. That's basically the music video. Yeah, I can link it. There you go. I really wish the music video for this one was still up, just because of how retarded it is, man. Oh my god. Like, just look at the link I sent and look at that image and just picture that walking around a public beach. That is the music video. And then him building a sand castle that's shaped like a pyramid. That's literally so fucking retarded. But yeah. Yeah, he builds a sand pyramid like a little sand castle. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll play the Pharaoh one once I can pull up the video, because you know that one, the video still exists, so it gives you a full idea of what you're dealing with. That one can be a visual experience. Yeah, it's, bro, there's like a debate, I remember, back in the day between him and some, black Hebrew Israelite guy, and they basically got into like this massive shouting match, threatening to kill each other and all this other shit, you know, because, you know, he thinks that black people are the Egyptians, and the black Hebrew Israelites think that they're the original Jews. So you could see where the conflict might arise, considering the Egyptians enslaved the Jews. So yeah, we had a battle of the brainlets, so to say, and yeah, it devolved into a fucking shouting match and shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Osky, the 5 jokes aside, this guy at least did something to try and spread his religion. That's right. Can you imagine if he converted into a Christian and made music? Yeah, like, low-key, that does kind of sound like a Christian song. Obviously, it's not, because, you know, he's talking about pyramids and shit, but you could probably spin that song as a Christian song, honestly.
That's right! That's right!
Would I move to California if Trump comes? Probably not. There's not really much that could get me to move to California. Unless I just had stupid money to the point I just didn't care, maybe. I would actually like to be able to afford a house at some point. And that shit ain't happening in California anytime soon. Poo-poo. You're broke? Yeah, I am broke. I'm just a humble, live stream and video merchant, you know? Please shop my wares. I don't want a Korean baddie. So, the Korean baddie wouldn't do anything for me. That wouldn't really move the needle. Oh, well, that's sick. Thanks for that, bro. Oh, shit. I just don't know if there's even such a thing as a Korean baddie, to be completely frank. I don't know if such a thing even exists. Most of those bitches have just had massive amounts of plastic surgery. They're not actually attractive. They're just literally botched. Oh, fuck me. Just give me a nice Aryan Chudette, and we'll be good. That's all I need.
afford this shit!
Yeah, that's the thing. There's not really any country I'd want to live in other than the U.S. I can't really think of a place I'd rather live. I mean, if I had fuck you money, then maybe I would move to, like, Rome. But I don't know if I'd want to live there long term. I'd probably just buy a vacation home and just go there for, like, a few months at a time. Other than that, I honestly cannot think of any place I'd want to be long term. Genuinely. I've been to Canada before, and it's literally just the United States, but more gay. And a lot more Indians per normal person. Like, the appealing thing to me about going to, like, Italy and especially Rome is just you're, like, literally just immersed in history every fucking inch. Like, you can't walk 10 feet in Rome without, like, encountering something historic, which I think is cool. So even if you have to deal with the bullshit of modern European life, you know, at least you're in a very cool and immersive environment that makes up for it. I mean, Rome is quite literally the birthplace of modern civilization, so I don't know, I just think it'd be really cool to spend like some actual time there and not be in a rush and just be able to take in everything. Go find a random... Oh my god, in Brazil? Yeah, let me toss away my entire genetic lineage so I can pound something brown with a big ass. Yeah, no thank you. Sorry. Call me racist if you want, but I want my kids to actually look like me. Call me racist if you must, but... You know... I might be a madman, but I do actually want my children to potentially look something like me. If that makes me a racist dude, then whatever. So be it. I am what I am. Ah. Yeah, and look how it worked out for Tom Brady, man. She cheated on him with her jiu-jitsu coach and took the kids. So... And he's fucking Tom Brady. What is she gonna do to you? Hey. Ah. She has more money than he does? Who? Dude, I guarantee you Tom Brady has more money than his ex-wife. Unless she took most of his money in the divorce. Models don't get paid that much. Like, sure, they make decent money, but they're basically glorified Instagram content creators. Like, they aren't paid these massive sums of money that people think. Most women that get into modeling are literally like broke, you know, college dropout types that literally will do anything to make a living. So most of them start out basically as essentially hookers and then, you know, get modeling gigs. And they maybe get paid a couple tens of thousands of dollars for prominent shoots. It's not like they're making tens of millions of dollars to be on like a fucking magazine cover or something. Yeah, most models are not attractive, even especially now. They deliberately pick unattractive ones. They deliberately pick unattractive ones. Alright, here we go.
Oh my god, he is so arrogant. What makes him think I'm supposed to come running every time he calls?
This is what you have to picture walking around on a public beach for the other song.
Watch out now, I'm the song that you've been singing. I'm the dream that you've been dreaming. I'm the thoughts that you've been thinking. Hold up now before you start to judge me. Won't you try first hard to love me? There's nothing else above me. And as I stand here, I see all that I have given. I breathe life into the living. When I'm gone, am I forgiven? All my sins, I know I put you through a lot now, but my culture's all I got now. Carry the hand that wears the crown. I live a life of Pharaoh. That's what they call me, Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. Down these streets, yes, I walked them just like you did. I guess you thought that I was stupid, but here I am in all my glory and shine right through me. And you can see it from a distance, just like a star that shines and glistens. Find my way up in the sky and rain down on you. And watch you grow just like a flower. Now tell me, can you feel my power? Ain't even my finest moment, and you can't see me. I'm the one whose name is hidden. All the blessings I've been given, I just wanna share with you. Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. That's what they call me, Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. What they say, they try to tell me I was nothing. I said, let me tell you something. I'm the living image of Pharaoh, and y'all don't know me. Now watch me get down for my father.
That does not sound like a hawk.
I assert my right to rule and know my story. And maybe then you'll know my purpose. And tell them all just where you heard it. It was written on the wall, and take my vengeance. I ain't holding back for no one. Don't need your story, got my own one. Tell my future generations. Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. That's what they call me, Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. Start a story name for me. Son born of the sun, son of the reason. One God rise, I will be down on earth as in heaven. Your representative, your sacred pyramid. Because of you, we live, you set and rise again. The sacred shining star and access to we are and always ever will be for eternity. And we came from your tears, you rain millions of years. Let those who listen hear a Pharaoh still is here. I live a life of Pharaoh. That's what they call me, Pharaoh. I live a life of Pharaoh. Start a story name for me.
There you go. Hopefully you have been cultured now. Oh my god, bro. Truly beautiful. That song's a banger. That's right, man. Absolutely.
This is a Liquid Richard production.
Welcome to Band World. I make shitty content. Help your boy out. Subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Who can fuck the ugliest bitch? I got you. Give me the fat bitch over there. I got you. That's what I want.
That's who I am.
That's what I want.
450-pound man.
West Coast, nigga. It's a way of life. You think exercise ain't gonna do anything for me? All it's gonna do is make me hungry. Nobody wants to help me. We could be at the fucking club, right? You don't like the slack pussy? Go for the prime cut. That pussy's not gonna slay itself.
Yeah, I can't believe we've stripped them of their history for so long, man.
Go bother somebody like fucking Syndicate, who steals money from children and drives Lamborghinis his entire life. That's all it is. Drives Lamborghinis. Hey! Who could fuck the ugliest bitch? I got you. Give me the fat bitch over there. I got you. That's what I want.
Damn, that guy's level 69. What the fuck?
That's what I want. 450-pound man. Who could fuck the ugliest bitch? I got you.
He's been grinding.
Over there. I got you. That's what I want.
That's who I am.
That's what I want.
All day slave.
Shout out Sean Rankin. Lord of the Wing. Shut the fuck up, Lean. It's ridiculous. Lean. I hope your family dies in automobile wreck. You're a fucking idiot. Real talk. Go away. Seriously, I don't give a shit. Big up Liquid Richard.
Yes, I got the points. Nice. Oh, I guess that works. Oh shit, they got a tank. Oh, no ammo, shit. Ah, rip. Brutal, dude. Let's see, if Level Nugget with the 2, if the song was an AC Origins, it'd be a 10 out of 10. I agree,
All right,
man.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All
They
right.
should have given Shaka Amos some, you know, promo inside of AC Origins. It would have unironically improved the game. Johnnies of the 5, they are the origin of every culture that ever mattered. Y'all need to get your history straight. Yeah, exactly. The Egyptians, the samurai, the Native Americans, the Britons, the Vikings, the Romans, the Greeks, the Ottomans. the Huns, the Han Chinese, all of them. And what's crazy is there's like a group for each one of those claims that's like just as radical as all the other ones. It's pretty fucking funny. And they all hate each other. Like, they all fucking despise all the other, like, we was groups. Like, they're always at war with each other. So, it's like a weird historical version of, internet blood sports. Damn, man. Alright, I'm getting tired, which is bad. I gotta wake myself up. I may have to swap games. I need something. It's like... Maybe I'll play Mario Kart for a little while. I just need something that's not like super demanding, but also will get me kind of tilted at the same time to wake me up. Dark Souls, Master Net, yeah. All wonderful recommendations. The problem with Super Smash Bros. Is you have to wait for so long to play if you have more than 4 people. If you could have like simultaneous matches going on, then I would say yes, but Smash is kind of boring because it's like you have to just sit there and wait. A gacha gooner game? I said I needed something that would wake me up, bro, not put me to sleep. Shit. Those gacha gooner games are boring as fuck. I don't know how people just sit there and play them all day. Honestly. The only reason I ever played an anime gacha game, which was Fate Grand Order, is because it was easy as fuck to play in my lap while I was sitting in class in college. So while I was in class in college, because I had ADHD brain, I couldn't sit there and just focus on the class. I needed something else to do. So while I was listening, I used to just play that game on my phone. All day in class, pretty much. So I guess that kind of also got the slappa out of my my system. So I don't really have a huge desire to ever really play a gacha game again. And I didn't really spend a lot of money on it. I just kind of got lucky with the free rolls and shit. Xenoblade 2 is the best gacha game? I guess, but you already get the best 2 girls automatically, so maybe not. There's no incentive to engage in the gacha system because all the women you get are nowhere near as good as Pyra and Mithra, so it kind of ruins the fun. Griffin's gonna play Blue Archive? Yeah, no. If that's just a lolly high school dating sim, no fucking thank you. That is not my bag, bro. I mean, I hate to break it to you because maybe it'll heartbreak some people, but I'm not attracted to anime girls. My PP no-go boing boing from seeing a little anime girl. Never has, never will. Anime does not sexually stimulate me the same way that porn does. Like, I can acknowledge, like, a video game character or something having nice assets and shit, and obviously it's somewhat appealing to look at, but it's not anywhere near the level where I just whip my cock out and start beating my meat. Well, dude, Aerith isn't an anime girl. She has a much more photorealistic art style, so that's completely different, bro. So, Oh, nice. Boo. Yeah, obviously, like, photorealistic 3D women is a little bit different, but even then, I still ain't whipping my dick out. Like, if I'm gonna jerk off to something, it might as well be a real woman. Like, I don't know. I've never felt the need to jerk off to a video game character. Plainly put, but, you know. With, like, the 3D photorealistic women that are actually attractive, like Eve from Stellar Blade, I guess I could get the appeal. But, like, some fucking Naruto-looking bitch, hell no. I don't get the attraction to, like, literal cartoons. My brain doesn't work that way. What? Bro, I didn't get a fucking hit marker on his head when I shot him like 4 times? God damn. Come on, bruh. Really? I would have kept shooting at him if I thought he didn't die. I was like, alright, that's gotta be a delay or something. There's no way that didn't kill him. Apparently so. Yep, the only anime character I'm attracted to is the anime renders of Aerith, definitely. I've never actually seen an anime render of Aerith, so... no. I don't think Aerith in Kingdom Hearts looks that good. $2B? I'm more of an A2 enthusiast. But I guess 2B is fine. A2 is more my speed. I mainly engage in the waifu wars for the love of the game. Not because I necessarily have skin in it. Shit. Aw, so close. Shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, God. This game is not keeping me awake. Fuck. It's getting bad. I don't know why the fuck I'm getting so tired all the time nowadays. It sucks. I don't like getting old. The unk status is kicking in big time. Damn.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, shit. We lose. Fuck. DoorDash finally found a way to stop paying its drivers. What, send them to only black neighborhoods? Dude, there's so many people on, like, fucking Twitter that are posting that shit, like, you know, they just say that their food never arrived, or that it was missing items, and blah, 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 so they can get their order for free. Shit's pitiful. Now they're not even stealing in person. Alright, let me back up. Let's see. Juan with the 5. Whoa, buddy. Griffin, stop being abusive to us, otherwise I'm gonna say you. Hassan El Patlan. I don't care what you say, honestly.
Someone called him up.
We watched this. Scammed and humiliated, tries to blame Donald Trump. We watched that. We watched Rich's mall stream where he was talking about how Donald Trump cutting funding or some shit. Yeah, we've already seen that. Rich could lose a toe. Yeah, dude, he's super unhealthy. That guy's a ticking time bomb. Dude, let's play some Pokemon. And yes, that was sarcasm. I have zero desire to play that Pokemon game. Genuinely. Zero motivation. Pokemon is not dead, bro. Pokemon is alive and well. The games just suck nowadays. I mean, the game sold 6 million copies in its first few days, so even with it being as bad as it is, it's still gonna sell well. It doesn't matter. Kids will get it from their parents. People will buy it just because of the name. The entire Pokemon card community will buy it. So, Pokemon's not going anywhere anytime soon. So... Let me just see something real quick. Alright. Mute that. Open back up the super chat feed. Swap my headphones. Shit. Alright. There we go. Let's see. Cosmic Reflection with the 5. Yeah, we can probably check that out. Let me see. Find my tab. There it is. $50 minutes. We'll see how it goes. There we go. All good. We'll go with Touring Peach. Alright, so that's the code if anybody wants to join. Yeah, let's see who was on. Just curious. I got somebody playing Splatoon 3. I have no idea what Shakedown is. Joe. Joe Mama. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Majora Jeff, what has he been playing? Dude, that is insane. That is actually insane, bro. The fact that Majora Jeff has 2,600 hours in Smash, bro. Like, damn. That's how much time I have in MCC. And MCC has multiple fucking games in it. Not just one. That's wild. Because Microsoft hates good ideas, so that's why they didn't port MCC. Microsoft is allergic to making a good decision, no matter what it is. Griff, stop doxing people. How am I doxing people? By showing off their Nintendo Switch profiles. The fuck? How do I join? You type in the room code on the chat that's pinned. You go to online play, go to friends, and then join by room code. Let's see what skin I get. I guess it is my skin. Alright, we'll just go ahead and start. Oops. Yeah, I'll definitely give Kirby Air Riders a shot. I'm not exactly what I would consider hyped for it, but I'll definitely try it out. At the very least. I never played the original one, so I don't have any nostalgia for it. Which I know a lot of people do, so I'm just not one of them. Well, that works. Boy, they. What? How did that thing explode overhead? I don't think I will play the Halo campaign Evolved. I don't really like Halo 1's campaign. Plus, I can literally play it right now. Like, there's not going to be any significant enough difference to justify replaying the Halo 1 campaign. I've already replayed it like 3 times. I don't probably ever need to play it again. Nor do I really want to. If it was Halo 3, I'd consider it. But even then, I'd just want to play the multiplayer. I've never really liked Halo campaigns, to be completely frank. I've always played Halo for the multiplayer. Oh shit, no! Don't do it to me. Damn, bro. I'm done. It's over. Oh, nope, I made it. Yeah, she loves having this crotch rocket between her legs. Aw, boo. I had good items, too. Barely. Fuck. Damn. Unless I get a miracle here, it's over. Yeah, it's done. No, not even with infinite boosts, man. Shit. Yeah, I think there was only ever 2 Switch consoles that came bundled with the game. The Mario Kart bundle and the, what was it? Monster Hunter bundle, I think. Nope, Animal Crossing was just a custom console. The Switch had a lot of custom consoles, but it never included the game, other than like a few. There was like 3, maybe 4 total. The only 2 I can think of is the Mario Kart Black Friday bundle and then the Monster Hunter bundle. But most of them did not include the actual game. Did Smash actually come with the game, though? I know it had a custom console, but I don't know if it actually came with the game bundled. Pokemon, I don't think came with the game either. I think it's just a paint job. If someone was asking you, should I get a PC or console for gaming, would you still tell them console? If they don't have the money for a very, decently priced PC, I would say yes. So, like, the cutoff, I would be, like, if you have $1,500 to spend on a good PC, get a PC. If you don't, you're probably better off getting a console, honestly. Like, if that's what you're already used to, then, I don't know. I feel like PC, a lot of people say, like, oh, just get one as cheap as possible. And those people will regret it long term, because having a subpar computer in the age of shitty PC ports is not really ideal. If every PC port was coming out well optimized, then you could make the case for getting like a budget build PC, but nowadays with how shittily pretty much every PC port runs, it's kind of hard to recommend just getting a PC no matter what, regardless of budget. But like, if somebody has like $800 to spend, for example, I would honestly just say get a PS5 Pro at that point. But if they're willing to save up the extra money and, you know, drop the $1,500 plus on a good PC with a good CPU, good motherboard, and good power supply, and then maybe, you know, skip out on the best GPU and then upgrade later, but yeah, it's very hard to recommend a budget build. I've never been that type who's like, yeah, just get a PC no matter what. Because most likely, if they don't have experience with PC either, they're not going to want to tinker with it. Oh, come on. 3 red shells and I get fucking knocked out. Man. I guess that doesn't block that. Yo, it didn't give me the boost? Damn. That's terrible. Ah. Damn.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Boo! Bruh, this is brutal. Every time I start gaining speed, I just get molested. Yeah, I think the subscription service bubble is gonna die out. I mean, people have so many subscriptions nowadays. It's like, you know, we long for the days of cable, it seems like. I think people are gonna get burnt out on pretty much all consumption goods. I think with how expensive everything's getting, it's going to put a lot of people's priorities back in reassessment. I think this age of endless consumption is probably coming to a close pretty soon. I mean, the thing is most people would not be as bad off financially as they are right now if they just cut out a bunch of the unnecessary shit that they actively pay for. Which is not a conversation a lot of people want to have, is that they're the problem. But in reality, they are. Like, at the end of the day, if you're not paying for your rent, food, or necessity items, you could be saving that money to better your quality of living. Or, you know, investing it so that you don't have to work as much in the future. Oh, well. I mean, that's the thing is, like, nowadays, I don't even really want to pay for any of these movie streaming services or anything. Like, at the end of the day, I've been, like, just buying the movies I actually want to watch for, like, $5 on the Apple TV store. And it's like, that's more than enough streaming for me, in addition to, like, YouTube and stuff like that. I don't really think we're getting any, like, added benefit from a lot of these subscriptions. Yeah, we're basically going to get de facto cable again. We're essentially going to recreate the cable industry, but this time through internet instead of, you know, hardwire. It's just retarded. But with how expensive all these services have gotten, it's, like, very hard to justify keeping them all. And it really doesn't help, too, that a lot of modern media is just not worth watching. I can't even remember the last time I enjoyed, like, a new TV series enough to be like, yeah, I'm really glad I pay monthly just to have the service that provides this. Ah, shit. Did they put the Halo TV show on Netflix? I thought that was a Paramount exclusive, but I guess maybe they put it over there because it's been out for a while. I don't have a Netflix membership anymore. I canceled mine a while back, and I don't really miss it. Damn, why am I getting so many emails? It's fucking 11 p.m. Boo. Oh shit. It's over. Did that even do anything? I guess not. Why did it fucking give me that? It gave me the, like, transformation magic. It's like, it's kind of unnecessary. Ew, my credit card statement is what it sent to my email. Ew, I don't want that. That's not a happy notification. Oh, Peach is such a bimbo. I know, dude. Look at that slutty little thing lurching over her bike. Such a tease, dude. Slick Rick with the 20. Let's do, oh god, Secular Talk, double feature. Okay, we'll see how it goes. But Yeah, I'll take a look. Buff Garfield with the 2. Use boost to get through. That's the idea. That's the idea, man. Dude, my OnlyFans subscription is such a minuscule portion of my budget that whether I cancel it or not has no general impact on me. But for the wonderful female content creators I support, it could be the difference between life and death. A singular mushroom. Isn't that nice?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Jew Boo stole my fucking shit. All right. What? Seriously? I could have easily recovered that. God damn it, what a shitty fucking power-up. A fucking boomerang. God damn it. If I could have used my boost, that would have been a lot better, but no. No, no, no. Yeah, the boomerang. Let's see. Daikaiju pictures with the 5. To be honest, the lesson of the day is just buy Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World, because it's totally more worth your time than Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, I would say so. I don't know. I've enjoyed my Switch 2 a lot. I've definitely enjoyed the Switch 2. Alright, let me just check something real quick. Alright, we're good. And Regnir with the 2. Appreciate it, man. I enjoy the Halo games, but I'd rather have 5 ported. Same here. Or, God forbid, you know, hear me out, they actually just port the entire Master Chief Collection. instead of being lazy fucks, and they just add this new version of Halo to the Master Chief Collection. But that would require way too much effort for Microsoft. Something they are incapable of doing in today's day and age. I don't even think they know how to port games to the Master Chief Collection anymore. I'm pretty sure all those developers are gone. No, the lobby's not full. You just have to type in the room code. It's up top, pinned. I always pick Cherry Rally because it reminds me of Peach and what I want to take from her. Cherry Papa. Oh, come on, bro. This is brutal. E-Man with a 2 final offer, $500 for that stream. Also, how you doing? I'm doing fine. What stream is that?
I can't afford this shit!
What stream are you referring to?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh my god. Fuck. Nope. Oh well. Let's see. Raging War with D5. I'm gonna see how many frames the 5080 gets in Minecraft. Time for some alcohol and gaming. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing is like with Minecraft, it never actually utilizes the, you know, full capability of your hardware. So it's kind of weird. I don't think you really ever get close to even, you know, nearing the full capability of your computer on Minecraft, unfortunately. Yeah, Minecraft is coded in a very weird way. Like, I would get 30 frames per second if I had a bunch of villagers on screen with a 3090. So, it's very odd. Minecraft, for all intents and purposes, should be easy as fuck to run on a powerful computer, but it just, like, literally crumbles under any sort of, like, high NPC load. So, like, if you have a bunch of farm animals, for example, the game will run like fucking shit. Talking about Red Dead 2? Oh yeah, wasn't somebody supposed to do that over the summer? When there was like nothing coming out and would have time to do it? I mean, I don't know what else is coming out for the rest of this year, but maybe. I guess it just depends on if I'm able to, you know, if need be, stream a different game in between, because it's like, what, a 50 to 60 hour game? Yeah, but not that much shorter if you just bum rush the campaign. It's not like you're saving, you know, 20 hours or something like that. It's still a long-ass game regardless. I mean, I guess. I just have to As long as I can, like, if there's a new game that comes out, then obviously that would take precedent, but I guess so. Let's see. Yeah, nothing else this month, it looks like. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that would work. I'm just looking at the scheduled releases. It doesn't look like there's anything coming out for the next few weeks. So, sure, I guess. Yeah, the only obligation I think game-wise is FBI wanted me to stream that whatever Dark Pictures game or whatever the fuck on Halloween, so that'd be the only thing that would stop me, I guess. Do a super spooky game, dude. So,
all right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, I guess I could do Red Dead Redemption 2. Then I can say I've played it. Benji with the 2, Xbox just needs to stop, like, campaign only, come on. Yeah, I mean, bro, even that lazy-ass remaster of Gears of War, Reloaded, had the multiplayer and additional content they added in the Ultimate Edition. Halo Campaign Evolved is literally just cutting content from the Xbox 360 remastered version. It's a fucking joke. It's an even lazier re-release than the fucking Ultimate Edition of Gears of War that they just put out. Because at least that came with the multiplayer and additional content. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2, I've tried to get into twice. At about the 10-hour mark, I've stopped each time. It's just so tedious. There's no way I'm not finishing. Maybe? Oh, I guess I did. Nice. Yeah, I don't get a thrill from staring at shrinking horse sacks, so I guess that's the reason why it doesn't hold my interest. You know, shriveling horse nuts don't exactly tickle my fancy. Dude, why was my bullet bill so fucking short? It was big and black. It should have been long. Griffin is having fun with video games way more than 90% of YouTubers who complain. Pretty much. You know, for all the Nintendo bad videos out there, I've actually played the games they love to complain about. Unlucky. Seriously? How fucking gay can it get? The last fucking 30 feet. Really?
Nigger, how?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the release list. The only game that's slightly interesting to me. I don't want to play the Outer Worlds 2. Not a chance. Anything in November? When does Call of Duty come out? I'll do a campaign video for that. Is it even listed on? Oh, November 14th. So yeah, I mean, if you really want to send $500 for me to play through Red Dead Redemption 2, then yeah, I'll do it. I think we have time to squeeze it in, so should be fine. Yeah, and then Kirby comes out the 20th. I'll definitely be getting that. There's not really too much after those two games. Oh, Metroid Prime 4. I'll get that as well. Damn, yeah, but you're talking about a 50-hour game. Minimum. So it's not like, oh yeah, I'm going to play it for a stream and then never touch it. No, it's probably going to be like a whole fucking week or two of me just like grinding this shit out, so. And it's going to be boring. That's the thing, man. Is Red Dead Redemption 2 is fucking slow. There's so many walk and talk sections. I was down by the river and I saw me some engines out in the hills. Now you know better than to mess with them, John Marston. They done on their land what they want to do, and you gotta keep to your own, boy. Like, bro, it's so boring. I don't know. Here's my hunting tutorial. Let me learn how to draw my bow. Follow the blood trail of the deer. Oh no, the trail ran cold. We gotta find another deer to put an arrow in. Oh god, now we gotta track this deer. Now we gotta get off our horse, sneak up on it, shoot it again with the bow and arrow, walk up over to the carcass, watch a 5-second cutscene of me skinning the animal. Just kidding, it's more like a whole ass minute. Then you gotta bring the animal carcass onto the back of your there steed and ride all the way back to camp. Now once you get into camp, you're gonna have to unload that animal carcass manually. And on top of that, no sprinting in the campgrounds, cause that's not respectable. You gotta walk nice and slow. Then you gotta talk to their storekeep, drop off the hide, waddle on back to your steed, untie it from the hitch, and then you're back in the saddle. Now it's time to ride 15 minutes across the map to the next tier objective. But lo and behold, once I arrive, it's a 15-minute walk and talk segment of escorting a wagon that broke down in the middle of the road. It's a good thing I know how to repair a wagon wheel, or else they'd be shit out of luck. Well, time to enjoy this 15-minute conversation. Oh boy, my hunger meter has reached its minimum. I better open me up a can of beans so my minimum health goes back up to the maximum. Shit's so fucking boring, man. It's like literally Jobless Simulator. Like, Red Dead Redemption 1 is much more of an action game than a fucking simulator. Oh, shit. Fuck! I didn't realize he was jumbo. I just thought he was fat. Oh shit. It's over. Damn, I shouldn't have used that stupid fucking feather and I probably would have been alright. Raging Boar with the 2. I'm in fact getting 500 to 600 frames as expected. What chunk count are you using? I don't actually know what I get in Minecraft because I don't think it has a frame counter through, or maybe NVIDIA's. I think I have NVIDIA's turned on and it just doesn't show up. I don't actually know what my frame count is on Minecraft. Don't kick a man while he's down because you'll get your leg broken. Who am I kicking while they're down? And how fat do they have to be in order for me to break my leg from kicking them? Oh, the hippos. Okay. No, no, Chicago. I was like, that was kind of random. All right, we'll do one more race. Let's see. El Rosario Soul with the 5. Halo YouTubers are cringe. One of them is still crying over Sprint, saying sprinting is not fit for Halo CE. That's right. They can't relate to Master Chief anymore, guys. He's not morbidly obese and has mobility. Boo. Aww. Aw, man. Boo. Oops. Another fucking boomerang? Oh, come on, really? Alright. It's not gonna dick me over that hard. Oh, come on, bruh. Really? I just get pummeled with red shells when I finally catch up. That was supposed to be the comeback of the century. No! God damn it. Brutal. Right back where I started at the final fucking stretch. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. I highly doubt Nintendo's going multiplat. You know, I would take that to the fucking bank, personally. I do not think Nintendo's going multiplat. Just throwing that one out there. We got a better chance of Microsoft actually not fucking up Halo. Ooh, damn, man. My old man back is creaking like an old man's rocking chair. Nintendo has zero reason to go multiplat. Their games sell better than anyone else in the industry. Their consoles make the money with every unit sold. The accessories make the money. They get subscription revenue. They get 30% for selling other people's shit. They have a fuckload of merchandise money coming in. They literally own their own currency in the form of Pokemon cards. Like, Nintendo doesn't need to be multi-platform. Them having their own system, their own platform, their own ecosystem is far more valuable because they've done it properly. Old man balls, as in they're not getting any action, correct? Although some old dudes be fucking. Peach popping. Alright. There we go. We'll go ahead and quit. Got a lot of people online now. Plants vs. Zombies. Pokemon Legends.
Bruh.
Disappointing. See, I've got like real Giga Chad games. Gross. Mario Galaxy, Donkey Kong, Pokemon, a good one. Played that. This number's fucked up. I need to sync my other Switch to Switch Online. Because I have way more than 10 hours of Mario Kart 8. Look back at the friends list. What for? What am I looking for? Is it yours? Or somebody else's? A game I don't like? Oh, what's the... Oh, Cyberpunk? Yeah. Better you than me. We'll just leave it at that. Better you than me. So, you know, I'm happy you're enjoying it. But I do not envy you. Dude, Pal World is not a good game. I'm sick of people acting like it's some sort of like actual good game. Pal World is survival slop. They literally just took Rust or Valheim or insert any other fucking survival game, and then they just ripped off the Pokemon mechanic. It is a pure slop early access garbage heap. That game is not even good. People only fucking liked it because it was marketed as Pokemon with guns. Otherwise, it would have been another fucking mid-rate fucking survival game that, you know, might have had a flash in the pan of success. It's only because they stole the fucking Pokemon idea and, like, blatantly ripped off the designs that anybody fucking cared. Because it was like a... Heck yeah, Reddit. We can own Pokemon, dude. That game was fucking dog water. If anything, Nintendo should be recruiting the Square Enix 2D HD team to make classic-style Pokemon RPGs in the 2D fashion, but with modern visuals. So... Yeah, the thing is, though, is like there's no actual talent on the PAL World team. They literally just jacked a bunch of Pokemon designs, slapped it in the most fucking just generic survival game setting ever, and called it a day. There's no creativity, no talent. The game looks and plays like fucking dog shit. It doesn't have good gameplay. It doesn't even have good monster design. The graphics are completely fucking forgettable. I mean, it's just... It's a slop game. It's one of those just fucking indie sloppa titles that, you know, Reddit, you know, embraced. And, you know, because of that, you know, people hopped on it. Same with big streamers and stuff. It's not a good game from a technical, developmental, or idea standpoint. It's just another throwaway indie slop title that people liked. If people actually had to pay $70 for a full release version of PAL World, do you really think it would have sold as well as a $20 fucking Steam Early Access title? Probably fucking not. No, it did sell well. What was it like? It sold like 20 million copies or something like that. But again, 20 million copies at $20 is less than selling 6 million copies at 70 if we're talking about pure money. So... yeah, it was very hyped because everybody was hyping it up as Pokemon with guns or the better Pokemon. You know, Pokemon was the marketing point, whether people want to admit that or not. People literally just bought it because it was Pokemon that was not on a Nintendo platform. And there's a reason why it's not incredibly highly played like it was back then. I don't think I have it on Steam. I think I played it on Xbox. I don't remember. Yeah, I didn't play it on Steam. That's right, because it was in Game Pass. Yeah, there was no chance I was going to pay for that. If you want a better survival game that's actually good. Where is it? This game is fire, man. Valheim. At least it was the last time I played it. I have no idea what the current state of the game is. I played it 4 years ago. But, bro, this game was fire when it came out. It was awesome. I really liked Valheim. But, yeah, I haven't played it recently. What other games launched in 2024? The greatest game of the generation, bro. Final Go to see Rebirth. Other than that, I think Space Marine 2, and I don't remember anything else. To be completely honest. Oh, Dragon's Dogma 2, that was good. Black Myth Monkey Man, Shadow of the Turd Tree, and Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Silent Hill 2 Remake, Suicide Squad, I'd rather forget that one. Indian Jones and the Google Play gift card, Hellblade 2, Dragon Age the Veil Guard, and yeah, not a very good year. I thought Starfield was 2023. I don't even remember. I think Starfield was 2023. I don't think it was 2024. But I don't remember when Starfield came out. Oh, and Astrobot came out. I forgot about that. 2024. Helldivers 2 came out. Stellar Blade? That was 2024? I guess so. Shit. I forgot about that one. That's a good game. See, all of these games feel like they came out years ago for me. I don't know why, but time feels like it just passes so slow nowadays. What happened a month ago to me feels like a year. Bro, the Halo multiplayer community is not even remotely as sweaty as the Gears community. Nah. The Gears community plays like their unemployment benefits rely on it. And that community is the sweatiest fuckers on the face of the earth. Halo you can play casually. PWR is streaming my plan to put DSP detractors behind bar. Oh my god. I forgot about that, dude. Does he still get, like, really good viewership or nah? Let's see. Nope. Yeah, I had a feeling people were going to move on from him. That's why it was kind of shitty. All those people were like hyping him up to buy a new apartment and, you know, buy a new computer and all this other shit. It's kind of scummy. Yeah, my campaign against a culture of abuse. Screw casino and DSP detractors. Oh my god. I don't know if he still falls asleep to Cat and Phil. Dude, the Halo YouTubers are desperate to hype up anything Halo related because Halo's been dead for the past, like, better part of 4 years. Essentially. I mean, Infinite's been so shitty that, you know, they haven't really had anything to fucking talk about at all. No longer a hot young dude, that's right. I'm just a shriveled old hag like the rest of them. But yeah, the Halo community's desperate to hype anything at this point. It's a dead fucking franchise, and this Halo CE shit is not going to pull it out of the grave. If anything, it's going to swiffen its death even further, because, you know, people are going to play the campaign and just be like, yep, that was Halo. I played this on the original Xbox, I played it on the 360, I played it on the Xbox One and PC, and now I get to play it again. Woohoo! You know, instead of giving people the Halo 3 Anniversary Edition that everybody wants, wowie zowie, we get Halo 1 again. Hooray. And it doesn't even have a multiplayer. What a bunch of bums, bro. Literal fucking bums. Probably outsourced to Indians as well. Oh, I'm sure that's why it's an Unreal Engine, because, you know, it's like the universal development language of India for game development, so they don't have to fucking worry about, you know, the people knowing it or not. It's just accepted that they do know it. Alright, let's see. We're gonna make a click. This is gonna be easy. I just have to get the outline done. I already have the thumbnail in my head for this one.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
All right, I don't know why I did that, but whatever. Oh shit. Jiu-jitsu isn't even good. Dude, most martial arts are literally, as the name suggests, art, aka dancing. And people don't want to admit that fact. Like, martial arts is literally just another word for fucking dance. So, it's kind of funny. People act like they're so fucking hardcore because they do, like, jiu-jitsu and shit. It's like, bro. You're basically doing, you know, combat-centric dance routines, if you really want to get technical about it. Because unless somebody's fighting you in a similar manner, it really means fuck all. Most of that shit doesn't do anything in a fight, especially if you're up against someone bigger and stronger than you are. All that shit goes out the window in a real fight.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I still remember that Easter egg in the original Destiny of that one, like, Cabal building that looked like Master Chief's helmet. I thought that was funny back in the day. It's like Bungie sneaking in their little, hey, we made Halo. Oh, shit. Really? Alright, well that fucking sucks. I think that should be fine regardless. It's not what I was hoping for, but it fucked up and I don't feel like redoing it. I think it should be salvageable regardless. If you want to pay for my AI subscription that actually works and doesn't completely fucking botch the crop job, then sure. Feel free, I'll use AI. But most of those AIs just completely fuck it up. They remove parts of the picture that you don't want gone. They're not very good. Like if you're doing something incredibly basic, like just removing a white background, it works fine. But that's not what I'm doing.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Put y'all on that real quick. Halo campaign. Put that in. I don't know why that fucked up again, but whatever. All right. Add that. Alright, here we go. The super fucking easy thumbnail. Since YouTube, you know, decided that scam means anything I don't like, I can just do this. Oops, shit. I need like the Master Chief to be centered. Actually, you know what I should just do? Just do this. That looks about right. And then I can just... Let's see. There we go. Alright, perfect. I think that's good. And then make that white. An outline of black. Make it like 15 white, outline black, 15, and then do like 60. See how that looks. Which may be... I mean, that's pretty simple, honestly. Which is what I'm going for, is just simplicity. Oops. Fuck. There we go. I don't know how I feel about the split words, though. That part I'm not 100% on. Trying to think. It's all the way, yeah. I wish there was more space up by its head. I'm not in love with the letters. That's my biggest... That's my big gripe right now. Let's just see. If I made them black... And then did white... Oh, what the fuck? How the fuck did that italicize? I don't know. That, I think, honestly looks a little bit better. The only other thing I could think is maybe doing red. I think the black makes it stand out more. Alright, let's try red. Ooh, okay, I need to put that on black. Yeah, red might be the move. It contrasts enough. The problem is like this is such a light background that, you know, it kind of washes out everything. Yeah, I think that's probably good. The only other thing I want to try is this real quick. I'll just undo it. Oh, shit.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a good way to center this to make it fit. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. God damn it. Fuck. Yeah, see, that's where I fucked up on my editing of the image. Which, yeah, even then I don't think, let's just see. Small as possible if it looks better. Nope. Just imagine that A is hidden. I think, yeah, what I had before was better. I think that's good. Yeah, I can see if there's one without the image text. The problem is, let's see. Halo campaign evolved. I didn't see one earlier. The only thing would be is if there's one in the like trailer. Halo Waypoint, maybe they have screenshots. No, it's on there the whole time. Yeah, I was seeing if they had anything on their website. The official press kit. Maybe I should just download that. Well, it's not working. Let me check something real quick. Just try it on Chrome. Fuck off. Nope, the download is just broken. That's lovely. Let's see if I can access it somewhere else. Press kit. Nope. Shit. All right. Just trying to see if somebody else included all the press kit images.
Sure what to expect.
Fuck off, IGN. Nobody wants to hear it. Here, they've attached 15 images. Let me see if it's in there. I could do this one. Could do that. But I don't know. I don't really like that one. Ideally, there would be one of these without the words, but there's not. I guess that's the closest they have. Yeah, but it's tiny. Never mind. 720p. Damn, man. Why is it so hard to get a normal fucking screenshot? There's this one. Which maybe, hold on, we can get creative. Possibly. Maybe I can just crop this out and then use a different background. PlayStation roundtable video. Okay, let me see. Oh, I see it, yeah. The problem is you can't get thumbnail images at a certain resolution. Like, this one is like 386p for the PlayStation 1. Yeah, that one would work if I could get it in a high enough resolution. Just see real quick. Open image in new tab. Nope. Just gonna see if they had it at the end without the text. Yeah, it's just super zoomed in is the problem. I think my best bet would be to just take this and then find a different background. Yeah, see, like right here, it's like zoomed in, and then once it zooms out is when you get the text. And then the thumbnail image is super low res, so I can't use that. Hold on, let me try something. YouTube thumbnail down. Maybe that works. Maybe that'll extract it in a higher resolution. Let me try that. Paste, get thumbnail. Okay, there we go. 720p, that would work. Pictures. Halo, PSTN. Alright, let's get rid of that. Oh, fuck. There. So what I was thinking I could do, though, is do something like this background. If there was some other, like, image like that somewhere. But it doesn't look like it. Alright, let's just start with this. Yeah, dude, it is wild to see the PlayStation logo. Let's see. I'll go and read the super chats as well. Osky with the 5. I swear Microsoft becomes more and more lazy by the day. It hurts to see such an awesome franchise like Halo become irrelevant. RIP the 360 era. Yep, and it's all of them. I mean, Forza Motorsport's just straight up dead. Horizon's the only one that's left. Gears of War is MIA still, pretty much. They released that remaster and nobody cared. Don't really have high hopes for E-Day. And Halo has just been completely thrown to the wolves. They sent that game out to die with Infinite, and now we're getting a half-assed remaster that's even lazier than the Gears of War one, so doesn't really instill a lot of confidence. Of course, the fucking chat crashes right when I click on something I can't fucking click out of. Jesus, man. So all the big, you know, former Xbox IPs are pretty much just done at this point. It's a shame, but many such cases. It's really irritating that the press kit's broken on their website, because they would probably have this image in there.
I can't afford this shit!
But leave it to Microsoft to have a broken link to the press kit for their newly announced game. That's just par for the course, I feel like, at this point. They're just done, bro. They really just don't fucking care anymore. It's so obvious. They're just like, yeah, fuck this. Let's just do the bare minimum, collect our check, and leave. Let's see. Vendetta with the 5. My mom got a new iPad, M5 Pro 13, and a 15-inch MacBook Air. Why both? For her birthday and Christmas. She's been wanting them for a while. Now she's mad. Uh-oh. I don't know. I feel like I've never felt the need to get an iPad when I've had a laptop. An iPad, if you have a laptop, I feel like is just a pure kind of like vanity thing. Because if you're not using your phone, you would only really need the functionality of a computer. An iPad is just basically an oversized phone that can't make calls. I feel like it's just one of those flex purchases at this point. Like, my mom doesn't have a laptop and she has an iPad, but she only plays games on her iPad. She doesn't use it for anything else. Just gaming. If you can even call that gaming. Mobile slappa. She's part of the 52% of gamers that are women, guys. Because that's a totally real statistic that's definitely not fucking skewed to justify shitty industry actions that undermine the core fan base. Select. Alright. I'm gonna just put y'all on that real quick. Export as .png. Alright. So need to make sure that like little PlayStation logo thing isn't there. Yo, what the fuck? I mean, that definitely does look a lot cleaner. I think these should go up. Here, I can assume. Right there. Maybe make that a little... What happens if I do that? Does that look better? I think so. Maybe not. See, this is where I just get like fucking autistic with this shit. It's like a million little things you can adjust. Yeah, I think that looks better that way. I think that's good. That's good, because like then the shading kind of like removes some of the emphasis on the words, but also draws attention to it. I mean, honestly, like, you know, keep it simple, stupid is pretty good advice when it comes to the thumbnails nowadays. Well, it has like a little bit of I mean, I can add like a little more shading to it. Like that. 5%. So it makes it look a little more 3D, I guess. Yeah, I think this is good. I'm happy with that. That's very clickable. That's very clickable. And spacing looks good. Actually... Smooth this one ever so slightly. Yeah, that looks better. Well, the problem with the text would be is I would have to find a D, which I guess I could pick it off the end, but... If I can find the logo real quick, maybe. We'll try it. If someone already has the PNG, doesn't look like it. I don't think anybody's uploaded it yet. So, if I can't find a PNG of the logo, I'm not going to worry about it. Again, if the actual press kit worked, then... that sure would be swell. But I think that's good. The only thing I can think is maybe if we did this again and dropped, was this it? I think so. Yeah, the only thing, there's like a magic select tool. I don't really know how this works, to be honest. It's kind of a, hold on, let's see. Actually, let's just do this faster. Alright, so fuzzy select. In theory, you should be able to, but it's not working very well. Let's do threshold up. Nope. Shit. Yeah, I don't remember how to use this particular tool. That might be it. Let's see. It's supposed to be a lot faster than this, but... and work a lot better. Again, if someone has an AI membership that they want to give me that would do this actually in a good manner, then maybe. But most AIs don't fucking pay attention to detail. They just literally chop out a bunch of shit. So yeah, in theory, I should be able to do this. I don't know how long it's going to take, though. Like, for whatever reason, I can't get that to, like... and I guess I could do... so this is just... it's just gonna take too long. And I don't even know if I want the logo in there or not. Yeah, I don't have custom fonts on here, and I don't want to go through all that. Yeah, I think it's fine the way it is, honestly. More text is just going to clutter it. I think it's fine. It's good enough for government work, man. You know? It's just a quick slop of video, most likely. I don't need to let my, thumbnail tism spike too hard, because I will just waste a shitload of time making a fucking thumbnail. Like, it's just one of those things, dude. It's one of those things that's just like, you know, I guess it's like my A-type personality slash OCD, I don't know, it bugs me. Because I'm like always thinking, oh, well, this could be a lot better. You know, this, oh, wait, I can adjust the shade of this text. Or, oh, look, dude, Master Chief's fucking nipple looks like it's a little too pink. Let me adjust the fucking film. Like, yeah, it's the little details that piss me off. Alright, I think that's fine. It should be good enough, bro. Alright, I'm just gonna save it real quick so it saves onto my computer and on the browser. Halo campaign evolved 10.
I can't afford this shit!
99. Perfect. Alright. There we go. Close out of that. Beautiful. Yep, that's good enough for a thumbnail, dude. That is officially good enough. Alright. Let's see. Elijah Petty with the 5. I entered a jiu-jitsu tournament. Okay, we'll see. Hopefully, is it like 40 minutes? Hopefully not. That's a very... Okay, it's short. That's fine. We can watch that. Vendetta with the 2. She's mad because I spent... Oh, okay. Gotcha. I guess that's a good way to make your mom mad. So, big ups. And Tim Marco with the 7. I think you've spent more time working on this thumbnail than Tanga did on his 3D avatar and AI thumbnails. Yeah, I hate the AI slop thumbnails, personally. I genuinely fucking hate AI slop thumbnails. You know, they're very easy to make. You just go on fucking Grok and type in, oh, make me a 16:9 image of Mario with fucking demon fangs or some shit. And it's like, yeah, wow. Wowie zowie, that took 10 seconds. And then you just add, like, fucking... What does he use? Like, the fucking gradient text or whatever the fuck? Which I think you can do in Photoshop pretty easily. I need to learn how to use Photoshop. I have paid for Photoshop for the past 7 years, and I have never even bothered to use it. So... At some point, maybe I will. But... The whole part that gets me is, like, the layering and shit. It's not very intuitive. Like, I like that fucking website that I use. I've used it forever because it stores a bunch of PNGs just locally, ready to be used at any time. You don't have to dig through a file and create a new layer every single fucking time you want to add something on top. So, it's just really, like, idiot-proof and simple. Now, granted, it has a bunch of functionality locked behind a paywall, which I don't pay. But, yeah. I don't know. It's just I've gotten in the habit of using it for so long, I don't really want to swap. I'm not paying child support with the 2. Do you think the Kaguya's Top Gallon X is a glowy? No, it's probably some foreigner. That's my guess, most likely. It's probably just some foreigner. And Raging Boar with the 2, I'm surprised you're using GIMP. Yeah. Again, I've just used this before I got Photoshop, so I've just never bothered to use a different pro. Again, yeah, it's habit. I should use Photoshop. Once you learn how to use it, you can do a bunch of cool shit, and it's supposedly pretty easy once you figure it out, but I just don't want to have to, like, look up videos to do basic shit I already know what to fucking do. That's the problem. It's like I'm an old man stuck in my ways. I don't want to have to learn a new software to do what I already know how to do. It's like, okay, I can go on this, crop the photo, done. So, it's just, when I have to think about doing something I already know how to do, it irritates me. Call it a character flaw if you wish. And Vendetta with the 2, she used the iPad at work, MacBook at home. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And Griffin Gayming with the 2. You can use AI for the thumbnail and use... Yeah, I don't like AI. AI thumbnails to me just seem very soulless. Like, Mr. Beast is AI before AI became a thing. Like, all of his thumbnails are literally AI. And, you know, he's kind of the first mainstream YouTuber to use AI slop thumbnails. And, you know, now everybody's doing the same thing. GIMP is also open source, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I probably could do all my thumbnails in there as well, but again, it's just the layering shit that I don't fucking like. It's not intuitive. I just like having my list of PNGs that I've used over the past, like, 8 months. I can drag and drop, done. I don't have to make a layer. I don't have to go into some fucking weird menu to resize. It just, like, it just works. I don't know. I genuinely just, like, I don't have the patience to do Photoshop. Photoshop, I'm sure, like, once you know how to do all the shortcuts and all that type of stuff, but it's like, that takes effort. A lot of effort. Effort that I'm just not willing to expend. And it kind of sucks too because I'm paying for it. You know, the Adobe Creative Suite I think is like $60 a month or some bullshit. Like, it's astronomically expensive. So I should. Yeah, in order to get Premiere, you have to buy like the whole Creative Suite. And it's like $60 a month. So as long as I upload one video a month, it covers my Adobe costs. So it's worth it. But yeah. That shit ain't cheap. I don't use any of the products except Premiere. Premiere is the only one I use. I don't use After Effects. I don't use Photoshop. I don't use any of the other shit they give you either, which I don't even know the name of. I just use Premiere. That's it. Premiere is the only Adobe software I even have loaded on this computer. Yep, you have to pay a cancellation fee. Which, you know, I don't really care. At that point, it's water under the bridge. Everyone become a member so he doesn't go home? Exactly. That shit's expensive. Oh well, you gotta spend money to make money, I guess. It used to be $20 a month with my student rate. Then it went to $35 once I was no longer on that, and they've just crept the price up to $60. It's fucking insane. It used to be $20 when I was in college because I got the student rate. Then it went up to $35 and now it's gone up to $60. Crazy. But yeah, they know that you need it once you start using it. So it's like, oh yeah, well, you're gonna pay it anyway, bitch. Get fucked. Yeah, I think, well, I don't know if you could ever keep Adobe Premiere. I know you could keep Sony Vegas before they sold that off to Magix or some shit, which then that switched to a subscription model that you couldn't buy. I remember I used to use Vegas. I used Vegas Pro at first. And, like, I want to say for like 2 years. And then all of a sudden it just stopped working. Like, it just stopped letting me edit. It would crash all the fucking time. It would never finish rendering. So I was like, oh shit, I need to figure out something quick. So I like just went and bought Premiere as quickly as possible because I needed to be able to edit. So I learned that pretty quickly out of necessity because Vegas kept fucking breaking. So I have not had problems with Premiere Pro. Premiere Pro has been nothing but good. I haven't had it crash on me. It's never failed to render or get stuck at a particular frame. That was the thing that always fucked up with Vegas, is it would stick on one frame during editing, and it just wouldn't fucking render past that point, and then it would fail. And you would have no idea what the fuck caused it to crash on that particular frame, but it would only show you, like, the numbers. So you'd have to go through your entire editing timeline, remove that one frame, and see if you could get it to render past that point. It was the most retarded shit ever. So I was like, yeah, fuck that. So it just got to a point where it's like, dude, I'm sick of dealing with this shit. So I was like, I'll pay for Premiere. Fuck it. Because it was only $20. So I was like, okay, that's not that bad. And then I got used to it, and it was just super easy. It never crashes. Pretty, I would say common sense software, but yeah, dude, it is very costly if you're not making decent money from videos and stuff. Like, if you're just starting out, like, go find a free software like DaVinci Resolve. I know is like an alternative to Premiere people use for basic editing, but yeah, unless you're making decent money, it's not worth buying it. No, 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 no. You do not want to crack. Dude, Adobe literally is autistic about enforcing copyright shit. If you make money off of a pirated copy of Adobe, they have it baked into the fucking software where they can tell if your video has been edited by Premiere Pro, and they can tell if it was edited with a cracked version or not. They literally have, like, these little fucking invisible, like, you know, watermarks in every single video that only their systems can detect. So if you're on your YouTube channel uploading footage and making money from an edited video that their system flags is coming from a cracked copy, they will take your fucking ass to court and sue you for every single video you made using that cracked version of Adobe. So if you have any sort of sizable following and you're using a cracked copy of Premiere Pro, they will fucking, you know, just basically rape your ass for every penny you've ever made using that software. So do not do it. It's not worth it. Pay for what you use. So they went after people for using pirated copies of it before. So just know what happens. You are stealing. So be careful. Like, if you're just a nobody on the internet editing shit, they're probably not going to care. But if you have any sort of prolific following and have made substantial money from your content and are continuing to use a pirated version, they will probably come after you. So, just be careful. Again, it's not worth it in the long run. Stealing is not really the greatest path in life, generally speaking. It's like when you buy a printer. Every single piece of paper you print with your printer is marked with invisible ink that's only viewable to another computer scanning the document. And that is done as a anti-counterfeiting measure. Because every single printer in the United States that has like the photocopy capability is capable of printing US dollar bills. So, yeah, what happened is the Secret Service mandated that every single printer have this functionality that it prints in yellow ink this little matrix of information on every page that you print. And it basically marks it with like your IP address and just, you know, identifying information of the printer itself so they can track down and see who bought and is using the printer actively. So, but yeah, it's like a government mandated thing for all printers produced post a certain date. Right here. Yeah, I was trying to see what the thing was called, but it's called a machine identification code, which is a microscopic pattern of yellow dots printed by most color laser printers to embed information about the document's origin. This code, often invisible to the naked eye, can include a printer's serial number, date, time of printing, and was originally developed to combat counterfeiting. A lot of them include more information than that. So, but yeah, basically every color printer on the market has the capability of printing counterfeit bills. So, it's like something the Secret Service mandated that printer manufacturers implement. So, if you're ever printing out a hostage note or something, I don't fucking know. Like, if you're ever doing some illegal shit, man, take the yellow printer ink out of your printer and maybe buy a used one from a fucking thrift store or something. I don't know. Don't use one that's A, purchased in your name on your credit card in your area, and B, make sure it's disconnected from the internet too, just to be safe. Because, bruh, that would not be worthwhile. You knew that one already? Well, I'm so fucking sorry, PK. I'll never make that mistake again. Is this why we can't print black and white documents when the printer has ran out of... Yup, probably. That and they want you to spend money, but yeah, probably that. Let's see. Raymond with the 2. Alright, yeah, we can check it out. It's fine. Fuck printers. You can do whatever you want, man. 2 consenting adults. / machinery. You were part of the It's Okay to Be White 4chan campaign? Well, good for you, PK. I appreciate you sticking out for people like me, even if you aren't one of us. I think that's great. You know? You Mexicans aren't all bad. Thank you, senor. That's why a lot of people don't like their new game console connected. It violates their rights. Dude. Your game console is exactly what they want you on 24/7. The more time you spend gaming, consuming, watching TV, the better. They love that shit. They're not going to get in the way of that. PWR made a post on X that says, a lot of legacy hockey Canadian drunks won't have it up enough to beat their wives or molest their children tonight. Bro, what? I guess he's speaking from experience. I don't fucking know, man. Jeez, that is oddly specific. Their dick isn't hard enough to beat their wives or molest their kids. Dear Lord. Yeah, that's gotta be a, you know, Freudian slip of sort. Or, I don't even know if it's Freudian slip. This is, like, intentional. It's a cry for help. He was raped. His dad with a rock-hard cock used to beat his mom and molest him, I guess. Holy fuck. That's crazy, dude. Jesus Christ. That guy's wild, bro. Like, I feel like the little bit of fame he got probably ruined his life, honestly. Like, I can't help but feel like he might be on course for a life ruination. Although I don't really know if there was much of a life to ruin in the first place, but still. You know, I do feel kind of bad. Because it's like, this is the type of guy that should have never been on the internet and never been, you know, exposed to the type of people that are going to shit on him. You know, he's definitely not all there. But holy fuck, dude. It's a train wreck. Griffin is the type of guy who would be Indian, but pretend he's... That's right. Hello, this is Steve from Wyoming. How may I help you service your cell phone tonight? No, Mom. I am from Idaho. Oh, I'm sorry, Wyoming. Very beautiful cows here. Gift from God. No, Mom. We do not eat the cows. They are sacred divine animals. But we do enjoy their shit. Very, very delicacy Idaho. I mean Wyoming. Very good. Very hygienic. Keeps evil spirits away. Can you go ahead and curse? No, sir. I am not familiar with this. I'm sorry. Vishnu. No, sir. I'm not familiar. Why would I curse someone I do not know? That is not what we do at this company. We are here to help you with your cell phone needs, not to lay curses on divine entities. I worked in tech support when I was young, so I promise you not only were there thousands of them, but they... Wait, but you sound like them? I'm glad it was authentic. I'm glad it was authentic. Alright, we'll go ahead and do videos, I guess. Let's see. Let me refresh this just in case, because it's probably going to crash soon. Alright, and then I'll mute the music. Okay. Don't scam someone with the... I know, it's not a dead giveaway. Dude, honestly, that's the thing. It's like, if people really want...
I'd like to start this video by saying...
Like, I don't think I can really be mad at the Indian scammers for fooling retards, to be completely honest. Like, if you're gonna fall for an Indian scammer in 2025, bro, like, come on. I mean, I still think the subhumans that engage in phone scamming are, you know, literal human excrement that have no purpose in society whatsoever and should be lobbed... I guess have their heads lobbed off and then, you know, stuck on a pike. But, yeah, it's hard to feel bad for people like Review Tech USA who fall for fucking phone scams and give away his banking information to some guy with a fucking accent. Jeez, man. No bank will ever ask you for financial identifying information because they already have it. Believe it or not, if someone works at Bank of America and they're calling you about your Bank of America account, they obviously already have your Bank of America details because they, 1, know what account they're flagging, and 2, have your contact information on hand. Shocking. But, yeah, you don't need to provide your credit card number, the expiration date, your billing zip code, and 3 little numbers on the back. Thank you, ma'am. 1 minute. Now, you will be getting a notification on your phone to approve a purchase of $1,962.03. Now, ma'am, it is very important for you to open the application, go to your notification section, and click approve. Do not click deny. Click approve and let me know when you get the notification so I may walk you through the steps one by one. Bro, it's like, how fucking dumb do you have to be to fall for that? Honestly. Honestly. Griff is an Indian confirmed? Yeah. Maybe I had good karma in the previous life, and, you know, I escaped. I escaped from the subcontinent.
That I'm a little bit out of my depth here, considering the gravity of what I'm about to show you guys, but I'm going to try my best. With that out of the way, let's get a few basic facts straight. The date is September 10th, 2025. Charlie Kirk is shot and killed. Over the next few days, law enforcement and internet investigators pore over the available information to identify the killer. Eventually, they determine it to be Tyler Robinson, and they also realize that Tyler has a transgender romantic partner named Lance Twiggs. Tyler is arrested, Lance cooperates with the police, and then disappears from the public eye. 13 days later, I released a video going over all of the publicly available information about Tyler and Lance. Articles, witness testimony, Lance's TikTok and Reddit accounts, and I thought that was it. But then I received a message. This message was from a third party who was close to both of them and remained in contact for 6 years up until the attack took place. They reached out to me providing never-before-seen information on the lead-up to what happened. To my knowledge, the only other people who have this are the FBI. Now, as I go over this information, you'll notice that some of it is redacted, but I've redacted it myself with the exclusive intention to preserve the anonymity of both this person and other people who are named, who have nothing to do with Tyler's crime. Now, keep in mind that these claims are being made by an anonymous leaker. There could be more to certain events that we're simply not aware of, and other details that may explain more of the story. Additionally, some of this video is my opinion and should be treated as such. But I've done my best to provide you all with the information I'm able to share to the extent it can be verified. In his first message to me, this person said, "Hello, I just watched your video on the Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler and thought you did a good job. I happen to know Tyler and Lance in real life. I don't take a lot of pictures, so I can't prove it very well, but I am in Discord servers where both of them are, including the one where Tyler posted his confession. I have some pictures of the apartments and some stories I can tell. There were 2 pictures attached underneath. One of Tyler's confession in the Discord chat that matched the ones published by Ken Klippenstein, which were then republished by every major news outlet. The other picture is a completely original photo of local police at Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' place, taken from across the street. For the sake of verification, he later also provided me with archives of the 3 Discord servers they shared, which I'll eventually go over the relevant parts of. Once this person's identity was verified, he proceeded to tell me about the state of Tyler and Lance's living space. The apartment would drastically shift from clean to super dirty, depending on the state of Lance's mood. I don't have too many pictures of most of the mess, but basically, he'd start living in the living room and just start turning it into his nest. After the first roommate moved out, and right after Tyler
his nest
moved in like 2 weeks later, Lance had a really big breakdown. The living room went from a place guests came over to something that had to be hid. People still came over, but everyone got weirded out by all the trash. He basically had layers of wires, random Temu trinkets, decorations, random art projects, clothes, and empty alcohol containers everywhere. And if anyone touched it, he would get livid. One friend got banned from the apartment for a while because he kept touching the Temu trinkets. I wish I still had pictures, but I felt sort of guilty and deleted them since I knew Lance wasn't in the right state of mind. For context, I've been playing games with Lance and Tyler for like 6 years. I count myself kind of close to them, but I was trying to separate them from myself because being around them wasn't good for me. I say them, but Tyler was always level-headed and easygoing. But Lance could be anywhere from too depressed to talk to manic, wide-eyed, crazy person. I'll take a brief moment here to comment on the fact that in my original
So basically, his troon boyfriend made him have a fucking schizoid mental break. Like, it's not unbelievable. I mean, I'd want to, you know, commit unthinkable acts if I had to be around a troon all the time, too.
Video, this is more or less the impression that I had, judging exclusively from Lance's more significant and expressive online presence relative to Tyler's almost non-existent digital paper trail. From Lance's Reddit account and the things his family members had to say about him, he clearly was more outspoken and in some ways unstable. There were Reddit posts of his mentioning being at odds with his family to the point of being kicked out, and he had also discussed a lot of substance abuse issues, which are a far cry from the quiet, even if uneasy relationship that Tyler seemed to have with his family. What was completely unknown, and as far as I know hasn't been published anywhere, is this combination of hoarding and mania that this person describes Lance as exhibiting. The messages continue. During this first nest phase, Lance started working very rarely. He worked with his dad for a tub repair company. They'd either repair tubs or install them at construction sites. But when Lance
Yeah, he was a furry as well. He was a trans furry. Jesus, man. Like, wait till they search the hard drive. I guarantee you the lolly porn or even worse is going to show up too.
was super depressed or just too manic, he'd take the day off and hit his THC vape, drink, and scroll reels. Anyway, 2 weeks before Lance's first nest phase, when the apartment was mostly normal, Tyler moved in with Lance because he just dropped out of college and was tired of living with his parents. He had been working with his dad at a stone cutting business where they'd install countertops. Tyler was kind of your normal blue-collar Utah guy. Most conversations with him, he'd talk hunting, camping, gaming, and he loved to talk about fishing. Now, first off, the combination of depressants with cognitive stimulants are leading factors to severe anxiety, paranoia, depression, and even psychosis. And that's without mentioning the documented connection between weed and schizophrenia. Obviously, as I assume most of you know, weed basically has 2 components, THC and CBD. CBD is not psychoactive, and it's often associated with treatments for anxiety, pain, and inflammation. Meanwhile, THC is psychoactive, and despite it also having some therapeutic uses in the treatment of nausea, nausea, and side effects of chemotherapy. THC is the component of marijuana that's associated with symptoms like paranoia, psychosis, and, like previously mentioned, schizophrenia. Now, obviously, the vast majority of stoners or casual smokers are not exhibiting these symptoms. This is not a typical thing. But in certain people who are predisposed...
Or are they? All I can say is I have never seen someone's life improve after smoking weed.
THC can absolutely trigger a sort of psychotic meltdown, or it can compound with other mental health issues to make them just much, much worse. In Lance's case, it sounds like he was using way too much pot, while simultaneously drinking heavily and scrolling reels. If there's any way someone can derive psychosis and mania from first principles, this is definitely up there. Now, in my original video about this topic, I mentioned that there were two specific periods of change for Lance and Tyler by extension. The first was 2020, when the pandemic hit, locking everyone inside their houses and apartments, and therefore driving them to spend a lot more time on the old computer. And as the Discord logs are going to show later, it's probably when Lance and Tyler started to communicate the most frequently, even if they were already gaming and talking prior. The second period was during 2024, which is when Tyler moved into the apartment with Lance. And as their anonymous peer here is saying, within 2 weeks of Tyler being there, Lance began his nest phase, as he puts it. Funnily enough, the one other instance I've ever heard of making a nest in your living room comes from Theo Vaughn talking about what he did during binges of the white dust kind of stimulants, if you know what I mean.
I remember that about making a nest in my living room, dude. Boy. And more than anything else you can think of. Turn you into a damn owl, homie. You know what I'm saying? You'll be out on your own porch, you know? Yeah.
Well, this description is obviously played up in its context. It's actually a pretty common experience to start hoarding while in states of paranoid mania, which is what Lance appeared to be going through. From his Reddit history, we know that Lance used to be a big fan of Jordan Peterson, who is widely known as the clean your room guy, repeatedly harping on how your living space reflects your psyche. If this leaker is telling the truth, then it would make sense that as Lance's mental state deteriorated, so did the physical space around him. With all of that information regarding Lance being corroborated by these messages, we also have the reveal that Tyler had dropped out of college and decided of his own volition to move out. In my original video, we had the information that he was in an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. But based on these messages, it seems he dropped out and was just working at a masonry business with his dad. Again, this matches the picture of Tyler that one can derive from all of the testimonies regarding what kind of person he was. So after about 5 years or so of being friends with Lance, he decides to move in with him. But at this point, there's no sign that the two are engaged in a romantic relationship. Their peer continues. I felt super bad when he first moved in with Lance because it was normal for like 2 weeks, and then Lance went nuts, and the entire downstairs just became his nest. He'd be doing experiments in the kitchen, which were mostly just growing mold in Tupperware mugs, and the kettle with random Temu trinkets and rocks submerged in them. Every once in a while, I'd try to have a talk with Lance and try to get him to realize he needed help without making him go ballistic. Now, this is actually bizarre. One of the things I didn't pay that much attention to in my first video about this was that Lance made 2 posts regarding growing fungi, one of them in r/mushroom growers, and another one of them in r/shrooms. However, they were very brief non sequiturs that didn't at all give the impression of how deeply invested Lance was into growing mushrooms, which apparently he was, at least during his episodes. The interest in mushrooms peaking when Lance is at his craziest reminds me of the cult of the lamb cordyceps that takes over one of the characters and makes him want to grow more mushrooms. This is extremely strange behavior, but my personal autism aside, the messages continue. I'm not going to say it was all just him being insane. His mom is super Mormon and also kind of crazy, so there's that. And all of the drugs, weed, LSD, shrooms, DMT, and I think he said Molly, but I'm not sure. Also, alcoholic levels of alcohol. Lance has always been a little weird and quirky, but never really crazy. He was constantly arguing with his mom every time he saw her, and then ranting about Republicans and Mormons when he got home. I'd sometimes talk with him for like 4 hours of him just ranting about his mom and family. He really hates Mormons. Also, at the time, politically, Lance and I would both probably describe ourselves as libertarian, and Tyler was very apolitical. On his Reddit account, there is one relatively old post about Lance having substance abuse problems, and you could assume that due to him no longer posting about it, he no longer struggled with it. Apparently, it was the opposite, as over time, it only got worse. And it's really the mention here of DMT that stands out to me. While the other drugs are bad enough and can permanently damage your brain, especially in combination with each other, even people who like DMT will tell you about how careful you have to be about using it, even if you try your best to do it in a therapeutic setting. But clearly, Lance was in no state of mind to manage his substance intake in any way that resembled healthy. It almost freaks me out how easily someone like Lance could get his hands on that kind of thing, despite being completely out of his mind for months on end. This set of messages also confirm another—
You guys remember that super fucking cringe video that Boogie made after he took DMT? Where he was like bawling his fucking eyes out, talking about what a terrible person he was, blah, blah, blah. And then he went on to do even more shitty fucking things immediately after. That shit is such a fucking lie, bro. These people who act like their entire life has been changed because they take one fucking psychedelic one time. It's like, fuck off, dude. It's such performative cringe.
Suspicion of mine expressed in the first video. Prior to 2024, neither Lance nor Tyler were particularly political, as they only ever expressed opinions that could be loosely classified as socially liberal, which most young Zoomers are by default anyway. However, this changed suddenly and drastically during the year that they lived together. He had his nest phase for probably 3 to 4 months before he sort of went back to normal. But at the tail end of his nest phase, after we had both talked for a while, he told me he was trans, and that it wouldn't change anything, and that I could even use whatever pronouns, and he wouldn't care. Over the next week and a half, the living room got dismantled. He vacuumed and cleaned the kitchen a bit, but he still kept one mole experiment outside for some reason. It was kind of relieving to not see so much trash lying around. We weren't allowed to toss even the most mundane trash like napkins and Taco Bell sauce packets, which there was an entire drawer of. So seeing all the cans and bottles disappear was super nice. Whenever we came over, people commented on how it's nice that we could hang out without being scared of accidentally touching trash or a trinket and having Lance freak out. We'd have a mostly weekly Magic the Gathering night at the apartment where everyone would come drink.
Well. Did you guys see that recent thing for Dungeons and Dragons? That disgusting fucking homosexual art that they posted? Dude, Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons and anything Wizards of the Coast is super fucking troon coded nowadays, so it makes sense.
Get high and play Magic. Lance started attending again after he became mostly normal. It's interesting to see that him identifying as trans came while he was in his nesting phase, but he maintained it after it had ended. It does startle me a bit how basically all of Lance's friend group, who frequently visited Lance and Tyler's house, just kind of tolerated this going on for months. I have no idea how it's possible to put up with a situation so clearly deranged for that long, but hey, different strokes for different folks. Now, it's this next set of messages that I find really interesting.
That's because he was sucking troon cock and liked it.
Between all of his turns while playing Magic, Lance would go hang out with Tyler, and we'd have to call him to the tables every time it was his turn. One of my gym buddies was the first to pick up on Tyler and Lance being really close. I was in denial for months because I thought Tyler was straight, and also I kind of did not want it to be true. Eventually, I kind of snapped out of it like the nth time I saw them asleep, cuddling on the couch. I kind of didn't think too much of it since Lance would get super cuddly every time he got drunk, which is how I think they got together, because I'm pretty sure Tyler was a virgin when he moved in. So probably when Lance was in the cuddly mood, probably something happened. But that's just
He got groomed by a schizoid alcoholic troon. God damn, man.
I guess. This is where a lot of things start clicking together. Tyler, an introverted gamer who, as far as anyone could tell, had no prior relationships of any significance, spent 4 months living with his best friend, Lance, who apparently got overly cuddly with everyone while drunk, and simultaneously had the proclivity to drink too often. It's not surprising that this was the outcome of a touch-starved virgin gamer living in the same house as a touchy-feely, seemingly manic trans person. However, a while after Lance had mostly gone back to normal, things started to intensify again. I started noticing changes in Lance's political views as the presidential election got closer. He amped up the complaints of old people staring at him, which probably was because he dressed like a stoner and not because he was female presenting, because all he did in that department was grow out his hair and wear mascara every once in a while. He also hated that the construction workers would misgender him, which I thought was weird since he said he was fine with any pronoun. Tyler wouldn't really get political until after the election. He'd sometimes just casually bring up the latest thing Trump had done and complain about what it'd do to the country, but in a very level-headed way. Before the election, Lance's friend group was the quirky LGBT group with a lot of mental illnesses. Not saying the two are linked, but that's how my friends knew them. They're the people who are in Lance's server for the most part. After the election,
I will say that mental illnesses and LGBT is linked because, bruh, case in point.
they became a lot more political, but not to an extremist level. By this point, I could safely say Lance and Tyler were some flavor of left-wing, while I'd become tired of politics and mostly apolitical, but never anything I thought was like dangerous. At some point, they told me about their relationship and were pretty open about it after that. It became very uncomfortable for me because while I don't think of myself as homophobic, seeing two dudes constantly make out was a bit much. Also, since Lance's room was always super messy, they would bang in Tyler's room, and I didn't like hearing it. I cannot imagine how much it sucked to be in this guy's shoes. While this is a bit out of character for Tyler, who's been consistently described as reserved, it does match Lance's behavior of being overly transparent and letting other people, even people who randomly visited him, see into his intimate life to a point where it's concerning. It's also fitting that Lance's pre-existent paranoid behaviors were now manifesting in correlation to his gender, as despite not being particularly female-presenting or being concerned with being seen and treated as a woman, he still took issue with anyone who perceived him as a man. People who are paranoid often assume others look upon them negatively, no matter how asinine the reason may be. Clearly, Lance's mental state was deteriorating, and whether intentionally or not, he was dragging Tyler along with him. And this became increasingly transparent over time. Their mutual acquaintance continues. Lance started becoming more and more erratic again until, at the end of December, he just had another nuclear meltdown after having another argument. Also, a couple months before, we noticed Lance had been growing breasts and said that he'd been taking black market HRT, which I did not know what that entailed, but I think it was making him very erratic.
Did he get it from fucking Keffel's bathtub? Probably. See here, but the 5, I just learned Halo campaign Devolved has no multiplayer. That's right, they stripped content out of the 2011 remaster from 360. What the fuck are they cooking? What a complete washed up series. Yeah, dude. They couldn't even port the Master Chief Collection. It's just, it's pitiful. You know, hold on, wait. One might even say that it is a scam. Dun dun dun. There you go. It comes full circle.
So he basically shut down for like 2 weeks, not talking, just hitting his vapes in the living room in the dark. So here we have the mention of possibly one of the most concerning details about what kind of substances Lance was on at this point in time. Taking synthetic hormones of any kind, whether the kind and quantity your body already produces or not, is extremely dangerous and can cause pretty much every kind of health issue imaginable, including mental. Even if you're a guy and you take just a little bit of testosterone, you can suffer all kinds of side effects. So obviously, in Lance's case, the risks are much greater by default, and it's made exponentially more dangerous given the circumstances. This is someone who has proven himself to be delusional, chronically sleep deprived, and prone to overdoing substances. There is simply no chance he was mentally well enough to manage and administer dosages of any kind, let alone procure or produce untainted bathtub HRT. While studies on this stuff are hard to come by, there have been a few documented cases of people in similar situations to Lance. For example, there's one case of a person in their early 20s with a history of depression and psychosis who self-induced drug intoxication via HRT, which led to a worsening of their psychosis and all of their other psychiatric disorders. Uncoincidentally, this is when Lance becomes more unhinged than ever before, as his peer continues to allege. I thought he kind of started going back to normal after that because he started talking again, but I was so wrong. I had another magic night at the end of January, so even though Lance wasn't completely fine, I just kind of did it to test the waters. I should have guessed because the nest was starting to form again. He was watching Doctor Who in the living room, and so I thought if he was just doing that, he'd be fine. But people started to show up and talk before we started, and he just started yelling at us from the other room to shut up, which we thought was a joke since this was standard magic night procedure. He yelled again, and then we got quiet until enough people showed up to start a game. During the game, one of my more autistic friends started to bring up transgenders in sports. He literally couldn't get any further than those 2 words before Lance yelled at him to shut up from the other room. And to everyone's amazement, he tried to bring it up like 3 more times in rapid succession, being shouted down literally not even a second after he started his sentence every time. It became a very awkward game. It's pretty funny to think back on now. Bro could not take a hint. After that, more people showed up, and we started having 2 games going, and the mood mostly stabilized, and Lance just came in with sort of a loopy grin and bottle of something. I'll summarize this part briefly since this person goes into a bit of detail about what happened, but Lance proceeded to throw this guy's extra rare magic cards around to try and get his attention. And afterwards, he went upstairs.
Uh-oh. Not my Black Lotus, dude.
At which point everyone started hearing loud thumping. Apparently, Lance had gone into a temper tantrum so intense that he was literally thrashing around on the floor, which hopefully was just a tantrum and not some kind of seizure, because at this point, Lance is really a prime candidate for that to happen. Their peer continues. After that, Lance went mental. I'd get to Lance and Tyler's place, and he'd be super wide-eyed with either a loopy grin or a rictus grin, like the Joker, depending on his mood. The nest came back full force, and Lance started living downstairs full-time again. This is a picture of a kind of cleaned-up version. Imagine this type of mess, but denser and all over the living room and kitchen counters. He started playing on his DS and drawing stuff in, I think, PitchoChat, and scribbling it all out while giggling with a wide-eyed Joker smile. He'd either be doing this, or his experiments, or talking with ChatGPT day in and day out. He hardly ever slept. The experiments got scarier too. Like, jugs of water with a whisk full of aluminum foil that had 2 copper wires coming out of them. The water was clear one day, and at some point, I think the wires got plugged into the outlet because the water turned brown and the aluminum foil was pretty burnt. He also started leaving little papers around the house that he had scribbled on while doing that giggling thing. It's at this point that our leaker here sent an extensive set of pictures he'd taken of the state of the apartment and the notes Lance left around. First is an image of their magic table, completely vandalized with garbage that mostly resembles electrical stuff, which is odd because Tyler was the one in an electrical apprenticeship program, not Lance. In the background, we can see what looks to be some kind of aquarium or big glass container with rocks in it, which may be the mold experiments mentioned in the messages. Underneath it is what looks to be a package for a rock tumbler, which makes sense given that Tyler occasionally did masonry with his dad. But it's when we move to what's actually on the table that things get increasingly bizarre. And we have isolated pictures of all of the particularly interesting items. I'm gonna say right now that I'm actually a specialist in literally nothing, so this is just gonna be me trying to interpret these to the best of my abilities. And the screenshots I'll be looking at will be made available in the description for those of you who want to take a look for yourself and see if you can extract some sense out of the madness of Lance's post-it notes. The first one we'll go over is this one, which contains a set of spiral-like scribbles that may be disconnected attempts at making the Glock logo, given the squared spiral G and the word lock near it. Right above this, there's also what looks to be the small phrase E equals T, and elsewhere on the note, I can also make out the words regent and temp, although I have no idea if this is alluding to anything in particular. On the right side of the image, another post-it has the sentence all of separate underneath what looks to be the portmanteau no linguals. This is very rough to make out, obviously, but bilingual means that someone knows 2 languages. Monolingual means that someone knows 1. Therefore, no lingual would mean someone who knows no languages, or someone who is nonverbal. The next set of scribbles is a bit more cohesive, although I'm using that word pretty loosely here at this point. Here we can see stop looking for others at the top and Terraria buggin tear ableist in the middle, which I think may be some wordplay with terrible and ableist. At the bottom of this page, an illustrated version of the word sine wave is written above lose it at the tude, next to a picture of some bizarre looking animal. This at the tude bit to me is very reminiscent of how schizophrenic people will break words down and obsess with syllables, word morphology, and portmanteaus. There's another example of this in one of the post-it notes where he writes, I'm alone, obviously doing what I'm talking about here. On another page, we have Monsumus Sumptuous right at the top, followed by SFTU idiots, which I assume is like shut the flip up idiots, maybe. Further down the page, there's a rough sketch of America with the number 21.0 inside of it, and nearby phrases like go to the store and small box go listen to act. A lot of this stuff reads like Lance is just writing his mundane thoughts or whatever he's seeing on his phone in the most cryptic and insane way possible, but some of it does stand out to me as potentially meaning.
That's the thing, bro. Like, the only place these Looney Tunes belong is a fucking rubber room. It's automatically a red flag. Immediately. If a man comes out and says, I'm actually a woman, you know, into the fucking rubber room you go. Your lobotomy awaits.
Or at least consistent. On a post-it note, he writes down TY and miss my BF, obviously in reference to Tyler. On another one, we have stop crying, stop stopping. And in one of the pages, we have the phrase full stop, very jagged at the bottom. Although this may be bull or something else. On this page, there's something pretty interesting, as the words federated and fed-related are right next to what looks to be the word CIA. And further down, a drawing of 4 symbols that ever so slightly resemble what you'd see on a set of Zener cards. If you're not familiar with what these are, Zener or Zener cards were created in the early 20th century to test if people had extrasensory perception. And much later on, they were frequently reported as being used in gifted and talented education programs.
There you go, bro. He was MK Ultra'd.
A lot of conspiracy theories surrounding this topic, some of them being more credible than others, but they typically have to do with the CIA project MK Ultra and how Gates may be some kind of offshoot of it. I won't get into the merits of these theories, not only because Wendigoon should be the one to do that, but also because it doesn't really matter as much as the reason why people are drawn to this topic online in the first place. You see, if you check on Reddit, the majority of people who engage in discussions about the nature of Gate programs are people who are in Gate themselves, obviously, meaning they were, at some point, considered to be gifted. You may have already heard about this, but there's a sizable phenomenon of gifted kid burnout, where people who used to be overachievers in their childhood, usually in the academic sense, could no longer keep up as they got older, and so their life spiraled out of control. Part of this phenomenon is that when they can't get over their attachment to how they were treated when they were seen as special, they come up with all sorts of extraneous reasons to justify their decline and convince themselves that they're still gifted in some way. Given that Lance is quite literally documented on video as a gifted kid, being an adept piano player from a young age, and his life definitely went downhill as he got older, it would make sense for Lance, in one of his weed, paranoia, alcohol, and hallucinogen real maxing binges, to stumble upon this stuff while doom scrolling and decide to scribble about it. This notion that Lance is still attached to the idea he's special or somehow intellectually gifted is later corroborated by this anonymous peer. But even just examining his projects, Lance clearly thinks he's doing something here. Among the incoherent scribbles, there's hot glue and electrical wiring and batteries, which leads me to suspect he actually believed he was putting something together. And maybe some of these scribbles are, at least in his delusional mind, blueprints or rough sketches. At least some of his drawings had symbols that resembled electrical circuit diagrams, some even written on books about electrical stuff like impedance phenomena, while others had mathematical symbols as if he was writing down equations. Although, of course, none of it actually makes any sense to me or probably you. I will say some of this stuff legitimately gets pretty scary. To think that this guy melted his own brain to the point where he was drawing this is horrifying. Besides the consistent appearance of circuit diagram-like straight lines leading to symbols and drawings and references to spirals and spiraling, there's one image in particular that really got my attention. On what looks to be 2 pieces of cardboard, Lance wrote hormonal flux dash is way fluctuative, followed by definitely orchid denialism. If you don't know, orchid is actually the medical term for balls. So with the context here being him mentioning hormones and of course identifying as trans in the few months prior to Tyler's attack, orchid denialism could be a reference to him outright not acknowledging or recognizing his balls. I can't make any other conclusion besides that one, but as I said earlier, all of the images will be available for you to peruse. And although a lot of it is just random babble, I'm hoping that by someone else other than I taking a look at this, there can be some information extracted from these images. The anonymous peer continues. These scribbles look bad, but it's even worse when you saw his face when he was doodling it, combined with the giggling and how vigorously he would scribble. It was very scary. And the way he spoke was weird. It was a bunch of words, but none of them made sense together, or sometimes it'd be in rhyme, or just
Why did none of them call the fucking cops on this freak?
Sometimes he'd only smile and point at things. If I was religious, I would have called an exorcist. The smile was so scary. And he showed me what conversations he was having with ChatGPT. He told me he solved some equation backwards and showed me the ChatGPT text as proof. The chats were just paragraphs of random Greek and I think Roman symbols with numbers and random letters going on and on. He'd somehow gotten it to respond in kind as well. He told me to start scrolling faster, and so I did. And he kept telling me faster until he was basically screaming at me to scroll faster, and the ChatGPT chats just went on like forever. I was sat there scrolling at max speed for at least like a minute or two, and by the bottom, it was still in the weird symbols. He started yelling at me that Nikola Tesla was abused by the people in his time and that no one we knew was smart enough to solve that equation, including me, because he is way smarter than me. This was all in weird, broken up sentences too. Definitely added to the creepy factor. Tyler told me that Lance had basically been up for like 3 days straight talking to ChatGPT at that time. It's interesting that he mentions he'd get an exorcist if he was religious, because when I was going over Lance's Reddit post, he talks about how once his family threw him out of the house, saying he was possessed by a demon. If this is what they were having to deal with, that becomes a lot
Well, they might have been onto something.
more understandable. As far as the ChatGPT conversations in Latin and Greek, another common fixation of people who are schizophrenic is hermeneutics, the interpretation and analysis of biblical texts, often in their original language or as close to it as possible. There are huge online communities for esoteric and occult interpretations of the Bible revolving around sacred geometry or gematria, which, given Lance's repeated use of broken maths in his notes and scribbles, may have contributed to his delusions here. Again, this doesn't mean that this was actually happening, but it's a decent guess as to why those two specific languages and equations keep popping up in Lance's activities, despite him showing no interest in foreign or dead languages elsewhere. The messages continue. He'd sometimes just be sobbing in Tyler's arms, and Tyler would be rocking him back and forth. We all thought Tyler was a trooper for putting up with Lance in that state. So the next image attached in these messages is one that I don't think I can show you guys on YouTube, but you will be able to check it for yourself in the description. But it's a used condom on the sink of the bathroom in the common area. We know this photo was taken in their apartment because the counter, sink, toilet, and other details match this photo of their sink taken from a Zilla listing. The same applies to another photo of the table in their living room, which once again matches the Zilla listing, as we can see that the window with the white blinds is in the same location. As nasty as this is to even take into consideration, it is worth noting that it is completely empty, which leads me to think that even if Tyler was still engaging with Lance in this way, it was more out of pity or a sense of duty than anything else. The anonymous peer says, crazily enough, while Lance was like that, Tyler was still hitting it. When I told Lance I would be leaving the general area, it was crazy. He snapped back to reality for a second and just thanked me for all the good times we had hanging out throughout the years. After that, I think Lance had been brought back just a little bit, and he even let Tyler take him out of the house to start seeing a psychologist. It almost made me feel bad because, not gonna lie, I was starting to become really apathetic and not really care about what happened. Like, it was just so much energy to try and deal with Lance. Tyler was a real trooper for dealing with him. Lance even calmed down enough for us to hold like 3 more magic nights. We all thought Lance would be okay because he had Tyler, who was basically his handler at this point, to take care of him. Eventually, my friend who lived across the street from their apartment let me know that Lance had gotten into an argument with his grandpa, who owned the apartment, and his grandpa had taken his car away. This I'm not sure about, but I suspect it put him into another one of these spirals. I imagine Lance was just alone with Tyler in the apartment, just driving Tyler crazy. I'd be hard pressed to stay sane while living alone with Lance while he's like that. I joined a couple Discord calls with Tyler and Lance would say one thing and then be silent, and Tyler would just talk normally. Tyler even joined a call 2 weeks before the assassination and acted completely normal. All of this is really interesting to me because while we did have an inkling that neither Tyler nor Lance were in their right mind by the time the attack took place, it seems like the situation was that Tyler was being subjected to an incessant barrage of genuinely psychotic ramblings from a paranoid and deranged Lance, who had recently become significantly more political. As is customary for people with these kinds of illusions, they start fixating on prominent people, imagining they have some specific relationship to that person, usually that they're being stalked or otherwise directly antagonized by them. This is probably when the name of Charlie Kirk entered the mix, and while it was probably just one among many delusions Lance would probably forget about by the time his episode ended, it seems it seeped into Tyler's mind as the cause of Lance's problems. Obviously, there's the political context of it, with Lance being trans and Charlie being conservative and criticizing the trans community. But judging from the leaked messages between Lance and Tyler, it does seem Lance himself is taken aback and shocked that Tyler did what he did. If I were to guess, Tyler took some of the things Lance must have said while in a state of delusion to heart, while Lance had already forgotten about them a while later. Their peer concludes his messages by saying, after talking to another friend apparently right after he did the shooting, he joined a bunch of Discord calls asking if anyone had seen the news while breathing heavily. And literally the next day, he was in call just chatting with people while playing his puzzle games. And also for the record, Tyler 100% calls Lance my love when they are talking alone. Hopefully this sheds some light on what it was like behind the scenes. With all of this context provided, I think it's beyond the shadow of a doubt that the last
they were 2 fucking gay Redditors. That's all this sound. Yeah, we just need to start executing people like this when they start showing the warning signs.
Messages exchanged between Tyler and Lance are real. It also elucidates the nature of their relationship, as Lance was someone Tyler was mostly taking care of rather than having a normal relationship dynamic with. From the looks of it, it seems
once they start showing the signs, just done.
It's like Lance is someone who, at least at one point, was very self-aware and proactive as a person, being confident enough to argue with others over his
How many of these fucking freaks do we have to deal with going fucking postal before we just start eliminating the issue? But you could ask that question about a lot of different groups.
Worldview. While Tyler has always been quiet and stayed in the background of any setting he found himself in, including his relationship with Lance. Unfortunately, it turns out that he was simply less expressive of his thoughts. Now, the leaker also sent me their Discord logs, and this dynamic of Lance being the expressive one while Tyler played a subservient role is also reflected there, as Lance messaged the chats way more frequently and even had his own server. The logs I got are of 3 different servers that Tyler and Lance were parts of. Lance under the name Lancelotl and Fluxolotl, and Tyler is the name Zealous_Monkey and Bedbug Inspector. These messages date all the way back to 2020, and although most of it is pretty irrelevant stuff and boring, it is kind of spooky to see that at some point these guys were like completely normal, just sending memes to each other on Discord. Interestingly enough, Tyler frequently spoke of going fishing or making fishing trips that lasted for days with no cell service where he would speak to no one. While this isn't really negative, it does differentiate Tyler from his peers. There's one kind of introvert who stays indoors and plays on the computer, and then there's go fishing in the middle of nowhere with no cell service for days kind of introvert. Still, at least early on, it's clear that the people in this server have no issue with offensive humor and don't necessarily swing politically in any given direction, although there are a few odd things that I have to note, even if they are just jokes. In mid-2020, someone else in the server tags Lance and says, nobody said gross when you said you wanted to bang your 2-year-old cousin, Lance. The context of this is that the same guy who sent this message said he wanted to bang snake girls, and Lance responded by saying gross. But honestly, this doesn't explain that much. Another interesting tidbit.
What did I say? How much y'all want to bet that there's some fucking nasty ass lolly/cheese pizza to be found?
From these chats is when the topic of religion.
It's always tranny furries who, you know, end up in this particular scenario.
Came up, prompting Lance to say, isn't Brigham Young the one with all the quotes about how black people are cursed and can't hold the priesthood until they get uncursed by God? For context, Brigham Young was an early leader of the LDS Church. In response, the person with whom he was talking said that most religions start screwed up, implying that they would get better over time. To which Lance replied, and most still are, basically shutting it down. Long before the gender issue was something Lance was invested in, his earliest strong opinion is a clear anti-religious sentiment. Still, at no point here is there any sign that Lance's opinion is unquestioningly shared by the entire server, as most people here express pretty reasonable and mixed opinions. Around the same time that those messages about Brigham Young were sent, they were discussing politics and video games, but no one was really arguing as much as they were just expressing their views in a friendly manner. Eventually, Lance says, auth-right lib-left unity, referring to the squares of the political compass of authoritarian right and liberal left. So clearly politics weren't taken too seriously by this friend group. A little while later, still in 2020, Tyler can be seen commenting on the presidential debate, saying that it was hilarious, but making no further comments. In September 2020, Lance says, Femboy Friday greater than Tomboy Tuesday, White Girl Wednesday isn't where it's at, followed by White King Wednesday. These seem to purely be jokes, as he showed no signs of identifying as a femboy at this point in time. As a matter of fact, when someone else sends a few messages saying, Femboy hypnosis is finally working, my nipples are so puffy, Jesus Christ, Lance responds with 2 long strings of question marks. Although this may 100% be irony on Lance's part, in November 2020, he sent vote Jeb to this chat, referencing Jeb Bush's failed and often memed on 2016 presidential campaign. Interestingly enough, at least back in 2020, Tyler seems to be the one who was more politicized from the Discord messages. At one point, he went as far as to suggest that freedom of speech should be amended so that vaccine and COVID skepticism was not protected by it and could get you punishment by the government. Also,
but remember, guys, he's right-wing. He's right-wing. He wants censorship around vaccine misinformation.
I've repeatedly seen people claim that Tyler was a furry, but in these chats, he seems to deny it, as when another user says he is one, he replies by saying, I told someone I wasn't going to watch their anime one time and get called a goddamn furry. This country is going downhill. Earlier on, even Lance was open to cracking some more edgy jokes, like me proving that being black is a myth and calling other people libtards. And I'm under the impression that he engaged with lolcow and internet drama culture to some extent. The reason why is because there's a good few messages of him talking to someone else about Terry Davis, where he calls Terry a weird nerd, but acknowledges that he has a sad story, while expressing no hangups about someone else in the server, echoing Terry's use of the N-word to describe CIA agents. There's also a good few messages in which Lance can be seen discussing Chris Chan and his current girlfriend, Flutter, where Lance says, Christorians must be praising the sun, with one odd message comparing someone's looks to Janky, which could be in reference to someone else in the server, but most likely is in reference to Isabella Janky, one of Chris Chan's most infamous tormentors and A-logs. As of 2022, Lance sent a few messages complaining about H3H3, saying this, can't stand the podcast or new content. His old videos are still good. I don't understand how he was able to go from genuinely goofy and enjoyable content to purely bad political takes and one of the most boring podcasts I've listened to. Half the time, he won't even let guests talk. He just interrupts them to make a bad joke and then doesn't let them finish. Another interesting token of Lance talking about the kind of content he interacted with online is his positive review of Wendigoon's content, which seems to come from Isaiah's videos on FNAF lore based on other messages sent by Lance to the server. To put it simply, up until some point in 2024, like I already suspected in my first video, Lance was mostly normal and didn't take much of anything very seriously. Even when his Doomscroll nest phase began, he was still capable of making light of what he was up to, saying the following, I have begun only sleeping on the couch, cooler downstairs, and less room to move, or I fall off/get eaten. Tyler, on the other hand, seldom engaged in the same degree of joking as Lance did. The most I could find on him suggesting an interest in edgier online content is a GIF that he posted of Gypsy Crusader. When he did send text messages to the server's chat, it was usually to give people a small window into his private life. In 2020, there was some conversation between him and other users talking about a YouTube channel he once had, which contained a tour of his bedroom. Unfortunately, as far as I know, and according to the messages Tyler sent here, this video and the entire channel have become lost media. In 2021, he said that his brother had accidentally discharged a firearm and shot a hole in the wall, with no further comments from Tyler. In 2023, it seems he became a bit more talkative, and he shared a few more times about his electrical apprenticeship program and what kinds of things he had to do in it. But any apparent character development for Tyler came to a screeching halt in late 2023 to 2024, when Tyler's messages became noticeably more politicized, some of them in reference to war in the Middle East, and some of them joking about the assassination attempt on Trump, saying snowflake liberals can't shoot straight because they too busy being gay. While he was definitely still reading the room, so to speak, and not breaking into a rant, he clearly became more agitated about these things. Curiously, another member of the group chat was at a campus of all places when a shooting took place, and Lance responded with concern. All of a sudden, this agitation too gave way to something else, mostly silence. As Lance became increasingly present in servers and started one of his own, the femboy server, as he put it, right around the time they started dating, Tyler became increasingly inactive, even less expressive than he was initially. Most of the information from this time period comes from Lance, who notified the group chat when he was going on a date with Tyler or watching TV shows with him. Speaking of TV shows, it's quite possible that the show they were watching was Beastars, the big furry anime show, because Lance discussed it in the server on a few
disgusting
occasions. Now, from late 2024 to early 2025, some of Lance's messages further corroborate the claims made by his and
definitely a furry.
Tyler's anonymous peer. First off, he says that he's been chronically sleeping from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. and that it's been wreaking havoc on his life. Then, we have a ton of messages in his own server where he's talking to ChatGPT, although I'm sure this is only a fraction of the full extent of his communications with it. Lastly, we have Lance inviting everyone in his server to attend the anti-Trump No Kings protest. Over the previous half a decade worth of Discord messages, nothing from Lance comes even close to as clear of a political expression as this. As far as Tyler's presence in Lance's server, one of the last messages I was able to find of his was sent in August, where he simply says, I am very ill. Within a month of this message, the tragic day of September 10th comes around, and the following day, Tyler sends his confession message to their old friend group server. It's interesting to me that he sent it in this server and not to Lance's new server, because I'm not sure why that is. It could just be that he was less familiar with the people there, but based on the kind of messages sent there, which we're gonna go over later, it could be that he wanted to avoid having anyone say something that resembled support for his actions. In the original group chat, one of the most prominent users replied, saying this, hey everyone, if you haven't seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless. Given the clearly religious nature of this post, it's safe to say that this particular Discord server was pretty varied in what kind of people were in it, especially since it mostly went quiet after the attack on Charlie Kirk. Over on Lance's server, Lance's final message there was from a day after the shooting, tagging a user that, as of the archiving of the messages, was no longer in the server. After Tyler's crime took place, many of the users complained about the harassment and unwanted attention from journalists and random people online digging up everybody Lance was connected to. That's a perfectly reasonable reaction, especially since, as far as I can tell, most of them just occasionally played video games with Lance, so their connection to Tyler was tenuous at best, even if they shared a Discord server. But there are a few things I want to go over that I didn't mention in my previous video, such as the fact that Tyler had a few blurbs of unusual online presence that I hadn't seen. For example, he had a DeviantArt under his older handle, Crafton247, where he lists himself as they/them. It's not possible for this account to belong to someone else that created it after the assassination, as it was created 2 years ago. Then we have another account with the same exact handle, this time on Fur Affinity, but there doesn't seem to be any significant activity on it, just
shocking.
It's like on DeviantArt. And for those of you who don't know, Fur Affinity is like the furry website. It's the #1 furry website, okay? Now there's also 2 Reddit accounts under the names Crafton247 and Crafton248, neither of which contain any significant info. There's one post on each account, both of some pretty mundane content and from years ago, long before he was dating Lance and became more politicized. Now lastly, there are the Steam accounts of both Tyler and Lance. Tyler was clearly much more active on Steam, being level 50 on the platform. It is interesting that Tyler once set his name on there as Donald Trump, but besides that, nothing of note really. Part of why there's very little to say is that Tyler clearly set most of his settings to more private options, which again is pretty reflective of the kind of guy he was. Lance, on the other hand, had pretty much every facet of his profile completely public, where we can see that the last game he played was 2 days after Charlie's death, and his profile has been completely inactive since then. Given the testimony from Tyler and Lance's friend, even people who knew them in real life and frequented their living space only ever caught glimpses of the exact nature of their relationship. Based on the last few months prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, as far as I understand, they weren't really having anyone over, and their output of messages to their online friends also significantly decreased. I have done my best to contact Lance about all of these claims and get his side of what happened, but he has not responded to 3 different requests for comment. Unless one of them, Tyler or Lance, decides to speak up and elucidate the lead up to what happened, I think there's no chance we can piece together a full narrative of the events that contributed to Tyler's mindset. Clearly, it was politically motivated, as both Tyler and Lance had become much more political, particularly around the topic of gender. Hopefully one day we'll get all the answers. Anyhow, I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Yeah, it's just another case of these fucking freaks. The dregs of society that just need to be removed, bro. This fucking embracing of mental delusion is just fucking retarded. It's absolutely fucking retarded. This is what it breeds. A bunch of mentally unstable fucking schizoids. They both would be skinned alive. So, you'll never convince me it was just him acting by himself. I guarantee you him and his fucking schizo troon cock, you know. Bruh. Yeah. His fucking little troon cock sleeve probably, you know, helped him plan this entire fucking thing out. I guarantee you. They're both fucking freaks. Z-Herb with the 5, do you think he was hired by Mossad? I mean, anything's possible. They haven't really, I haven't seen any actual evidence of that, but, I mean, it's possible. I just hate how these days they are behind everything, even old conspiracy theories like JFK. I mean, it is possible. There isn't really any evidence of it, but I guess we'll have to wait and see, right? Or maybe we'll just never know. But yeah. I don't know if Charlie Kirk was a big enough target, though, for them to even worry about, to be completely honest. Anoski Waski with the 5, society protects them, and the normal people are their breaking point. This creature should have been locked. Wait, this creature should not be locked up. He should be 6 feet under. Yep, exactly. Just slit his throat on live TV. That'll send a message. That's the thing, is nobody fears the punishments anymore. It's like, oh no, I gotta go to jail. Nope. You're going to hell. Slit. Done. They're a bunch of, you know, worthless losers that are just looking for any bit of attention they can get. That's all it comes down to. So they want attention no matter what it entails.
All right, y'all, welcome to the
Oh, boy. This fucking retard.
show. I hope everybody's having a good day out there. In just a second, we're going to talk about how Trump yesterday tried to officially end democracy. I wish I was
God, I wish you weren't kidding. Jeez, if only. Please, from your lips to God's ear, make it so.
kidding, but I'm not. So absolutely horrifying stuff. We'll talk about that. We'll also get to the top military officials in the country are openly turning on Pete Hegseth. And no, it is not just because Pete Hegseth called them fat and wants them to do jumping jacks and shit. It's for a number of reasons that they're doing it. We also have Trump is illegally bulldozing the entire east wing of the White House. The images coming out of that are absolutely atrocious. Even he knows how bad those images look. Then we will have the conversation later on in the show today. Is Graham Plattner royally screwed? Is it over for Graham Plattner? So I'll walk you through all the scandals, including the new scandal. And we'll get to every single nook and cranny of that. Then we'll get to, is a Diddy pardon going to happen? Because there's some reporting from TMZ in particular.
Oh, I'm sure Rich watches this guy. They're both equally fucking retarded.
They're saying, like, bro, he's about to pull the trigger on a Diddy pardon. Which, at this point, if I'm being real, that does not surprise me. Like, nothing at this point would surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump pardoned the corpse of Adolf Hitler at this point. And then we'll also get to another Republican Nazi group chat. I repeat, another Republican Nazi group chat. Apparently, there's roughly 14,000... these things around the country. So needless to say, we have a lot to talk about today. You guys know the deal, man. Everybody please do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel. That helps spread these videos out through the algorithm. It makes a big difference. Thank you everybody who supports the show on Patreon. We literally could not do it without you. Remember, this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser or a billionaire or a PAC or a government or anything like that. I've never done an ad read. I'm very, very proud of that fact, man. And that couldn't have happened without your support on Patreon and your tips on YouTube. So again, thank you very much. We're one of very, very few outlets that does this. I've been doing this since 2012. I think you can count on less than 2 hands, maybe fewer than 1 hand. You can count on the number of outlets that actually do this and live their values when they say they're independent media. Also, subscribe to the Core's World YouTube channel. Sign up for Crystal Kylan Friends on Substack. We got a lot of awesome stuff coming up. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in. So let's start with this, y'all. Well, this was disturbing. Ken Klippenstein has been sounding the alarm about this NSPM7 move that Trump is doing. And that's just a fancy way of saying that Trump is changing the entire aim of the federal government. And instead of, for example, protecting national security by looking into Al-Qaeda, let's say, or ISIS, now what he's saying is, no, the real problem are leftists. The real problem are liberals. Basically,
I agree. See, that's exactly what I voted for.
Everybody who disagrees with MAGA, they're either a terrorist or terrorist adjacent. So this NSPM...
Yes, and we should treat them as terrorists.
7 thing is honestly an attempt to...
Send the word.
To criminalize disagreement with MAGA. I wish I was kidding. I'm not kidding. So here he is in the White House. This tweet says, and this is, by the way, a Trump fan account that's bragging about this. I want to be clear where this comes from. Alert. In a bombshell move, President Donald Trump has signed National Security Presidential Memorandum, that's NSPM7, declaring BLM and Antifa as domestic terrorist organizations and ordering a full-scale crackdown of them. What is the death toll brought about, the body count from BLM? 0. What's the death toll or the body...
What? 0? Holy fuck. That is, quite the revisionist history.
Body count from Antifa? Literally 1. Maybe 1.
Oh, maybe 1? Yeah, right.
And now they're saying, oh, fuck going after actual cartels and doing the hard investigative work to bring them down. Fuck going after ISIS. No. We're going after the left. All right, so here we go. Let's watch some of this. Let's see what he has to say.
Wait, going after cartels? Wasn't this one of the guys who was bitching about Trump airstriking the fucking cartels? Oh, wait. Yeah, he was.
Lastly, sir, this is a presidential memorandum on countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. In recent weeks, months, and years, we've seen a tremendous...
Organized political violence. Again, body count of 1 for Antifa. In its history, there is no official Antifa organization with a fucking hierarchy and structure.
...upsurge in some highly visible, but also other acts.
Dumbass. Violence is not just death. When you take a Molotov cocktail and burn a fucking building down, that's also an act of violence.
Of domestic terrorism and organized political violence being perpetrated by radical politically motivated groups all over the country.
Look at him doing his, like, I'm a serious man face. Look at his, like, oh yeah, I'm the president, bro. I'm doing serious president stuff. You see what I'm doing? Meanwhile, you got, like, a fucking Trump regime delister who has to tell him what the fuck he's signing. What, you can't read?
This presidential memorandum will do is set off an administration-wide response to that, ranging from the Joint Terrorism Task Forces to other components of the Department of Justice.
He's announcing it to the media, you fucking half-wit.
Terrorism Task Force to go after Antifa and BLM. Oh my god, bro. This is so crazy.
Department of Homeland Security and Department of Treasury, we're looking at interdicting these groups, preventing them from performing...
We got one right here, Mr. President. Send his ass to Gitmo.
Acts of violence, also looking at sources of organization, funding, and support. The problem.
So in other words, while we're looking at sources of funding, so, you know, mainstream liberal organizations like Move On, Indivisible, democratic payment processors like ActBlue, they're now squarely in the crosshairs. Even though all they do is like, hey, if you're a democratic campaign and you need funding, you use ActBlue and we process your payments. Or if you're Indivisible or Move On, you do perfectly legal protest where it literally says, be peaceful at the protest. They go, no, maybe you're funding terrorism. We're just going to pretend like you're funding terrorism, investigate you, and try to make you have to spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars fighting this bullshit in court. This is what we're talking about here. He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for one party rule. I hope you understand that. I hope everybody gets that.
Good. Hold on.
Good!
Again, I don't want you to be able to vote. I don't want you to have any say in what happens in this country. I'm done with that shit, bro. No, thank you.
This is not like, oh, we are sliding into authoritarianism. No, bitch, we are there. Look around. Look around. He already has concentration camps. What do you think Alligator Auschwitz is? What do you think Guantanamo Bay is?
What do you think? Fuck, we have concentration camps? God, I wish it was true. I wish. I genuinely fucking wish. Why do they have to tease me like this? Dude, I wish we had that shit. Send out the death squads. Please.
What do you think his ISIS Gestapo thugs are doing when they take people with no due process and send them to these fucking facilities where they can't even talk to a lawyer or family members? What do you think that is? It's exactly what it looks like.
Allow them to do the acts that they have to do.
We're looking at the funders of a lot of these groups, and you know, when you see the signs, and they're all beautiful signs made professionally. These aren't your protesters that make a sign in the basement late in the evening because they really believe it. These are anarchists and agitators.
So we just had the No Kings protest. 7 million people came out. The largest protest in American history. And he's going, oh, this wasn't organic. There is no organization on planet Earth that could have said, or well, I guess Elon Musk could have done it because he's fucking like half a trillionaire at the moment, which he shouldn't be, by the way, tax his ass. But there's so few outlets that could fund 7 million people in the streets. Of course it's organic. Of course it is.
Anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people. Some of whom I know, I guess, you know, probably know. And you wouldn't know, you didn't know that everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded millions of dollars to these lunatics.
By the way, this is also projection, because, and you can look this up too, because Trump, when he launched his campaign, a lot of people in the audience were paid to be there. When he came down that escalator in 2015 and he gave that speech and said, you know, immigrants are rapists, that was, a lot of the people in that crowd were paid to be there. Also, a lot of the Tea Party movement, some of it was organic, of course, but a lot of it was not. A lot of it was funded. In fact, you had the Koch brothers would bus in protesters to these events. So a lot of it was what's called AstroTurf.
Fluffle Nugget with the 5. Herodotus, I don't know if I pronounced that right, asserted that a democratic system can lead to corruption and that a strong individual must rise to correct the wrongdoings. Trump, yeah, well, You know, it's like the old Roman mentality of the dictator is when the republic faltered or was unable to govern itself properly.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
They
nigga.
would
All right.
appoint a dictator who would come in and clean house, get everything set right, and then step down. So that's what we need desperately.
And so this always happens. Classic psychological projection. The right
We need our Cincinnatus or Caesar.
accuses the left of what the right is doing.
Steve, could you say a couple more words? This is a very historic and significant day. This is the first time in American history that there is an all-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa, to dismantle the organizations that have been carrying out these acts of political violence and terrorism.
Notice, no fucking examples. None. Not one. Oh, these acts of political violence. What are you talking about? We can name 3 that were MAGA terrorists that did something within the past couple months. It's so incredible to me.
3 MAGA terrorists? What fucking planet does this guy live on? Like, can we just, like, round all of them up and put them in a concentration camp, honestly? Give them exactly what they claim is happening.
Even on the day that Charlie Kirk got killed, which, by the way, it's not tied to any left-wing group or anything like that, but even on that day, there was a right-wing nihilistic school shooter who killed multiple people in a school shooting, right? And never say anything about that. Never say, as soon as they learned that the guy who attacked the Mormon church was MAGA, as soon as, that story was out of the news so goddamn fast, it would make your head spin. Like, it was gone. So, oh shit, this isn't, okay, all right, never mind.
The media covered for Trump? Yeah, bullshit.
We're moving on, we're moving on. It happens all the time. There's way more right-wing terrorism than left-wing terrorism. Way more. And here he is pretending like it's the opposite. This is what I mean, guys. I should do a longer segment on this where I dive into right-wing postmodernism. Because we are in an era, of course, we're in an era of fascism, but it's also anchored by right-wing postmodernism. And the gist of that is, instead of believing in objective truth, empirical truth, provable facts and reality, they just make it all up. They narrativize. And so it's not about the truth, it's about our truth. And Trump's truth is, oh, the whole no kings protest, it's totally fake. It was totally fake. Like, none of it was real. The actual violence in this country, it's coming from the left. It's coming from organized left-wing groups. All of it totally made up, but they don't care. They don't care.
What we've seen, if you look at whether it be going back to the riots, the start of Black Lives Matter, and all the way through to the Antifa riots, the attacks on ICE officers, the doxing campaign.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to look as big. It's like he's trying to look as much like a cocksucker as he can without crossing that line of looking completely gay. Like he's still trying to balance looking somewhat straight with being a cocksucking homo. But yeah, it's an odd look.
The attacks on ICE officers? Do you mean that guy who pretended to be a left-winger and wrote anti-ICE on his bullets? The guy who got cold feet and didn't shoot ICE agents but shot the fucking immigrant detainees? That guy? What attacks on ICE agents? All I'm seeing are ICE agents running over innocent protesters with their cars. All I'm seeing are ICE agents assaulting an 84-year-old married couple.
Oh my god, bro. This is insane, Cope.
All I'm seeing are ICE agents murking their neighbor's dog. All I'm seeing are ICE agents shooting a priest in the face with pepper balls. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. Assaulting a kid on a bike, as we'll talk about, by the way. Probably do a segment on that tomorrow. Assaulting or threatening a
Can they break your kneecaps while they're at it, too?
woman, as we'll talk about tomorrow. That's all I'm seeing, and he's flipping it. Like, oh, these poor ICE agents. Why won't you leave the KKK fucking Nazi, Proud Boy, Gestapo freaks alone? All they wanted to do is harass minorities, and you're against them doing that.
These are not lone, isolated events. This is part of an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. It is structured, it is sophisticated, it is well-funded, it is well-planned. There's really no parallel left to anything else in the country right now.
Lie. All of this is lies. All of it is lies. And by the way, he knows it's lies. He knows it's lies. He's just genuinely evil. Like, I'm not kidding. There's videos of him from when he was 17 years old saying that I love torture because torture is a celebration of human dignity. That's a sociopath. That's a psychopath. That's a sociopath. That's a...
Stephen Miller is a suitable successor to Trump. He's one of the good ones.
A violent, evil individual. That's a cruel individual. That's somebody who wants to do harm to those who disagree with him or don't look like him. He's a fucking...
You know, I can't say I don't disagree.
Jewish Nazi is what he is. Make that make sense for me.
A Jewish Nazi? That's all right. He's an honorary Aryan, if you ask me. Even Papa H had honorary Aryans who were Jewish. So, you know, we can have that.
Yes, Israel does make that make sense, right? Israel's a whole state of Jewish Nazis.
A few organizations.
And the new American Nazi regime, Stephen Miller can be part of the leadership. It's all right. He's proven his mettle.
They provide money, resources.
We know where his true loyalties lie.
Weapons, and when they're attacking ICE officers or attacking federal buildings, we're isolating public officials for harassment, doxing, intimidation, and ultimately attempted assassination. It is all carefully planned, executed, and thought through. It is terrorism on our soil.
By the way, this is one of the real presidents, just so you know. So you have Roosevelt. Go watch that video we did on him. He's one of Trump's shadow presidents when it comes to domestic affairs. But when it comes to immigration and foreign policy, Stephen Miller is the shadow president as well. So as Trump is fucking golfing and trying to fuck Mar-a-Lago-faced bitches in West Palm Beach with his tiny mushroom dick, as that's going on, these people are running the country.
Cash and pay are the tools they need working with Scott to take his organizations apart.
Listen, dude, what have I always said with leftists? It always comes back to their little fucking cuck fantasies. They fantasize about other men having sex. What did we just witness here? He fantasized about Trump having sex and his penis and what size it was.
And the central hub of that effort is going to be the Joint Terrorism Task Force, or JTTF, which is inside the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Now, by the way, just so everybody understands, the fact that they're doing this Joint Terrorism Task Force thing, it's a way around a lot of the rules and regulations that exist when it comes to the feds and the military doing domestic policing and law enforcement, right? Because of posse comitatus, you can't have the army. It's illegal for the army to, like, do American policing work, right? That's literally an invasion of the United States of America by the U.S. military. Their job is not to do anything domestically. This is effectively a way around that. So they say, fuck your rights, fuck the Constitution, and the U.S. military and the feds get to fucking, do whatever they want with you because you're part of a broader investigation into, organized left-wing terrorism.
Sounds good to me.
Which, again, is completely and utterly made up. So as I said, they're going for all of it. Just so everybody understands, they're going for all of it. They're going for one-party rule. They're going for criminalizing dissent. And I know it sounds hyperbolic, and I know it sounds crazy, but just stop and think about where we are now in the second term. Who would have thought in their wildest imaginations it would have gotten this bad, this fast, right? I was sounding the alarm like a motherfucker about how bad a second Trump term would be, and even my fucking jaw's on the floor.
About terrorism, because of President Trump's strength, because of his vision, because of his leadership, we are now going to use the entire force of the federal government to uproot these organizations, root and branch, and it is only possible because of President Trump and his leadership.
And that, ladies and gentlemen,
now we just need to install extremely loyal military generals, and we can have a perfect world.
Is how democracy is ended.
We're on the cusp of a golden age, potentially. But does Trump have the balls to pull it off is the question. Nefarious of the two, Lance has the same voting power as you, but I know. And I'm supposed to want to advocate for a system like that. Fuck that.
And freedom is crushed. You just watched it. That's how. And you can see, by the way, how Stephen Miller gets to play Trump like a fiddle. You can literally see it. That he sits there, he listens to him, he thinks he's got everything under control, he thinks he's a smart guy. All right, more ready? How about this? Here, listen to what he says here about never letting what happened in 2020 happen again. Read between the lines when you hear him say this. I think you all understand what he's actually saying. Here we go.
It's got to be handled in the proper way. It's not handled in the proper way. We don't want it to happen again. We can never let what happened in the 2020 election happen again. We just can't let that happen. And so the way we go, I know Casey's working on it, everybody's working on it, and certainly Tulsi's working on it. We can't let that happen again to our country. Look at what's happened where you have millions of people being allowed to come into our country.
So understand what he's actually saying here. I say 2020 was stolen, even though it objectively wasn't. We can't let that ever happen again. In other words, we can't let the Democrats win ever again. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Don't fucking shove
Let's go
your head in the sand. Don't be an idiot. He's telling you in advance what he's going to do. What do you think the gerrymandering fight is about? What do you think it's about that they sold Dominion voting systems to a MAGA Republican hack official? You think they're not up to some funny business? Of course they are. And in their mind, they go, oh, it's totally justified because we say the Democrats did it to us, even though the Democrats didn't. But they say,
we're about to get on some Mexican government shit and have, what, a 60-year reign at least?
Well, they stole it from us, so turnabout's fair play, and we're just fucking playing by the same rules of the game they set up. Now, again, that's not true. Democrats didn't steal dick, but that's now they're all in. They're all in on stealing it and feeling completely and utterly
we're back to dicks.
As they do it, this democracy is, it's not just on shaky ground. We're like fucking, we already fell off the skyscraper and we're halfway down to the ground before you hear the fucking splat on the pavement. That's where we are. That's where we are. All right.
Dude, this guy, he looks like one of those dudes that's like from the early to late, I guess, 90s. That's like, you're like, is he gay or is he straight? I can't really fucking tell. You know, I want to walk up to him and call him a...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
I don't know, bro. Maybe he is straight. Maybe he isn't. I mean, either way, he does look like a...
Skip it up, faggot.
I don't know. I'm just kind of... Like, literally, bro, that's exactly the vibe that this fucking freak gives off. Jesus, man. Another freak for the circus.
So this is the part where Trump basically brags about being evil and doing evil. I wish I was kidding, but I'm not. Listen to what he says here.
And I will say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader is a man who, I think he's sitting right. Is that Darth? Stand up, please, Darth Vader. Stand up. Does everybody know? They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you. You're doing a great job. I have to tell you so.
You know what he's talking about there, right? He's talking about the other shadow president, Russ Wall. We got Darth Vader in the audience. Darth, show up. Stand up. Show everybody yourself. Incredible.
Darth Vader's beast.
Well, amazing. He's cutting all these programs, all these Democrat programs. What he means by that is Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, the EPA, Health and Human Services. This is the guy, and we just learned about this from reporting recently. This is the guy who helped Elon Musk cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and National Weather Service and all these things that have these horrible fucking consequences. This is the guy that did it. And Trump is bragging. We love Darth Vader. We love when he destroys people's lives. We love when he ruins the best programs in the country. We love when he gets rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which helps protect Americans from being defrauded by big banks and credit card companies. We love that, folks, don't we? He's bragging about it. He's bragging about the crimes. By the way, I also have to say this. Democrats, the fact that you couldn't beat this.
Oski Woski with the 10. Sorry, there's an annoying parrot in chat. I'm going to put it in the corner real quick. All right, man. I see. But appreciate it.
It is astonishing. Like the guy, he basically has like criminal tattooed on his fucking forehead. War criminal, pedophile, pig. It's right there. Like, it's just astonishing to me that this guy is in the position that he's in. But this is him bragging about being evil. This is him with Russ Vought bragging about being evil. By the way, you want to hear a disgusting aspect of this too? Look at this. Mehdi Hassan says, so per reporting from Zateo, in today's new first draft newsletter, Trump tried to get newly divorced Russ Vought, Project 2025 architect and now budget chief, laid at Mar-a-Lago. So look, they say, by mid-2024, Donald Trump and Project 2025 architect Russ Vought were talking on the phone fairly regularly, but it often wasn't about policy. Trump, when he had downtime from campaigning and implying his fascist presidency, appeared preoccupied with getting the recently divorced Vought laid to knowledgeable sources tell me, or two knowledgeable sources tell me.
Dude, Trump is a legend. He's trying to get his buddy some fucking pussy. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god, that's fucking based as shit.
Trump spoke to Vought, a self-described Christian nationalist, who's now one of the president's most hardline enforcers.
How the fuck is that a negative thing? Trump was trying to get his buddy laid? Oh my god. What a monster.
About the gorgeous and beautiful ladies who roam Trump's Club Mar-a-Lago so often that it weirded out some of his advisors in one source's words. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? So Russ Vought is down there going, oh, I love Mar-a-Lago face. Oh, these Mar-a-Lago hoes look amazing. Sure, they're 79 years old. Sure, they've had 412 plastic surgeries. Sure, they're all fucking pilled up on wine and Xanax and racism. But, oh my god, I'd love to put my tiny little pecker inside one of them. This is disgusting. This is fucking gross. Trump offered to be Vaught's wingman.
Oh,
and
he's back to fantasizing about penis again.
spoke crudely of all the pussy that Vought would surely get as the president's favorite bachelor. Jesus Christ. So as this guy is plotting to destroy...
Dude, that's fucking based. How the fuck is anyone with a functioning brain supposed to read that and not laugh their fucking ass off? That shit's hilarious.
Pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels.
Trump's a legend.
As this guy is trying to take healthcare away from Americans who desperately need it and cut SNAP, the food stamp program, so people fucking starve, he's also desperately chasing some Mar-a-Lago horse. And Trump is trying to be his fucking wingman, his pimp, is what he's trying to do. Oh my god, bro. All right, we got more. This is the part where Trump, yet again now, he's added this to his rotation of things he says all the time. It's about how, well, actually, I think I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George Washington.
The great George Washington all the way to, well, I think we have to rate him above me. So less than great, less than George. Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. And I got extremely angry at this man. You know, you can't, it's going to be tough to beat, Mr. Senator. It's going to be, John, it's going to be very tough to beat.
Trump is better than Lincoln objectively, but that's a different topic for a different time.
Washington and Lincoln, but we're going to give it a try, right? Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming, all right? We put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming, believe it or not.
Oh my god, oh my god. So first of all, this is his idea of a humble brag. I'm better than everybody except maybe George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. That's point number 2 is he keeps fucking lying about this, just like one of the other zombie lies he won't stop telling us. I brought in $17 trillion into this country in investment. Then it becomes the next day 18 trillion. Then the other day he said 20 trillion. It's just, he just keeps inflating. He didn't even bring a fucking trillion. It's all a lie. By the same token, I stopped 8 wars. I'm gonna stop 9. But I'm telling you, by the end of next year, it's gonna be like I stopped 14 wars. That's what he's gonna say. And by the way, this was driving me crazy so hard that I was like, you know what? Let me dig a little deeper on this because I know it's bullshit. You guys know it's bullshit. But I think what happens is, because again, this is the power of right-wing postmodernism, he creates his own narrative, repeats it, and then a bunch of fucking idiot Republican politicians, they start repeating it too. Then
Andrew Jackson was a great president.
It's in the Republican base who drink the MAGA Kool-Aid, they start repeating it too, and then it becomes like the default thing that people just accept is, I guess he stopped 8 wars. Now, meanwhile, when you actually get into the specifics, ready? Breakdown of Trump's claim that he stopped 8 wars. Trump's assertion is a significant exaggeration, as fact checks from multiple outlets reveal. During his 2017 to 2021 presidency, he did not end or stop 8 wars. None, in fact, if defining wars as major armed conflicts. The claim appears to inflate minor diplomatic efforts, like the Abraham Accords, which normalized relations but didn't end wars, or mischaracterize ongoing U.S. involvements like Afghanistan, which ended under Biden. Here's why it's false. There were no major wars. Let me repeat that. No major wars. Zero. Nada. Zilch. That were ended under Trump. The U.S. remained engaged in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Somalia, and Libya throughout his term. These conflicts continued post-2021 with no Trump-brokered resolutions. For instance, the 2020 Taliban deal facilitated U.S. withdrawal, but didn't stop the Afghan civil war, which raged until 2021. Inflated conflicts aren't wars. Trump has cited things like ISIS territorial losses, a terrorist group, not a state or war, or North Korea talks, no war occurred. These are stretches. ISIS was degraded via coalition efforts started under Obama, and no formal war was stopped. Historical precedent ignored. Other presidents ended wars. Eisenhower in Korea, Nixon in Vietnam, Carter's Egypt, Israel peace. Trump's claim dismisses
this. Is literally just like, actually, it wasn't technically a war.
To self-aggrandize. Recent 2025 iterations are even more dubious.
Jesus Christ, bro. TDS really is a disease. I just really wish they had the reasons to fear that they claim to. You know? Every day I pray that Trump is exactly what these leftists claim he actually is, you know? I hope he can fit that role exactly to their heart's desires, so that way we don't make liars out of them.
So basically what they're saying is, look, we'll be kind. We'll look at the first term too to see if he stopped 7 or 8 wars. So when they do that, they go, oh, actually he stopped none. And then they say, now he's saying he did stop 7 or 8 in the second term, and people are like, what? Okay, in his second term, Trump claimed 6 to 8 wars ended via tariffs or pressure, but these include non-wars, like Egypt, Ethiopia, Nile disputes, there was no fighting, or brief skirmishes, India and Pakistan strikes, where his role is overstated or denied. And by the way, I happen to know, it's overstated, and he overstates it, and it's both India and Pakistan that go, he had nothing to fucking do with this. They both go, what are you talking about? He had nothing to do with this. And he still pretends like he stopped the war between them. They both say, you didn't even fucking talk to us.
Really? We don't have to watch this, but just read the headline. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif praises Trump, claims he prevented India-Pakistan war. This is directly from the fucking Prime Minister of Pakistan saying that Trump is the one who prevented the war. So, again, these fucking retards will lie, and they just expect you to believe their lie.
As the shit was going on. In short, the number is fabricated for political effect with 0 verifiable wars halted by Trump alone. Guys, again, the reason I'm doing this, click this out, send it to your fucking MAGA family members. He just lies about everything. Stop taking the fucking con man at face value. I agree, he's the most successful con man maybe in U.S. history, maybe in world history, but he's still a fucking con man. Don't be a rube. You gotta see through his shit. You gotta dig deeper. And then finally, we'll go to this. This is Trump now basically stabbing American farmers in the back. Listen to what he says here about Argentina.
What do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, as they are?
Argentina is fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no...
Argentina is a good country.
Anything, they're fighting so hard just to...
They have a precious commodity that we should be preserving. We'll just put it that way.
If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can, but don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right, they're dying.
Why does Argentina need us to bail them out? Why aren't they thriving? I was told by Elon Musk that prosperity is straight ahead for Argentina. I was told by every right-winger on the planet, every libertarian and anarcho-capitalist on the planet, that place is going to be basically utopia. That's what I was told. Why do they need us? I thought Malay went in there and cut government to the bone and unleashed the beast of the free market, and I thought everything was going to be great. It turns out poverty is fucking sky high. Extreme poverty is fucking sky high. Unemployment is sky high. Turns out people are fucking dumpster diving for food. Turns out everything sucks dick. Why? Because anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism and a devotion to capitalism like it's a fucking religion is a disgusting way to run a country, and it fucks over everybody except the top 0.1%. But he rushes in to save them $40 billion bailout. At the same time, he's kicking 17 million people, Americans, off their healthcare. Stop and think about that. You need me to repeat that? 40 billion to Argentina while cutting 17.
Yeah, his facial hair should bother you. Like, everything about his appearance should bother you. He's got disgusting, crooked-ass teeth, but they've been whitened to look like fucking porcelain. He has gay fucking facial hair patterns, and he dyed his fucking sides to, like, match his little queer hair up top. Like, it's just, this is literally all the marquee signs of a I'm exploring my sexuality 90s club guy. You know, I've been on both ends of the glory hole, if you know what I'm saying.
Million people, or kicking 17 million people off healthcare here in the U.S., kicking them off Medicaid. But I got one better for you. Ready? 77 American cattle producers a day are going out of business, and Trump says we're going to buy Argentine beef. If you're keeping score here, soybean farmers, they lost their contracts with China because of Trump's stupid trade war. So guess where they're going now to get their soybeans? Argentina. So they steal our farmers.
Like, it's just a very, like, the earring, the jacket, the fucking chain, like, just everything about it screams a metrosexual.
Tracks. Trump bails them out when our farmers are fucking struggling to go out of business, and then to add insult to injury, he does the same fucking thing with beef. He's saying, oh, we'll buy beef from Argentina, when your own cattle producers are going out of business on a fucking daily basis. Your own farmers are getting cooked. Your soybean farmers, your fucking cattle producers. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's almost like they're involved in a fucking disgusting, sick business arrangement. A mafia-style business arrangement. By the way, isn't it interesting? Trump did a crypto scam on his own supporters, and then Malay did the same shit. Weird, huh? It's almost like they're partners in crime. So this is just disgusting. He's betraying the United States of America in so many different ways. He's trying to officially end democracy right in front of our face. The entire country needs to stand up and fight back and say, hell no. We need protest. I love the No King's protest, but the fact of the matter is, we need peaceful protest all day, every day, continuously, until we fucking get our way, and this motherfucker resigns and is locked up, because this is untenable. This is unacceptable. The amount of damage he's doing. I haven't even mentioned foreign policy and all the fucking wars he started, but the amount of damage he's doing, and it hasn't even been a year, is astronomical. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time. And
how many wars he started? Care to name one? Again, they'll just say shit and expect you to believe it.
So this is what's being called the world's most obvious and clear metaphor of all time. Take a look at what Trump is now doing to the east wing of the White House. Look at this. These are pictures of the demolition of the east wing of the White House so that Trump can put up
oh my god, no.
his fucking gaudy ass, Great Gatsby ass ballroom funded by billionaires so he can host billionaires there and do fucking pay to play corruption and all sorts of shit. But look at it. Look at what's happening.
It had, wait for it, guys, offices. Can you believe it?
Now, even Trump realized that doesn't look good, and so he tried to, like, you know, stop anybody from taking pictures of this and posting pictures of this because he knows that
Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Hold on, I may have to do it on my phone. I'm gonna look for it just because it's worth it if I can find it. Because it just... Once again... Let's see if I can find it. I don't remember what account posted it, so just bear with me here for a second. Bear with me. There it is. I think this is it. Let's see. Maybe not. Give me a second. Ah, man. There's so many fucking tweets to scroll through. If Twitter's search feature was better, I could find it faster, but it's not. It's very bad. Let's see. I think that was it. But alright, that's good enough. I don't really care. Alright. That's good enough. It I don't really want to spend much more time finding it, but it proves the point, regardless. Yeah, he's building a ballroom so they no longer have to put circus tents on the White House lawn to host events. Oh, the democracy. Here we go. So as you can see, construction at the White House, how could a president ever do such a thing? Which this is Trump's, like, personal, you know, White House response account. But yeah, this is a response to people freaking out over the construction. But yeah, it shows, like, all the shit that's been done over the years, where they have ripped it out, rebuilt it, added on, you know, updated. Yeah, Barack's basketball court. But remember, listen.
Oh, this looks bad. Even Trump realized, didn't that look good? And so there, so we can host billionaires there and do fucking pay-to-play corruption and all sorts of shit. But look at it. Look at what's happening. Now, even Trump realized, didn't that look good? And so he tried to, like, you know, stop anybody from taking pictures of this and posting pictures of this because he knows this looks bad for him. So look at this. New after the Washington Post reported Monday on the demo.
He tried to stop people from taking pictures of this. How? How did Trump stop people from taking pictures of this? He literally announced months ago that this is exactly what was going to happen. Like, publicly posted images and blueprints and everything for the construction. Where is the massive fucking wall blocking it to prevent people from taking pictures? It's just, this guy is living in a fucking delusional reality, bro. These guys are just absolutely mind raped.
Of the East Wing facade, a new picture obtained by Law Dork that was taken on Tuesday shows that a substantial portion of the entirety of the East Wing has been demolished. Here's another point, which is super important. It would appear that he's tearing down the entire East Wing without any congressional oversight or legal approval, even though he doesn't own the building.
Oh my God. Congressional oversight. Whoa, dude, we definitely need that.
And is using reportedly private money for the entire...
What a oh my God, he's paying for it himself? What a fascist.
Thing, not government funding. So in layman's terms, this is completely and utterly not allowed. But he's fucking doing it anyway. Which, like, point number one, he should...
You can just do things.
Stop. But point number two, Democrats, take note. Because this is one of the things, and, you know, at this point it drives me crazy. Because this is what Democrats... well, you know, I'm not quite sure that follows the proper process and procedure that was laid out in the 1968... we like this thing.
Like, this guy really expects people to want to advocate for a political system that allows him to have even remotely a substantial voice at all. Yeah, fuck right off.
Act. It's like, well, if one political party is just like doing whatever they want, whenever they want to, not caring about any of the consequences, getting away with it 98% of the time, well then, if you don't have an equal and opposite fucking approach where you decide, well, we do what we want and use those powers for good, because they use those powers for evil all the time. You should use those powers for good. Well, if you do that, if you don't do that, then I'm sorry, but you're gonna get fucking steamrolled, as you've been getting steamrolled. And so I'm just struck by how brazen this is. Like, this is just so brazen and so over the top and so disgusting. But this is Trump. This is what he does. It's like when Elon Musk was illegally hacking into our government agencies, and he cut pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels and the National Weather Service, and he fired nuclear safety officials, and he fired the food safety inspectors, and he fired 250,000 government workers. Literally every single one of those things was wildly illegal, and they just did it. And they said, we'll deal with the consequences later. And sometimes when the court say you can't do that, sometimes they listen, but a lot of the times they don't. And then what happens? Nothing fucking happens. They do what they want, they get away with it, and time keeps going, right? And so if they're going to do that for evil, I'm sorry, Democrats, you have to do that for good. I know it's a weird time to have this conversation because we're talking about Trump illegally demolishing the East Wing of the White House, but it's just such a clear example, right, of like this mindset in action. This is that mindset in action. I do what I want. I do what I want. In fact, here's Trump not that long ago, and listen to what he said.
It won't interfere with the current building. It'll be.
Guys, just take a look at what they're removing. This thing. This is what's coming down. A fucking driveway. A fucking driveway. Like, this is what they're losing their fucking shit over. Remain calm. The current East Wing will remain there. The only part being removed is this overhang to merge the new building with the existing wing. Wowie zowie. Oh, look, there. Though the humanity. Wow. All of that staying. Holy shit, bro. Yeah, this is fascism at its finest. Truly.
Near it, but not touching it, and pays total respect to the existing building, which I'm the biggest fan of. It's my favorite place. I love it.
He's talking about the East Wing there. This was recently. Talking about the East Wing and just lying. He's saying, we'll pay respect to that building. That's actually my favorite building in the White House. We're not going to touch it, but it'll be close to that. And then here he is. This is what it looks like now.
Wow, they got rid of the driveway, and they're going to connect it to the fucking building. Has this guy never seen what construction looks like when you're, I don't know, building an add-on to a house? You kind of have to rip the front or side or back of the building off in order to, you know, add on to it. It's kind of how walls work.
Destroying the East Wing of the White House casually. No vote, no legal approval, no fucking court process, no nothing.
No vote or legal approval. Holy fucking shit, man. These fucking, you know, democracy types are just so fucking gay.
I want to build my fucking gaudy Great Gatsby ballroom, and so that's what I'm going to do. Now, by the way, here's the other thing that drives me crazy. You have all these right-wingers who are, like, trying to attack left-wingers and saying, he's not even using any tax money to build the ballroom, so give him credit for that. And I'm looking at this and I'm going, is it possible to get dumber than these conservatives? Because what they're saying is, you should be giving Trump credit for raising all the money for his $250 million ballroom from fucking billionaires. And
what the fuck is wrong with that? Oh my god, guys. Trump got his billionaire buddies to pay for a White House renovation. What an asshole. What? Again, these guys don't fucking live in reality. In what world is it a bad thing to have private donations pay for a much-needed renovation to a building? You guys do realize that when Trump's no longer president, the ballroom is going to stay, right? Like, it's not going anywhere. Everyone can use it. It's just insane, dude. And the same thing happened with that fucking plane, too. You know, they all fucking had a literal fucking spaz attack over the fucking plane. That is the property of the U.S. military. It's like these guys are just fucking literally retarded. They are so fucking mind raped.
What do you think happens when you raise $250 million from billionaires for your gaudy ass ballroom? What do you think happens? What happens?
The White House gets a new ballroom.
Happens is pay-to-play corruption. What happens is Trump.
Wait. How is that pay-to-play corruption? Let me get this straight. So Trump is president of the United States. He gets money from donors to build something he will no longer get to keep when he's not president of the United States. How is that a fucking pay to play? Pay to play implies that he's getting some sort of personal benefit. Adding on to the White House is not personal benefit. If he was getting $250 million to build Trump Tower in Washington, D.C., maybe you'd have a point. But this guy is such a fucking midwit, bro. The shit stays on the White House property. Every single subsequent president will get the benefit of that building being there. This guy is just such a literal fucking shit-eating lib. This guy is unfit to scrub the fucking toilet in which I shit. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Why do leftists care about property that was built off of colonization exactly and the backs of slavery? Shouldn't they be advocating to tear it down? Exactly. All those years of racism and discrimination washed away.
Trump keeps a running fucking tally of all the billionaires who donated for him to build his ballroom, and then when those billionaires come to him and say, I need a favor, I need a subsidy, I need a tax cut, I need you to get rid of this environmental regulation.
It's not his ballroom, you fucking midwit. It belongs to the United States government.
Or that labor regulation. Then he goes, no problem, boss, no problem. And so the fact that it's being, I would rather have it if you're going to do the ballroom, which you shouldn't, but if you're going to, if it goes through Congress...
Why shouldn't they? Should they keep putting tents up on the White House lawn? This is what we had before. Hold on, let's see. This is literally what we had before. This is what he wants. You know, the world's wealthiest nation. The power of the civilized world. Having fucking circus event tents put up on the White House lawn because there's no actual space in the White House to host events. What a fucking joke. It's just, this guy, subhuman, unfit to scrub the fucking toilets, man.
And they vote that it's okay to do it, and then he does it, and it's funded by tax money. That's way more acceptable than doing it the way he's doing it. Illegally demolishing the entire East Wing, like, that alone is a major fucking crime, in my opinion. And then...
It's a crime. Oh, are you going to put him in jail?
Taking $250 million from Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, and now anything these people do, they are above the law. These billionaires are above the law. Elon Musk can do what he wants. Zuckerberg can do what he wants. Fucking the rest of them can do what they want.
Yo, Elon, since you can do whatever you want, can we start up the death squads?
Because they're in the club, and Trump loves having them in the club, and loves taking...
Open the camps, fire up the death squads. Let's go, baby.
Fucking money from them, and loves doing favors for them. And this is why the government doesn't represent you. This is why it doesn't represent regular people. This is why they haven't raised the minimum wage. They haven't given people a right to go into a union. They haven't given universal health care. In fact,
yes, Trump building a ballroom on the White House is why they haven't raised the minimum wage. What? Holy fuck, this guy is retarded.
Kick 17 million people off Medicaid, off their health care. So, like, this is the problem. And you have right-wingers fucking bragging about it. Like, well, he's not using any tax money, so isn't that great? Like, how fucking stupid are you? I honestly don't know if it's possible to get...
No, how fucking stupid are you? For a guy LARPing like he actually reads, which we know you fucking don't, you sure as shit are fucking stupid, bro. You don't read.
Because you haven't thought...
No, all of these books are props.
This through for a second. You haven't gone that next step. Okay, it's not
Either
tax money.
that or they're written by people just as fucking retarded as him.
Well, who's funny? Okay, the billionaires are funny. What does that mean? What does that mean? Are they just giving him that money for fucking shits and giggles and expecting nothing in return?
Guys, I'm so smart. Look at all my books.
You fucking dipshits? Oh my god.
I'm like literally one of the greatest political minds of our time.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it, dog. I'm gonna lose it. But there you have it. I mean, what else is there to say? This is grotesque. And add this to the list. I know I've said this a million times. I'll say it a million more. I hope there's lawyers out there who are keeping a running tally of all of the fucking high crimes and misdemeanors being committed by Trump, because it is endless. He basically tore the emoluments clause out of the Constitution and used it for toilet paper, and then fucking lit it on fire while laughing like an evil, sinister cartoon villain. That's what he did. And
based.
So I hope they're all keeping track, because this guy, he needs to be inside a jail cell. He needs to be. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
You need to be inside the ground, bitch. Two can play at that game. Are we still pretending that he's leaving at the end of 4 years? Again, your lips to God's ear. Make it the case. God Emperor Trump, you know, stick around as long as you want. How many books do I have on my shelf? I don't have a bookshelf. I keep my books in a drawer. So... Yeah, apparently this guy married a woman who already had kids, so you can already tell it's that type of guy. He's the sloppy seconds type of dude, you know? He's the man that stepped up, but wasn't good enough to actually have kids with in the first place. So, yeah. The little cuck that could...
Today, I'm entering a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament to prove that it doesn't work. Just prove my point. They say 90% of fights end up on the ground. But 100% start standing up, and that's where we want the fight to end.
Because this is the last place you want to be in a street fight!
Yet there's a whole martial art dedicated to this worst-case scenario. That's like my karate class practicing how to get knocked out. Just makes no sense. I think Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu only works if you play along with it. And to prove my point, I'm gonna enter a tournament on the street and simply stand up. But first, I gotta practice.
Okay, turns out standing up is much harder than I thought. Especially when somebody wants to hold you down.
I want a new opponent.
My next opponent is just a brown belt. But he immediately chokes me out. They call this an Ezekiel choke. And now that I know how it works, I can easily avoid it. My last opponent is a black belt. Luckily, I'm both younger and stronger. But every time I try to stand up, it ends the same way.
I thought they wanted billionaires to pay for public infrastructure, only if it's the type that they want, dude. That's it.
This is not what I had in mind. That's when my brother Oliver appears.
Not as easy as you thought, huh?
As a professional fighter, he knows what works and what doesn't.
Put this on and meet me upstairs tomorrow. And don't forget what belt you are in BJJ.
And he's got a plan.
Crash course in standing up. You smash me from top. Every second I spend here is a second I get more tired while you get more rest. So I need to relieve this pressure. I'm gonna wiggle this arm in here, and this arm is gonna go in here. Now I have a frame, but I can't push you from here, so I'm gonna use my strongest muscles, and I'm gonna make a bridge. Ooh! Now we have a few options. This direction, this direction, this direction, and that direction. You have to feel where your opponent is heavy. So don't move against the resistance, but use the easiest path available. Stay on the move all the time. If you're on top, you can rest. But if you're underneath, you need to work.
I better start training. I'm the best around. No one's ever gonna hold me down. I'm the best around.
I'm skipping this part.
That's when they suddenly announce my name. It's finally time to see if Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu works when you don't play along. When the fight starts, my opponent immediately tries to grab my sleeves. All I want to do is push his hands away. That's when he does something I never imagined. He just lies down and tries to pull me on top of him. But of course, it doesn't work, because I just stand up. Now, my opponent grabs my lapel, so I try to strip his wrist off with both hands, but his grip is too good. That's when he tries to pull me down again. But I just pop back up and move away. I can sense that my opponent is getting frustrated, because I refuse to go down to the ground with him. That's when he tries a new tactic. He goes for a foot sweep. I decide to return the favor, but he fails. But luckily, he just lies down anyway. This is when I realize that all my training has made me overqualified for this tournament, because I'm never ending up on the ground. That's when the referee suddenly stops the action. Apparently, I've broken some kind of rule. He tells me that I'm not allowed to disengage, and if I don't start grappling, I'm gonna get disqualified. And now, my opponent refuses to even stand up. I doubt this is what the ancient samurai warriors had in mind when they invented Jiu-Jitsu. Because it was supposed to be used as a last resort when your weapons fail, and the last place you want to go on the battlefield is the ground. But something changed when the art spread to Brazil. It became a sport, and the essence was lost.
Brown men, I guess, love to lay on their backs.
This is the exact same thing that happened to karate. Today, you can even become an Olympic champion by getting knocked out. So now, I am left with no other choice but to finish the fight. It's time to put the martial back in martial arts. This was not part of the plan, so I have to find a way to win. Luckily, my opponent gives me his leg, so I try to break it. But the referee tells me I'm not allowed to do that, so I have to let go. I'm trying my best to avoid my opponent's attacks, but I'm afraid that if I'm too passive, I will get disqualified. So I'm left with no other choice but to go down to the ground. And luckily, I know exactly what to do from here. Just like that, I proved my point. Because no matter what martial art we practice, it's important that we don't lose sight of its original purpose.
If he would have just stood up, that would never have happened.
At the end of the day, it's not what you do, but how you do it. Because every martial art has its time and place. But one thing is for sure. Those who don't learn from the past are doomed to repeat it.
Yep, it's real. There are no second places on the street.
So, I did some research, and it turns out that this statistic is for law enforcement, because their job is to take a suspect down to the ground and put handcuffs on them. It doesn't apply to street fighting or self-defense for civilians. So the next time somebody tells you that 90% of fights end up on the ground, tell them, yeah, if you're a cop.
Yeah, most of the time the person gets knocked the fuck out and then falls onto the ground. Because usually most people don't know what it's like to actually get punched. So one swift punch to the side of the head is all it takes to take down most people. So... Do I know how to punch or take a punch? Yes and no. I mean, I've been punched multiple times, so. I guess, I don't know. I guess it depends on who's punching and where I get hit. But yeah. Shadow Evil with the 2. Wow, martial arts will do so well against my gun. Yeah, exactly. Or even knife. So. Alright, I guess we'll see what this is.
You know, one of the best things about collecting and playing retro games is often discovering for the first time a hidden gem from 20 or 30 years ago. And for the Atari 2600, that is especially true. There were just hundreds and hundreds of games made by all kinds of people and in all kinds of genres, some of which have completely disappeared. But another great thing about retro gaming is the homebrew scene. Now, homebrew has been around since, well, the 2600 has been around really, but in 2010 it was really brought more into the mainstream light with the release of Halo 2600, released by Atari Age at the 2010 Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas. As you can see, it actually comes on a real 2600.
Let's see, Chronicle with the gifted membership. Appreciate it, man.
Cartridge. The game was developed by Ed Fries, who was the former vice president of game publishing at Microsoft, and as such was definitely involved with Bungie Studios. Being inspired by programming stories of the 2600, he got to work on his own game, which ended up being this, Halo 2600. And yes, it does have blessings from Bungie to exist. I got mine on the second or third production run by contacting Al at Atari Age. I think I paid about $20 for it, which, when you consider it comes on a real cartridge, isn't that bad. All you need is a real 2600, a 7800, or something that will play VCS cartridges, and of course you could just play it on an emulator like Stella for free. The game starts off with a cool little title screen of the Halo, I suppose, and an Atari 2600 version of the Halo theme. You can press the joystick button at any time and you will take control of Master Chief. And the game starts with you outside and with no weapons. Walk Master Chief upwards to the next screen using his little Fred Flintstone legs and grab the gun. The next screen over you'll see some kind of an enemy, I assume a grunt or something, I really don't know. And you can press the fire button to shoot directly forward. One hit will kill pretty much anything, so all you really have to do is press fire and dodge any shots coming your way. The gameplay to me is most reminiscent of, I guess, games like Berserk and Adventure on the 2600. Adventure in the sense that each screen is kind of part of a larger overall map, and Berserk in the sense that you have things firing at you and you have to fire back at them, avoiding shots and stuff like that. Although you can't fire at an angle, so that does kind of limit the gameplay a bit. Your enemies can, though. You have a couple of lives, and once they're gone, you're dead. Grab the key in the first area and you will open the door to the second area, a Covenant base, complete with Covenant holiday decor and new elite enemies. So it's a new area, but it's the same exact thing. Just don't get killed. Shoot things if you want to. There's no score, so I guess you really don't have to kill them. Grab another gun, grab a shield, go outside and kill more stuff. Or don't. Basically, you're just walking through a really simple maze and you don't really have to do anything. So in that sense, the gameplay is extremely limited. I guess you're supposed to shoot stuff. It does help, but in theory, I guess you could just get through the entire thing without having to at all. The last aspects of gameplay that I noticed are some boots to pick up, allowing you to walk faster in the icy areas where you will keep moving even if you stop moving. You make your way through the icy area, then back inside, and then to the final boss. The only boss. The Covenant ship. And that's it. That's the game. All 64 screens are over. Really, there's just not much to Halo 2600. Mostly it's just got its attention because of the name that's attached to it. It's a Halo game outside of the Xbox, and Bungie was okay with it. I mean, that's kind of a big deal. But really, as far as homebrews go, yeah, it's pretty weak. I've seen much better homebrew games. I guess as far as this style goes, I just prefer games like Berserk instead. It's not bad. It's well made. The controls work. Everything is solid. All that good stuff. There's just not much to it. Yes, it's intense, but once you get through it once, why would you want to go back? You basically just run through a series of mazy levels.
People will tell you with the stray face that this was the best era of gaming. That's the scary thing.
Like some guns, shoot some aliens, and then shoot the last alien and the game's over. Which I guess if you really think about it, that's pretty much all Halo is when you boil it right down to the basics. Except that this is over in about 15 minutes. Whatever the case, it's an interesting curiosity, and I'm happy to have it in my collection.
People will look at you straight in the face and say, this was when gaming peaked.
Especially because of the stares that it gets. Like, is this a real cartridge? Can you actually play that? Well, yes, you can. It's Halo 2600, one of the highest profile homebrew games in recent years, and even though there's not much to it, it's at least worth giving it a shot online.
Paul with the 5. Unfortunately, a lot of martial arts focus on teaching how to score points, not self-defense. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's more arts than martial. Like, it's almost basically glorified dance in a lot of cases. You know, how to do this type of, you know, I guess movement or... I don't know. What would you... I guess... Shit, what would it be? Like, technique? Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like a dance competition if you really want to think about it that way. Damn, the honkers. Oh, yeah, the press secretary.
No wonder Caroline Leavitt doesn't receive a salary in the White House. Few realize that, as the youngest press secretary in White House history, Trump gave her 3 intangible assets. Trump highly praised Caroline and publicly appointed her secretary. While Caroline didn't receive much in the way of financial gains, even forgoing her White House salary, but she did receive 3 most valuable things. First, Caroline's status as the youngest press secretary in White House history.
AI slot, bruh.
Garnered widespread attention.
It just repeats the same fucking thing over and over and over again.
She is exceptionally intelligent, eloquent, clear-minded, and demonstrates exceptional communication skills. Even Trump readily expressed his admiration for her, and this trust is one of Trump's priceless assets. Second, Caroline's dedication. Even during her pregnancy, requiring only 4 hours of sleep per day, and her return to work less than a week after giving birth deeply moved Trump, who pledged his full support. Having the support of the President of the United States is a valuable... No wonder Caroline Leavitt doesn't receive...
Trump fucked her based, yeah. Big DT in the house, oh yeah. Yeah, the AI slop doesn't even fit in the actual, you know, shorts, I guess, template. MAGA ho... Dude, Ben Shapiro is not MAGA. Ben Shapiro was a never-Trumper. He hated Trump. He's a fucking grifting shill whose fucking yarmulke keeps getting bigger and bigger until it'll turn into a full-blown fucking burqa.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is dividing the Republican Party, not the people criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is attacking the president day in and day out. Who's dividing the party? The people who mention it or Marjorie Taylor Greene?
All right, this is getting really interesting. Some of the more center-right personalities in the MAGA movement are beginning to feel visibly suffocated, visibly uncomfortable by the far right that is too big to ignore within their own party.
What the fuck is this thing?
I mean, a lot of them don't seem to realize that Donald Trump is the one who created the permission structure for these far-right personalities to rise to the top, and Ben Shapiro is sitting on a panel with some of the more far-right personalities.
Dog, your hairline is fucking shot. Just stop. You're not fooling anyone. You're not fooling anyone with the fucking little whatever that is.
That create these permission structures like Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. But it's really, really interesting to watch this clip in particular because, believe it or not, Ben Shapiro is more of a center-right Trump supporter. That sounds like an oxymoron, but when
it's over, bro. Just comb it to the side and get it all, just stop.
Movement is, taken as a whole, Ben Shapiro is more center-right. He's also Jewish, so he has a personal stake in seeing anti-Semitism not go to these extreme levels. By the way, we all have a stake in making sure that anti-Semitism is squashed on a daily basis.
No, we don't. Why the fuck do I care? Do you know how many Jewish fucking, journalists write articles like, America's becoming less white, and that's a good thing? Yeah, fuck off. If they want me to not be, quote-unquote, I guess, enabling anti-Semitism, because it's not even enough to not be anti-Semitic yourself. You have to actively fight against it. No, I don't fucking care. This is the BLM mentality all over again. Oh, it's not enough to just not be racist. You have to punch racists. Once again, retarded ass mentality. I owe you nothing. In fact, I owe that group of people less than any other group of people because they don't even consider themselves to be Americans in most cases. But yeah, fuck right off.
You shouldn't hate anybody for who they are. But the point is, Ben Shapiro calls out Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, and all of these people by name for creating these permission structures. He should be calling the people out on the panel with him and the dude that he voted for, Donald Trump, because, look at this. Some breaking news as I was getting ready to record this video that just supports this narrative. Yashar Ali says, breaking. Paul Ingracia, President Trump's nominee to oversee the office of the special counsel, says he does not have enough Republican votes to be confirmed. This comes after a Politico report on a racist and anti-Semitic message Ingracia sent, including one where he said he has a Nazi streak. And by the way, this is not the main political article people have been talking about. There's two of them. So Paul Ingracia says, I will be withdrawing myself from Thursday's hearing because I do not have enough Republican votes. This is the guy who said that MLK Jr.'s holiday belongs in hell and that he has a Nazi streak. He also said stuff about...
Well, MLK is a fucking communist, so, he probably is in hell.
Eugenics.
Gay race commie.
He was supporting eugenics, using slurs, saying he has a Nazi streak, saying stuff about George Floyd and MLK Jr., just a disgusting person. And this permission structure is created by people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Remember, there was another Politico article that released less than a week ago. It says, quote, I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Thousands of private messages reveal young GOP leaders joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape. I want you to keep in mind...
The kids are gonna be okay, guys.
J.D. Vance couldn't condemn this. The guy that I was on stage with couldn't condemn this. Most of you have seen that clip by now. If you haven't, go check out the debate playlist on my channel. There's a lot of good debates in there that you can find.
The kids are gonna be okay.
We talk about this in a debate. This guy says, great, I love Hitler. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Everyone that votes no is going to a gas chamber. You're giving nationals too much credit and expecting Jews to be honest. See, this type of anti-Semitism it's not hidden anymore. People are being open about it, and that's why Ben Shapiro is getting very, very uncomfortable. It's interesting because, he was okay when it was immigrant.
Well, when Ben Shapiro declared his undying loyalty to Israel over the United States, he should have gotten uncomfortable. He doesn't live in Israel. If he loves Israel so fucking much, why is he here? Go home, Ben. Go back to your people. That you love so much.
Being targeted, or when it was any sort of brown person being targeted, or black Americans being put down, he was okay with all of that. But now that Jewish people are in the ire, openly, in his own movement, he's starting to call it out. Take a listen.
I guess the question for Matt is, there are certain people who you would basically say don't belong in the movement. And so the question, I think, for everybody, and I think this is one that we should openly discuss, if we're going to have these discussions, is who doesn't? Or who doesn't?
I'll give you a takeaway on this that is obviously timely. When Charlie was killed, the guy did 10 jobs. It takes innumerable people to fill all the things he did. The most valuable thing he did from a political coalition standpoint is he kept the coalition together, and his events were the events to go to, and his platform was really setting the agenda for the Republican Party. And Charlie made a really important point to have a coalition in which he would not be pressured to get rid of Tucker, but he also wouldn't be pressured to get rid of people who hated Tucker or who Tucker hated or whoever, where the various constituencies hated him. But Charlie, furthermore to your point, Ben, also drew a line. There were plenty of people that were not permitted into TPUSA events. And so he did this in, I think, an obvious obviously very effective way, a way that did not fall into the perils of, a movement becoming too extreme. And I just wonder if there's not a lesson that we could take from that.
I thought that what you said when Charlie died was right. That one of Charlie's goals was to keep the movement together. It's obviously something JD is trying to do. He's trying to keep people in the room together. I totally get it. I've talked publicly about the fact that Tucker called me that 2 days after Charlie was shot and said, let's stop fighting. And I said, you know what, that sounds great to me. That's fine. I really don't want to be fighting with you because obviously we have other priorities. In fact, I even offered Tucker that we should get on stage together and talk about the things that we agreed with. He's got to take me up on that offer. But the bottom line here is that when it comes to where you set limits at some point are going to have to be set. And it seems to me that the move on the right is that because we don't like the left at all, because the left is bad, there must be no limit set. And any attempt to set a limit is somehow firing inside the tent. And what this actually leads to is many of the same people who are firing inside the tent then turning around and claiming that you're violating the truce. Because I'll tell you what, it's Nick Fuentes who's attacking Donald Trump on a regular basis. Yeah. It is Alex Jones who's attacking Donald Trump on a regular basis. I mean, it is Tucker Carlson who's attacking Donald Trump on a fairly regular basis.
And really quickly, if life is stressful for you as well, between the constant work and the news that keeps getting more and more intense, then I recommend IndaCloud. IndaCloud helps me, de-stress at the end of the day.
Oh my God, is he plugging a fucking vape? Of course this little homo needs to vape. Holy shit.
IndaCloud. Okay, so it's an interesting dynamic here. Ben Shapiro is saying we should have lines that we draw in the sand. We should not allow these people in the movement because, number one, they're harmful and hateful in their ideology. Like people like Nick Fuentes take it way too far, is what Ben Shapiro is saying. Number two, they also attack Donald Trump, so they're not even helpful to get us elected. Now, people like...
What does Nick Fuentes even take too far? That's always something I've never understood when people levy criticism about Nick Fuentes. What is Nick Fuentes' actual hardline stance on anything? Can anyone actually tell me that? The fucker doesn't believe in anything. He hops from one fucking narrative to the next. He just says whatever he thinks will get him the most clips and clicks that particular fucking week. I don't think Nick Fuentes has any real fucking hardline political beliefs on anything. I don't think Nick Fuentes is even extreme. He says stuff in an abrasive manner at best. But again, I've never been able to understand that one. I don't even consider Nick Fuentes to be that right-wing in the first place. If anything, he's more spiritually liberal than anything else.
Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles were trying to argue is that you want to have the biggest tent possible. It doesn't matter if we're welcoming people like Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes in. To add some context, Tucker Carlson has been doing we all know that he's been on some crazy stuff for a while, like the Great Replacement, white supremacist, weird stuff, but lately he's been having on Holocaust deniers who aren't hiding it, who aren't saying anything. They're actually just saying that Hitler might have been the good guy in World War II. There are actually clips of Tucker Carlson interviewing some guy, and they're just saying that, Hitler may have been misunderstood. He may have been the good guy. So,
well, compared to the fucking communists, Hitler was definitely the good guy. If you want to compare Stalin versus Hitler on a body-for-body basis, on a who more negatively impacted the developed world, it is not even a competition. The Soviets and the communists are the greatest evil that has ever existed in human history. Period. Not even a fucking question. Even if the worst case scenario about the Holocaust is what you believe to be the case, the fucking communists eclipse that 20 fucking fold deliberately on their own people in a smaller span of time. So, yeah. Not really a crazy realization to come to. The communists are the great evil of our time. Period. End of story. Even our own General Patton, God rest his soul, they had to kill him off because he came to the same realization that people are coming to now, is that the communists were the greater evil and we should have fought against them in World War II. They had to off Patton because he was too popular to be left alive. And he came to the correct realization that the communists needed to be wiped out and eradicated from the face of the earth. So, even the hailed World War II heroes of their day realized that they fucked up.
So, I mean, Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles still aren't at the point where the hate is affecting them, right? It's not affecting them personally. But Ben Shapiro's starting to get to the point where the pressure is like pressing down on him more and more. And he's like, wait a minute, in my movement, they're now denying the Holocaust. And now he's begging everyone, wait a minute. In this clip, he says, if I get killed by somebody, it could be someone from the left or someone from the right of me, because there's so many people to the right of me who hate me.
Again, I'm not even disagreeing with the motivations of the political.
Yeah, well, Ben, why do they hate you? Maybe it's because you openly declare loyalty to a foreign government. Maybe it's because you shill for a foreign government over the interest of the so-called American government that you claim to care about. I don't know. Maybe if you want to sit there and spout, pro-Israel shit all day, every day, maybe do it from, I don't know, Israel? Be a really bad idea for me to go to Ukraine and spout off about how much I love Russia. Or it'd be a really bad idea for me to go to China and talk about how much I love Taiwan. It'd be a really bad idea for me to go into a fucking, black restaurant or barber shop and talk about how much I hate Martin Luther King Jr. Like, read the fucking room, Ben. You're supposed to have high, verbal IQ. You should be able to comprehend small matters like that.
Story. In fact, even on my show today, I talked about the motivations of the Politico story, which, Matt, I agree, are completely scurrilous and designed to distract from the sort of violent rhetoric we've seen from the left. But it has led to, I think, a reactionary response on some parts of the right to say there should be no policing ever at all. No social consequences should ever attend to things that are said on the right. That it's basically just pure my side versus your side. The problem I have is, number one, I think that's immoral, and number two, I don't think that's pragmatic. I don't think that's moral because I think that there are things that get said on the right that are really, really, really ugly, and pretending those away doesn't make them go away. I think that...
Okay, this guy's had enough of Nick Fuentes and his movement. It's really funny watching him try to desperately draw a line now. Here's him going after Marjorie.
That's because Ben... he can smell the blood in the water, and it's his. Daily Wire has been hemorrhaging money and viewership and influence for, the past 5+ years. Minimum. Because Ben was a never-Trumper, and people are finally waking up to the grift that he genuinely doesn't believe in any of the fucking shit he talks about for the most part, other than his love and undying loyalty to his true home, Israel.
Taylor Greene as well for attacking Trump and breaking with the movement.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is dividing the Republican Party, not the people criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene. She is attacking the president day in and day out. Who's dividing the party? The people who mention it or Marjorie Taylor Greene? Marjorie Taylor Greene spent the last 24 hours ripping into Republican men. For example, Marjorie Taylor Greene, apparently, she tore into her party and said GOP men in the Congress are quote-unquote weak. Apparently. And now she's...
I agree. The GOP is a fucking joke, dude. Fuck the Republican Party. Unfortunately, they're the only, legitimate option. Because God fucking help us if the Democrats ever get in power again. So it's the best we have in a shitty situation. But I have no fucking love for the Republican Party. And especially not the sniveling fucking cowards that make up the legislature.
Getting this media blitz from the left. Well,
Marjorie Taylor Greene on her feminist arc. Do you guys know that apparently kid? That kid that's like, apparently, that's what Ben Shapiro sounds like right now.
Torching Speaker Johnson, torching Donald Trump, accusing Donald Trump of a cover-up over Epstein. Quote, whereas President Trump has a very strong dominant style, he's not weak at all. A lot of the men here in the House are weak, Greene said. There's a lot of weak Republican men, and they're more afraid of strong Republican women. So they always try to marginalize the strong Republican women that actually want to do something and actually want to achieve. Sure, that must be it. It can't be that you've been out there day and night getting the strange new respect from the left by attacking Trump over his foreign and domestic policy while engaging in the most rudimentary, conspiratorial nonsense. If you point that out, are you the divider or is it Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been speaking out against Israel lately and AIPAC. That might be part of the reason why Ben Shapiro is going uniquely hard on people who are stepping out of line. I'm not even trying to be conspiratorial here, but that is what Marjorie Taylor Greene has been saying lately. She's also been saying, maybe ACA subsidies are good. Maybe the affordable...
Yep. That's the real problem. Ben Shapiro does not care about something until it touches the JQ, essentially, or his beloved Israel. So that's all he cares about. I've never liked Ben Shapiro. I have never listened to him. I've never watched him for any extended period. I've never thought he is an honest person. And I just remember back in 2015, this guy was like, Donald Trump is not a serious candidate. No one should vote for him. Blah, 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 like all this bullshit. And then all of a sudden he starts sucking his cock. It's like, yup, nope, not listening to this guy. Not fucking listening to this guy. Say what you will about Alex Jones, but he's consistent at least. Alex has one of the best track records, I would say, in right-wing politics. So everybody makes fun of him all the time, but I don't think you can say he's inconsistent for the most part. So, you can think he's a fed or whatever, but at least he's been pretty consistent, I would say, for the better part of the 10 years I've watched him. Or a little over 10 years, I guess, now at this point, but... Yeah, I started watching, I think, Alex back in, like, 2012-ish. I don't remember exactly when. But, yeah. I've never been a Ben Shapiro fan. That guy's always glowed in the dark to me. I'm glad I passed the smell test, at least. Griffin wants to be bald and fat. Like, well, dude, Alex isn't fat anymore, bro. He's getting jacked. Like, people think he's a fake. Like, he's a body double now. No, Ben Shapiro is definitely Mossad. He is definitely infiltrating right-wing spheres. 100%. Nope, Alex isn't on roids. He's getting trained by a professional UFC coach. So, no, he's like literally getting trained by a literal fucking UFC coach. So, yeah. He's getting like a professional fighter's workout routine. Yeah, the thing is, and I will always have, you know, some level of understanding for people when it comes to changing their mind on a lot of stuff, because it's like, bro, especially older people, they have been propagandized nonstop throughout their entire formative years, like through childhood, young adulthood, even into their, you know, middle age. They watched the news, they watched movies, they read the newspaper, they read books, and that was their only sources of information. You know, we kind of have the benefit of growing up, at least partially, with the internet. So we've had access to real information that's not, like, completely filtered and, you know, obfuscated and hidden away or changed and whitewashed. So a lot of people, it just takes them time to, you know, come around on stuff. Because it's like, you have to basically assess everything you've ever known, everything you've ever been taught, everything you've ever read. Your entire worldview is shaken in a lot of cases. And it's not, you know, something that just happens overnight. So, you know, it's the reason why we're seeing young men shift as hard to the right as they are. Because, you know, the information is, you know, freely flowing nowadays. The fucking leftist commie brainwashing scam is collapsing. So their attempt to completely fucking, you know, just literally occupy media distribution in the Western world is gone. So that's the thing, is like, Trump is a product of his time, bro. The baby boomers, himself included, were the most propagandized generation of all fucking time. Period. They faced a full frontal assault of propaganda from the very fucking minute they were born into a world that was completely dominated by propagandists. There was zero chance for alternative information anywhere. So, Yeah, the thing I think is wrong with Trump and Israel is he has those spiritual advisors near him, and he keeps talking about, like, oh, I want to go to heaven, but I don't think I can get in, and all this other. Like, bro, I really think it's these fucking, you know, evil evangelical types that are filling his head with this fucking nonsense that in the Bible it says that you basically have to cuck yourself to Israel. I think that's what's happening, genuinely. And I think he's doing it with good intentions, because we know he hates Netanyahu. Like, he's pissed off with him. He doesn't like him. You know, he wants him out. He doesn't want to deal with him. So I think it's really just out of, like, a genuine belief that, you know, he has to essentially cuck out to Israel as a country in order to get into heaven. So that is what I, you know, that's what I think is going on. Personally. He needs new spiritual advisors to tell him that's a bunch of fucking bullshit. And unfortunately, the people around him are probably compromised. I think everybody becomes genuinely religious in their final years of life, man. You know, when you start approaching death's door, it puts a lot of things into perspective. Trump is not young. So, you know, he knows that his time on this earth is limited. Very limited at this point. And, you know, when you're faced with that reality, it puts a lot of things in perspective. You know, it's like the old saying, there's not a single atheist in a foxhole. Because, you know, when shit hits the fucking fan, you know, all your assertions of, you know, being holier than thou or whatever it might be, go out the fucking window and things get put into perspective real quick. So I do think Trump almost getting shot, which, I mean, honestly, if you look at what happened from a, you know, mathematical perspective, I don't know how you can look at that as anything less than a miracle, honestly. Like, that shit is still fucking crazy to think about. Like, millimeters away from him having his head blown off. Like a slight change.
All right,
in
awesome.
angle,
Thanks,
he's
nigga. All right.
dead in either direction. So I think that's one of those cases where it's like, you know, that does shake your belief structure to its core. Because I don't think Trump was genuinely super religious prior to that, personally. You know, he might have been Christian. He probably believed in God. But I don't think he was like, you know, a Bible-thumping, you know, red-blooded American Christian. I think that put a lot of things into perspective for him. So Paul with the 5. Yeah, we can check it out. Let's see. But yeah, if I was a betting man, that's what I would say happened.
Tucker Carlson headlined an event at Indiana University on Tuesday, sponsored by Turning Point USA, filling in for Charlie Kirk, since numerous speakers are continuing his scheduled college campus tour across the country. And this is how the 3,000 students in attendance welcomed him, despite the endless demonization and smearing jobs by the neocon media, the mainstream conservative media, the usual suspects. Standing ovation, showing that their propaganda isn't working anymore, showing that the Overton window has finally shifted.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Trump actually does think God saved his life, which, you know, it's hard not to come to that conclusion when you look at the reality of that situation. But I think the people around him are taking advantage of it, and that is why things are happening the way that they are. And, you know, those people are pieces of shit, and they will not be going to heaven if there is any justice.
And people aren't afraid anymore to ask questions about why we're always getting...
Dude, honestly, I want Stephen Miller to replace Trump. That dude's, like, fucking extreme, bro. I've looked into him recently. Like, this dude, like, we watched in the other video, since age 17, has, like, just straight up been calling for every single fucking one of these people to either die or get deported. So, I don't know. Stephen Miller is my type of person where it's like the ends justify the means. And that is definitely the type of energy we need. 100%. But I don't know who will be the successor. It'll probably be JD. The important part is who he surrounds himself with when the time comes. So,
involved in Israel.
He's Jewish? That's fine. Who cares? I want effective leadership. That's the most important thing, bro. The most important thing is that he's effective and does the right thing. So if I have similarly aligned goals, values, and, you know, beliefs, then that's A-okay with me.
Israel's problems.
That, you know, there's all of a sudden this attempt to limit what people can say in public, and it's by people who claim to be MAGA. It's, like, insane.
It is insane. In case you missed it, check my previous video about Brandon Turncoat Tatum, who knows better than Charlie Kirk and is calling for Tucker to be dropped from the speaking tour by Turning Point USA, despite Charlie Kirk just 2 days before he was killed, defending him in text messages, private messages, saying that despite the Jewish donors withdrawing millions of dollars a year from Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk still isn't going to drop Tucker from the tour. Which really upsets people like Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, who sounds almost exactly like Brian Stelter and is the future Brian Stelter.
The thing is, though, is with people like Stephen Miller, I don't know if he would ever want to actually be president. He strikes me as the type of guy like myself who just wants to get shit done, you know? Like, you don't want to deal with all the pomp and circumstance and formalities and handshakes and photo ops and speeches and all that type of shit. Like, my ideal role would be, like, moving in the background, getting shit done, you know? That would be more my speed. I would never want to actually be an elected official, but I sure as shit would want to be, like, a lead advisor or something like that, who's, like, you know, working the machine behind the curtain.
Is what Brian Stelter will later mature into when he is a senior citizen. Mark Levin, by the way, says that it's an anti-Semitic slur just to call the neocons neocons.
No, we're not neocons. What does that mean exactly? Just another phrase, you know, for the anti-Semites. Oh, you must be a...
Bro, the guilty party always speaks first. Oy vey, you must be an anti-Semite if you use the term neocon. Let's look up what neocon means. Let's see how Jewish it sounds. A neoconservative, relative to or denoting a return to a modified form of a traditional viewpoint, in particular a political ideology characterized by an emphasis on free market capitalism and an interventionist foreign policy. There you go. How anti-Semitic. Free market capitalism and interventionalism. Okay, yeah. Oh my god, bro. Like, just go ahead and self-fucking-expose.
Neocon. Oh, I can say that left and right and nobody can accuse me of anything. Ooh, you're a neocon.
Or in the case of John McCain.
You're a Jew! There you go, buddy.
Neocon daughter.
God, he's such a whiny, sniveling little freak. You can just tell he used to get his fucking shit kicked in school.
His husband, Ben Domenech, who is a Fox News contributor, of course, he wanted Charlie Kirk to be thrown out of Turning Point USA.
I'm a big man with a microphone. No, you're not. You're a 5'6" manlet who can't do shit if anything actually popped off.
Is claiming that under Charlie's leadership, the organization itself has become anti-Semitic. Because this is what the neocons and the kosher right believe.
Israel, their people, the Jews, are better than all of us. They're better than all of us. And you need to accept that.
No, sir, we're not accepting that. That dam has burst. That ship has sailed. The cat's
accurate.
out of the bag. But false teachers like John Hagee and many others continue to try to prop up that misinformation, saying this about the nation of Israel.
A special treasure above all the people on the face of the earth. That includes the United States of America.
Tar and feather that traitor.
Him at his church, by the way. They're literally applauding to put America second. But if you say that
tar and feather that traitor,
certain group of people put America second after another little foreign country, then that's deemed a terrible.
Dude, the boomer plague cannot end soon enough. These people are vile, subhuman filth.
Anti-Semitic trope and Jew hatred.
When we think about the State Department definition, which seeks to codify what anti-Semitism is, it's such a flawed definition that it can virtually encompass any particular act without any real regard for context, although it pretends that it does. For example, the State Department definition claims that stating that a particular Jewish person has more loyalty to the state of Israel than they do to their own country is necessarily an example of anti-Semitism, where the truth is that that's one of the fundamental premises of Zionism. And if you go back and look at the statement, say, of Theodor Herzl, who's wrote really what's considered the founding text of Zionism, he argued very clearly that Jews are one people, and therefore it's useless for them to be patriots to the countries in which they reside. So there's times when a statement like that is contained in the definition of the State Department would actually undermine the founding premises of Zionism itself.
Here's Senator Ted Cruz speaking at that same event just a few days ago.
I want to tell especially folks that are no longer teenagers or in your 20s. This poison of anti-Semitism on the right, it is spreading with young people.
We all know that word is thrown around almost as much as the word racism, not because it's an accurate descriptor of certain kinds of behaviors or beliefs, but rather as a...
Dude, this anti-Semitism would go away overnight if the money just stopped flowing. You know? I know it's crazy. You know, here we go. Anti-Semitic joke, but... You know, I know it's a crazy thing to ask for Jews to pay for something themselves, but maybe y'all could front the $3 billion a year and this all goes away if it's really bothering you that much. Like, goddamn, bro.
A tool as a weapon to silence people from making criticism.
We know you got the money.
Or having opinions that aren't approved by the establishment, or mentioning facts and statistics, which are undermining to certain people's...
Their number one export is gold and diamonds, of which they have 0 mines. I think they can cover their own military expenses.
Causes.
It is gaining traction. Part of it is philosophical. There's an isolationism, so they will argue, what business do we have supporting Israel? Why should America support Israel? It's their problem. Let them deal with it.
Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like all this anti-Semitism literally just comes down to we don't want a foreign government or people who swear loyalty to a foreign government making decisions in our country. Period. That's all it comes down to. Most of these anti-Semitic people, massive fucking air quotes, have 0 problems with like the average Jewish person on the street. It is these globo-homo Israeli types that want to fucking milk a country dry for as much as they can extract by, you know, either bribing the leadership of that country or blackmailing them in order to benefit a foreign nation as much as humanly possible. And sniveling cowards like Ted Cruz, who, you know, takes every opportunity to lie on his stomach for Netanyahu so he can get a nice ass plowing. You know, this guy is the face of sellout politicians who care more about a foreign government than the fucking one they were elected to serve. So all of this shit can go away overnight. It's not hard. The people who are calling for it to end are the biggest perpetrators of this, again, anti-Semitism. Because it's not even real anti-Semitism. It's anti-bad actors. Period. So, Again, this could all stop immediately, overnight, if we stopped funding a foreign government and stopped letting a foreign government dictate United States policy. But no, that's anti-Semitic. Make it make sense.
Exactly.
And let me give you an answer as someone elected to represent 31 million Texans and fight every day for your jobs, your freedom, and your safety and security. The United
Hopefully dude, I really wish Ted Cruz could get primaried. Like, ugh, I really don't like him.
States supports Israel not because we are helping out a down-on-his-luck neighbor. We're not engaged in a charity act. The United States supports Israel
because they have such a powerful lobbying organization, and people like Jeffrey Epstein blackmail politicians into doing it. Whoops, you're not supposed to say that. Anyway, continue with your official story, Ted.
Because it is unequivocally in the national security interest of the United States to support Israel.
How? How is it in the national security interest? Because y'all are all compromised by an international country? So it's within our national security interest because they have damning evidence and information or blackmail on us? So we have to appease the country constantly?
That's interesting because in Osama bin Laden's letter to the...
Well...
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
No, they don't. Yeah, nope. No Israeli combat personnel have fought alongside the U.S. in major American-led military conflicts in the Middle East, such as the Gulf Wars, the war in Afghanistan, or operations against ISIS. Do you know who has fought with us in the Middle East? Canada, the UK, France, Germany, but not Israel. Not a single troop. Not one. Not a single one, bro. Yep, every NATO country in some capacity. Except Israel, who, you know, fears for their very existence constantly by these, you know, awful Middle Eastern countries that need to be taken out immediately, but unwilling to risk a single one of their own soldiers. Crazy. Yup, Russia and Iran have helped us more in the Middle East than Israel when it comes to fighting ISIS. Yup.
The American People, which he published after the September 11th attacks back in 2001, which was later deleted, censored from numerous media outlets after a lot of young adults started noticing it and talking about it on TikTok. He says that the reason why he attacked us wasn't because he hates our freedoms and he's jealous of America's economic power. It's because we are the military backers and financial backers of Israel. But you don't have to take his word for it because people like Ron Paul have been talking about this for decades, as have the intelligence agencies, which called it blowback. And what a surprise, that speech, which was uploaded to Ted Cruz's official YouTube channel, had the comments turned off.
1,700 views after a whole ass day.
Because they don't want people to read what they actually think about Ted Cruz's speech.
Those who hate Israel hate America.
The same
What?
Ted Cruz, who recently openly admitted that the sole reason he wanted to become a senator in the United States was this.
I came into Congress
13 years ago,
Yes.
with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
I've worked every day to do that.
Every day to do that. Okay, so not just, part of his platform. Every day he's working on behalf of a foreign country. Oh, and you're not supposed to talk about the clean break report in mainstream conservative media. That's one of the quick ways to have your career ended. The 1996 report that was put together by a bunch of neocons, including Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, the problem is yeah, the peace with Palestine might hold, but so, following the fall of the Assad regime on the 8th of December 2024, Israel invaded the buffer zone in southwestern Syria, adjacent to Israel-occupied Golan Heights, and has continued to occupy it. Israel also carried out an aerial bombardment campaign to cripple the new Syrian armed forces and demanded it to stay out of southern Syria. Israel's government claimed this was to thwart any potential threat from post-war Syria. So already, they invaded another country and claimed self-defense. So, yeah. Don't worry, man. They will start another war. Don't you worry. Because that was the whole goal of destabilizing Assad in the first place, is so they can go in and create the... Hold on. Let's see. This is the end goal. So this is the end goal of what they want. You notice how I said southern Syria, right? This is what they desire. They're the only country in this region that has nukes, too, keep in mind. So, none of these countries could reasonably pose a threat to them in any real capacity. No, they can't do it. They don't have the power to hold that land. Dude, Israel has a very small population. They don't have the manpower to invade Jordan or Iraq or Syria or Egypt and Saudi Arabia and hold it. They can't do it. So, but if you look at all the countries we've destabilized, it all kind of starts to make sense. Syria, Iraq, Kuwait. The Saudis we haven't really done anything with, but they're playing ball right now, so they don't need to be dealt with. But, yeah. The Egyptian military is extremely competent, too. So, we train the Egyptian military. We have all sorts of joint exercises with the Egyptians. So the whole premise you propose would never... No. The point is this is going to be going on for a very, very long time. That's the point I'm making. It's not going to be like, oh yeah, well, they could do it tomorrow. No, this is going to take decades. So don't worry. We'll be fronting the bill as long as these boomer politicians get their way. So, This is only phase whatever of whatever. This will be an ongoing effort. Because Syria is not just going to go like, oh yeah, we'll be occupied by you. No, the new powers in Syria and the various factions are going to war it out to see who gets dominance over the actual country itself. You know, the entire government collapsed. So all this land, people, resources are all up for grabs. So it doesn't just go away.
Which outlined what they said were the necessary steps in order to protect Israel and solve their problems over there in the Middle East. One of the top ones was removing Saddam Hussein from power. And then what a surprise, in the year 2000, the neocon think tank, the Project for the New American Century, put together their Rebuilding America's Defenses report, where it outlined the same goals, but said, oh, shucks, we're just not going to be able to do it unless there's another Pearl Harbor type of event. And then, what a surprise, the 9/11 attacks just happened. This kind of stuff has always been taboo in mainstream conservative media and really in Republican circles in Congress until recently, because it became so obvious. So many people started noticing certain things that it just couldn't be contained anymore. But people like the great paleo-conservative Pat Buchanan had been trying to warn the American people about this kind of stuff decades and decades ago. Here he is being shamed, called an anti-Semite for doing such things.
You've also said that Congress is an Israeli-occupied territory. Now, what do you mean by that?
What I meant by that is the most powerful lobby in Washington, which Congress can't stand up to, one of the most powerful, is certainly the pro-Israeli lobby. It has gotten its way in this town year in and year out. And I don't think the automatic votes of the Congress of the United States for $3 and $4 billion worth of aid to Israel are necessarily in the national interest of the United States. And that comment, which is to ridicule the subservience of the Congress of the United States, is perfectly valid.
Oh, it certainly is. And still to this day, most Republican members of Congress are still complete cowards, except for a small handful like Congressman Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just said this on Tucker Carlson's podcast.
No. Massey is a fucking... No. Nope. No. Massey is controlled op, bro. Massey literally voted with Biden on pretty much everything for the past 4 years. He voted for Build Back Better. He voted for all the massive budget expansions. You name it. It's only now that Trump is in office, he's this so-called man of principle. So, Massey is yet another division agent who has been activated inside of the Republican Party. So, and the thing is, too, did y'all see the thing recently where fucking Jack Dorsey, the guy who founded Twitter, now owns Blue Sky, massive bleeding heart lib, right? He is now endorsing Thomas fucking Massey for president. That tells you all you need to fucking know, bro. He is the infiltration agent. Like, bro, if one of the biggest libs in the tech sphere is actively calling for you to run for president, yeah. Sorry, that glows in the dark a little too much to ignore. That's a little too obvious. Especially after you voted with Biden on everything. And then all of a sudden you want to play hardline conservative bullshit when it's the Republicans' time to rule. So, yeah.
Yes?
The whole propaganda machine that has been spoon-fed to Christians, whether it's in the pews at church or Bible study or coming through the television or through their politicians' mouths, that we have to do everything for Israel. That's the only way we're going to go to heaven. America will be cursed if we don't. That whole lie is breaking apart. And thank God it is, because I as a Christian, you as a Christian, we know there's only one way, and it's through Jesus Christ. He is our Savior. He died on a cross for us. He rose from the dead in 3 days.
And your salvation has nothing to do with what ethnic group is occupying what regions of land halfway around the world.
And what's funny is one of Jesus's final acts as a living human was to, literally chastise the, the Jewish, whatever, what do you call them? Shit, I can't remember the name. The Pharisees or whatever the fuck. But yeah, literally bitching at all the head rabbis of the temple. So, yeah, but we're supposed to worship the ground they walk on, when Jesus literally started flipping the fucking tables on them and whipping them. Crazy, man. one of his final acts as a living person was to, denounce them. But hey, you're not a Christian unless you literally kiss their feet.
All right, so even if you don't put too much weight on what Pat Buchanan or Marjorie Taylor Greene have to say about certain influences working their way into Congress and other aspects of our society, how about Billy Graham? Here he is in the Oval Office with President Richard Nixon having what he thought was a private conversation, only I'm sure everyone's familiar with the Nixon White House tapes. He was secretly recording most of those conversations.
I've heard this
and
one.
later, when those tapes were published, Billy Graham was heard saying this.
I go and I keep friends with Mr. Rosenthal at the New York Times and people of that sort, And not all the Jews, a lot of the Jews are great friends of mine. They swarm around me and they're friendly to me because they know that I'm friendly to Israel. But they don't know how I really feel about what they're doing to this country. And I have no power, no way to handle them. But I would stand up if under proper circumstances.
I mean, what's next is Billy Graham.
Why do you think Nixon was set up?
I'm going to start talking about the Ginos, the Jews in name only, like the RINOs, get it? The Republican in name only. Those are the liberal, secular, atheist Jews. Oh, wait, what's this?
You see, the Bible makes a distinction, Mr. President, between two groups of Jews. One is called the synagogue of Satan. There are two different kinds. And those people in the latter days are called the remnant of God's people, which will be Jewish people.
Those are the ones who will accept Jesus.
And then there's the synagogue of Satan. And nearly all of your religious deceptions in the latter days, what the Bible speaks, latter days to be 1,000 years, what they call the synagogue of Satan. In other words, they are energized by supernatural power, called the devil. This is what the Bible teaches, whether you believe it or don't believe it. This is the biblical teaching. This is what I believe. And I believe that they have a strange brilliance about them. They're smart, and they are energized, in my judgment, by supernatural power. Well, also they do something else. They're not smart. And you see, and of course Hitler didn't. They had a stranglehold on Germany, on the banking of Germany, on everything in Germany, and they had the whole thing. You see, and he went about it wrong. But this stranglehold has got to be broken, or this country is going to go down the drain. Yes, sir. I can't ever say it.
I can't ever say it, but I believe it. Bro, that's like Kanye when he's like, I'm not going to say the race of the doctor. It was a Jewish doctor. Like, bro.
He believes it, but he can't say it. And you may not believe some of the things that
that's actually fucking funny.
You read in my books, like The War on Conservatives. And so you check the footnotes down at the bottom of the page. There's nearly
I can never say it, but I believe it.
1,000 footnotes in these books documenting and properly sourcing all of the material. So order that in paperback from Amazon.com. Or if you just want to support the channel with a small little tip, click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below.
Man.
It's a great way to support your favorite content creator because super chats and super thanks get skimmed by YouTube. You take 30% off the top. So click the link in the
That's funny as fuck, man. Hold on, let's do it.
The thing about the red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a,
all right,
I'm
awesome.
not going to
Thanks,
say
nigga. All right.
what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Bruh. Oh my God.
And what hospital and what media went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Jeez. It's like literally that. I could never say it, but I believe it. It's like, bruh, same energy. Folding under zero pressure. Shit's so funny, man. Scotty Man with the 5. Jesus lifted the veil on these Pharisees/Jews, exposing them for who they actually are. Money-grubbing, soulless liars who use religion as a mat. Yeah, bro, that's like literally one of the last living acts of Jesus, which somehow people overlook. But again, we're supposed to swear undying loyalty to Netanyahu and his government. It's crazy. Like, who the fuck... You have to be on some, like, next level, like, cope to explain that one away. Like, that's just... I don't even know. There's no real case to be made for that argument. It's insane. So, we're not supposed to worship a worldly nation. You know, the only thing you're supposed to worship is God. That's it. You know, you're saved through your belief in Jesus Christ and, you know, your repentance for your sins. That's what matters. Not like, oh, yes, I swear allegiance to Benjamin Netanyahu and his fucking Israeli government that, you know, was created by the British at the direction of Lord Baron the Rothschild. It's just insane, man. Absolutely insane. Then don't worship America. Nobody, well, I don't worship America at all, so there's nothing wrong with loving your country and wanting what's best for it, but yeah, you're not supposed to worship anything other than God, so. Period. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the clips of yeah, Charlie Kirk speaking out against Israel, and it's like, you know, it's crazy. Like, nobody was more, you know, defensive of Israel, probably on the right, other than, you know, Ben Shapiro, if you can even call him right-winger. Like, he's not a right-winger. He's just a grifter. But, yeah, no, Charlie Kirk was, like, the most gracious, understanding, and friendly towards Israel on the right. And they still, like, tried to label him an anti-Semite for having complaints. It's just crazy, dude. It is actually fucking crazy. Like, you don't even have to talk about, you know, the average Jewish person. You can, like, name a specific individual. Like, I don't fucking like George Soros. You know, I think he's a fucking piece of shit, and the day he dies, the world will be better off for it. Me saying that is the equivalent of me saying, apparently, that I hate all Jewish people. Because somehow that's definitely exactly what I meant. Like, it's just so retarded. It's beyond disingenuous. It's like the guilty party speaks first. So if it don't apply, let it fly. And obviously they aren't letting it fly, so obviously it applies. So the people who cry wolf the loudest are usually the most guilty. Yeah, they don't want, you know, there is a very active, which has been going on forever, which is what Islam was, to destroy Christianity. You know, there has been an effort to undermine Christianity and its spread and continuing prosperity for millennia now. And, you know, somebody who's out there getting, you know, the youth to get interested in the faith again and getting people to go to church and, you know, valuing that aspect of their life above, you know, the worldly trappings. It directly goes against, you know, thousands of years of work that has been done to undo that aspect of human existence. So, Dude, what are you talking about? No Kings was a purely organic protest. Here, you want to see how organic it was? Look how organic this shit is.
Today, organizers say...
Let's see, where is it? Look how organic, guys. This is definitely what your average protesters do, guys. Nobody organized this. Nobody called in the helicopter to make sure they got the perfect angle. No Kings, yes on 50. Does anyone know what yes on 50 means? I don't blame you if you don't, because these protesters don't even know what the fuck it means. They were just told where to stand. Anybody have any idea? Well, Jay, you live in California. You should know what it means. So, my point exactly. It's about the redistricting of California. Totally organic, guys. Totally fucking organic. I'm telling you, this is exactly what protesters do. They form a fucking marching band, you know, formation in order to perfectly spell something out. It's just... Hold on, let's see if the other one is in here, too. I thought I saw it in... Maybe it wasn't in here. Alright, so they have the picture. Maybe they cut it out because it doesn't look, it doesn't look good. Let's see if they have it in here.
Organizers say more than...
Let's see. It's totally organic, though, guys. Totally. Fuck. They have it in the thumbnail of that one video, but they don't have it anywhere else. But you can see right here. Let me go back up. They made this massive printout. Oh, wait. Maybe this is it.
Next we have Trusty.
Nah, maybe not.
Next we have Trusty.
Look, that is the Democrat phenotype. Fat ass fucking legs. Whiny, nasally voice. Literally unfuckable, but yeah. Look, isn't this so organic? Where did they get this from? Where did they get this massive fucking poster from? Totally organic protest, by the way. Definitely not a fucking photo op. Definitely not paid for. Definitely not organized. This is just a bunch of people who care so much about the United States, dude. No, they literally rolled it out. Like, dude, this is so fucking fake. So fucking fake. And what's ironic... But yeah, dude, it's so retarded. I was trying to see if I could see it, but it doesn't matter. It's good enough. But yeah, dude, it's just so performative. None of this shit's organic at all. The George Soros, you know, political machine funds these protesters. He has for decades. It's how he destabilizes nations in order to make money. It's the standard operating procedure. Yep, they're all a bunch of old white bitches. So, just another fuck you from the boomers before they finally hit the grave. So, you know, just another fine example of boomer excellence. Alright, I guess we can watch a non-politics related video now. This is basically all we've done, because it's been all the recommended stuff, so... Man. Boomers are dying? Not soon enough. They're the only group of people in this previous election that did not move to the right. That should tell you everything you need to know. Traitorous bitches, bro. All they care about is sucking dry as much money as they possibly can on their way out to the grave. Unlimited immigration, cheap labor, social security benefits, that's all they fucking care about. Trying to make America London 2.0? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I did see this earlier today. Maybe we can watch this for a change of pace. Not this one. We watched that. Where was it? This one. The Quartering, aka Jeremy Hambley, fat shames his co-hosts. Poses as born-again Christian.
But Jeremy now
We'll watch this.
has these women weighing in at the end of every month, and if they gain more than 1% of their body weight, they get fired from the show. Everybody remembers.
Yo, based?
Quartering put out an urgent message. He was, my wife's health is under attack by the woke left. She's in the hospital. We don't know if she's going to make it, but if you could just buy the coffee, she might pull through. So he asked for prayers or whatever. Now, she was actually released from the hospital later that same day. But Quartering decided to pull the ultimate scumbag move. And what's more, brag about his ultimate scumbag move that he did towards his sick wife who might have died that day.
Okay.
Like, this is crazy.
All right.
Well, women do be setting traps. I mean,
That would be crazy. That's just playing with fire.
You don't have to pick me up from the hospital. I can drive home. Don't worry about it. Trust me.
Oh, even though he's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Do we really work for this monster? Like, what?
Dude, is he pulling a DSP? You guys remember the whole DSP thing where he refused to go, I guess, wait at the hospital with Panda Lee because he wanted to play Fallout 4 and upload videos on it.
It's going. Like, is that really a trap that your wife like set for you? Literally, like, oh, don't worry, you can drink beer and watch football. It's no problem. That's like, okay, that was a trap. Not, will you come pick me up from the hospital? No, I'm busy playing Magic the Gathering. Oh, I guess it's okay.
I'm busy pooping.
You know it's not going to be okay, buddy. You know it's not going to be okay to not pick your wife up from the... First of all, why do you not want to pick your wife up from the hospital? It was serious enough that you told all of us to pray for her, but you couldn't fucking get behind the wheel.
Drunk.
Is that what it was?
He must have been blackout.
Yeah, exactly, man.
He's getting blackout drunk with his wife in the hospital. First of all, why is he even leaving the hospital in the first fucking place? You know, she's apparently in the ER or some shit. She needs praying for, according to him. And he bails out of the hospital to do what?
Quartering to him.
But isn't he rich? Like, he can't take a day off of his incredible career of reading the news poorly?
Yeah, for fucking 3 hours a day.
The gaming news can't wait, guys. Disney made another crappy woke movie, guys. Whoa. Holy.
Not picking up your wife in the hospital?
What the fuck?
Even Hannah's stunned at the insanity of this.
She's like, you
She's
did.
like, what?
It's not a shit
Look
test.
at her
That's like...
face. She's like, what the? Look at both of them. Melanie's like really fucking rattled too. Like,
Mel's like,
genocide.
you know this is going to be on the casino, right?
Oh, no.
Every
That's
time.
fucking low, buddy.
Every time he says something, you could tell they know, well, this is going to be on the casino.
By the way, so this steel toe buck broken show in chat goes, I wish Christian public figures wouldn't be so performative about it. Oh, you just wait. We have an update from Quartering's church. So for those of you who don't know, Quartering started going to church the day Charlie Kirk was killed because he thinks it's important for his grift.
Yep.
Get ready for what he's doing at church. You'd never guess in a million years, or maybe you would, what he's going to church for and what's on his mind at church. It's the craziest thing ever, honestly.
Are you crazy?
Look, she said she didn't need me to pick her up. And the doctor said, and I've been paying for that ever since.
Because probably you should.
Yes!
Can you believe
That's
it?
crazy.
It was a shit test.
Can you believe it? My wife is upset that after she nearly died, I didn't pick her up from the hospital because I was drunk and I told her to call a phone.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. You should just do that shit.
Call you an Uber, bitch.
Oh my god.
And now you're telling the
I missed your super chat. Let me see. Let me refresh. It may have just not popped up. Oh yeah, 2. No, I think I read. Okay, I read Scotty Man's, but I think that came through on the regular shit. Elijah Petty with the 5. Mark Dice exposed Ben's Derek Chauvin grift. The whole Pardon Chauvin petition was a scam by Ben to collect emails to sell to the highest bidder. Yup. Exactly. That and to stir racial tensions. So, that was the other thing, too. But, yeah. I don't trust Ben Shapiro for a fucking second, personally. I don't interact with anything he is related to, that's for sure.
The whole public about this? Like, are you drunk right now? Or are you stupid? What's going on, big guy?
Well,
No, you just wanted her to drive herself home from a hospital? She didn't go to the hospital for any reason.
Wow.
Oh, buddy!
Oh my god.
Get him, Hannah! Make him walk the plank, Hannah Claire! He deserves it! He's a filthy swine!
This is actually...
You gotta take an Uber!
Call you an Uber? No, Jeremy kicked her from the call is what happened.
Oh my god.
He's been doing this lately when Hannah Claire contradicts him. He just boots her from the call.
Based?
Because he can't, then he'll bring her back. But the message is when he kicks her, you gotta shut the fuck up.
Oh my.
That is kind of base. It's like, listen, woman, you're on this show to fucking glaze my opinions, not the other way around. You're not here to have your own take on things. No one wants to hear from you unless you're agreeing with me. That's pretty based, bro. Why did Hannah leave Timcast? I think she got fired, right?
My god.
By the way, we got big support. Let's go for 1,000.
Oh, he's embarrassed.
Jay for 1,000 as well. Says get Hannah Claire on the casino after she's fired.
She won't come on. Let's be fucking. Look at this.
She's gonna come on,
I
bro.
hope-
He's humiliated. How could he not think that was a bad idea to say that?
Just why would you?
He
Even
needs
say
to
that out loud?
say like he needs to just be like, oh, just kidding. Everybody knows he told the truth. Like, it's over.
She wanted you to
So
want
anyway,
to
so-
take
oh,
her.
she
She
got-
wanted you to want to pick her up from the hospital. That was it. She
Yes.
didn't want to ask you to do it. She wanted you to want to do it.
Well, I didn't want to. 'Cause
Okay.
Oh
my God.
What do you mean? It's not even like
Bro, this literally is DSP. This is literally DSP. But I didn't want to pick her up. This is exactly what happened with Phil. when he was bitching about not being able to play Fallout 4.
I really wanted to, but I had
bad.
a few drinks. No, I had a few drinks because I was stressed and I was worried I'd get pulled over. It's not just I just didn't want to. What do you mean you didn't want to? This is your wife, man. What the f is going on?
Loveless, buddy.
That's what Jesus would do, of course. That's some real Christian behavior right there.
I had other stuff to do.
What did you have to do? Eat shit?
What are you talking about? Holy. Okay, so now Quartering's going to update us on the membership drive. Let's see how it's going.
Okay.
It'd be very cool. I don't know. I'll see if I can make it work, but that would be very cool. Yes, please go to thequartering.com/join today. Definitely falling behind our goal of 200 this month.
He's falling behind on his goal, mateys. No one's signing up. Look at Hannah Claire. She's like, am I getting fired again? She's like, there's no more money for me. He can't even get 200 members.
With fucking 50,000 watching?
There's allegedly 50,000 watching him every single day. Engaged in chat, members of the Quartering Army. And yet not even 200 of them can lift a pinky finger to keep Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire employed? These lazy freeloaders, Jeremy. Shame on them. We got big support. Let's go for 5
subs. Big support. Let's
Blue
go.
Jays with a 3-run home run.
I saw that.
Woo! Blue Jays! Sports ball for the World Series
Jays
in
up.
Toronto.
Jays up.
I'm not getting my hopes up, though. I'm not getting my hopes up.
We still have
like Blue Gays. Fucking go ahead.
Woohoo!
a whole half a month to go. So.
They still have a month to go, guys. All right, so we got more quartering here. So here's the quartering. This is tough. This is quartering. So just to, go ahead.
If you have half a month left and you haven't made 200 and the 50,000 watching haven't subbed, what do you think's going to happen for the next few weeks? That suddenly you're going to get a surge? Buddy, people like
they're going to rally. Don't worry, bro.
Okay.
They're going to rally, according to Jeremy. So Hannah Claire here ends up saying a word where she's worried they might get demonetized. But Jeremy's going to tell her it's okay to not worry because they don't make any money anyway.
It just is. Yeah. I think it's still like similar to like if you were struggling with like right or corn or whatever let's call it on the.
We don't make any money on any other platforms. Yeah.
So he doesn't make any money on Rumble, Odyssey, any of these platforms. They don't make any money on any other platform but YouTube.
I think you're allowed to say
quarter.
I'm pretty sure they allow now.
You should be allowed.
They allow retard
crazy.
now, eh? They allow retard.
Let's go.
Like fucking our videos are like have fucking retard and we're still monetized. Like let's fucking go.
But like if you have 40,000 viewers on Rumble, they should pay you for it, right?
Yeah.
And you're as big as Aiden Ross, so you're bigger than Jesus.
He's like Neon.
Yeah.
By the way, who's watching? For real? Is that even like a real number? Like
you.
All right, we got a couple more quartering clips here.
Okay, here we go.
All right, so this is quartering at church. So remember, guys, quartering is a born-again Christian. Seeing the assassination of Charlie Kirk made him realize he needs to go to church. And this is really, really telling. This is just the ultimate, like, this guy is such a charlatan. Like, I don't want to call into question anyone's faith, but if you go to church and your first thought is what quartering is saying here,
okay,
maybe you really do need church then. I don't know, maybe you are in the right place. I don't know. You need help.
Okay. All right, big support. Let's go for 2,000 kicks. Doing the heavy lifting there, big support. Let's go. Thank you.
Ham Planet eats corn the long way. He shits his pants.
Let's go. Big support. Thank you.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get my church gives away free coffee, but it's like a good brand of coffee, and they're really.
Oh god. My church gives away coffee, but it's a good brand of coffee. Yeah, we know where this is going.
Big church. So I don't think I can afford to. I'm sure they get it for free, but I'm like,
wait.
So quartering, Andy.
My church gives away free coffee, but it's like a good brand of coffee, and they're.
His first thought when he goes to church
Kona coffee?
is he sees them giving away coffee, and he thinks, well, they must be buying that coffee from somebody. I bet you I can get coffee brand coffee, a contract with the church. That's
is that where he's going with this?
That's where he's going with this, Andy. He wants to sell the church his coffee, and that's why he's there.
A really big church. So I don't think I can afford to. I'm sure they get it for free.
Sure.
But he can't afford to give away free coffee to the church. So Jeremy's thinking, he's like, listen, I'm a multimillionaire. I have a Cybertruck. I have a mansion. I have my $50,000 saltwater aquarium. I have my Rolex watches. I'm a king. But I can't afford to give away a few $100s worth of coffee a month to the church.
Right, man.
That would be outrageous. That
too
would
much.
actually be, Christian, to be charitable to the church. I have a coffee company. I could do them a solid and be like, yeah, you guys are buying this fancy coffee. I can provide it for free. Instead, he thinks to himself, how do I grift this church out of money? How do I this is insane, bro.
What the is he talking about?
I'm like, man.
Even Hannah and Mel are like, look at these two girls. They're like, are you
You know,
What are you
Melanie's
doing?
like, listen, you know, I might be dumb, but I take this Jesus stuff pretty seriously, you know, Handley, like.
We sell the coffee. Oh my God.
I want to like push out Stone Creek because they're like a chain, and I'm just like
He
one
wants
guy.
to push out Stone Creek Coffee out of the church?
Whoa!
Like, what's next? Are you going to push Jesus? I say, I'm bringing in Jesus brand Jesus. There's no way to Jesus except through my grift. If you just give me 10% of all your earthly wages, you can get Jesus brand Jesus.
Yeah, all communion will be done now instead of wine. It will be done with blueberry cobbler coffee.
Jesus, for me, Jeremy Hamblin.
Stone Creek Coffee.
No, like this is like Jesus literally threw people like this out of the temple. Like he flipped the tables and he fashioned a whip to drive out people like this from the temple. And Jeremy's like, so, how am I gonna make money off going to church? I mean, I'm here just to screw my subscribers out of money and tell them I'm a Christian like them, even though I think it's stupid, you know. But how do I make money even while I'm here? And you know this motherfucker ain't putting shit in the collection plate. You know if he puts an envelope in, that shit's empty. Or there's like a $1 bill.
Yeah,
you know.
I owe you
and then you'll see him. There's a $1 bill in his envelope, and then you see him in the parking lot picking up change to recoup his cost.
No, he's like the sticky bandits in Home Alone too. And he puts his hand in the plate full of tape. He's got coins and bills.
He's stealing everything out of the collection plate. Like, you shouldn't. Listen, I understand this thought might have passed his mind. But don't tell people. Like, feel ashamed that you're trying to grift the church out of money.
This stuff's Kino. I love this. This is crazy.
If you can't afford to donate to the church, when, by the way, Hambley, it's a tax write-off, then can you afford to do fucking anything? Would you ever donate anything to anybody?
He went to church one time.
Well, he
And
claims
he's
okay,
bored, he's
so
sleeping.
I didn't include the other clips, but he says that he really likes it when the pastor talks about football, and that's his favorite part of the sermons. And it's like, and then he says the only part of the Bible he's read since he started going to church was a bit of 1 Corinthians, and that's only because the pastor reads it to him during Bible study. And it's like, bruh, are you taking this seriously at all, or is this just a straight up business opportunity? Like, I don't want to question anybody. Like,
I know,
but this is crazy, bro. You're just outright telling people you're going to the church to make money.
I'm sure that there's like, I've been there 3-4 weeks. Like, I'm sure I'm like, oh, so you just wanted to get into the, you wanted to horn in on the church coffee business, huh?
That's what you're telling us. That's what you're telling us. No, it really is just full on mask off. This is crazy.
Wow. Listen, I know I've been here for a month, but I want to make you an opportunity you can. Like, what is going on?
Listen, it's only $6 a bag. Like, come on.
Pick up cash. It was like $40 for a 13-ounce fucking cone of coffee.
You don't think he's going to give the church a discount? I bet you he'd
No,
mark it up.
he'd mark it up?
He'd mark it up. He'd be like, listen, the church, you guys can afford it. You don't pay taxes. I have to pay taxes on all this. Come on.
What if the owner of the bigger chain goes to that church and that's why they get it for free?
Well, they gotta die someday.
Whoa! Whoa, look at Mel. Mel didn't find that funny.
my
He's like, listen, the
God.
supplier of that coffee's got it.
But they gotta die someday. What a wild thing to say about your fellow parishioners. Just so you can swoop in and win the coffee contract at Jesus Christ. Dude, that is actually fucking insane. You know, those are the type of intrusive thoughts you should definitely keep to yourself. Like, holy shit, man. Z-Herb with the 10. The Kino Casino guys are awesome. I wasn't sure on them at first, but they're hilarious. They also made me the most entertained from the quartering that I've ever been, and it's them making fun of them. Yeah. Dude, the quartering's content, especially now, has just gotten so stale, bro. I tried to watch one of his videos, I think yesterday or the day before, and it's just like, bro, I can't. 3 minutes in, it's just like, okay, I'm done. Nothing is being said here.
Die someday, and that's when I'll swoop in and
going to
grift.
church.
Bro, is he willing to murder the other supplier of the other coffee to sell a couple $100? Or, like, I wouldn't put it past him.
Mafia
But
tactics.
this levies the question, like, how destitute is the quartering? That not only can he not afford to give coffee to a congregation 4 times a month, but he also is that desperate he's contemplating the murder of the person providing coffee so that he can squeeze out a few $1,000s of sales. It's like, how many people are at
but
this
how
church?
much? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm thinking about how much pots of coffee are you making at this church? Well, like 10, 20, maybe?
You
Is
know what
that
I'm
worth
saying?
it? The murder
like,
of a
there's
fucking
how many
guy?
people are there? 200, maybe 500. Like, is he at a mega church? Like, I understand if it's like fucking Joel Osteen.
You know,
and there's
that's-
like
yeah, exactly.
50,000 people, and he's like, I can't afford to service that. But this motherfucker is talking about some church, probably a couple hundred people. It could maybe be like only 50 people.
Yeah, Wisconsin, middle of nowhere.
You
Like,
know?
it's fucking dead.
I mean, they're not gonna live forever. So I just want to make sure they know I'm second in line.
Okay,
He's
I'm
second
pretty
in
sure
line
that's
for the
sacrilege
coffee
somewhere.
grift.
Isn't that?
Holy.
That sounds sacrilege, in my opinion, whatever the hell that was. All right. We have more.
So now this is the insanity. Like, Jeremy is now going to call out Melanie Mack for putting on weight.
He's not.
He is, buddy.
Okay.
They came out. Are you eating Lunchables? I just said you were in your healthy girl.
Oh my
Jeremy's like,
God.
I vouched for you. I said that you were getting fit and healthy for the audience. So on Discord, when you do the cam shows I order you to do, they can goon to you properly. And here you are betraying me eating Lunchables, Melanie. Now, mind you, Lunchables is probably healthier than anything that's in Quarter Planet's fucking diet. Let's be real. Like the gall of the 400-pound planet here to tell Melanie Mack that she's eating unhealthy.
Lunchables are terrible, by the way. You know, like a few months ago, I was at the store and I saw them and I just bought the pizza ones for like, nostalgia's sakes. I ate it instantly. Stomach ache, and I was like, "Oh my God!"
The worst
what
part
the
is
fuck? Oh.
they didn't used to be too. I used to like the summer sausage one, like that you stacked, you know, like with the crackers.
Oh yes,
I
of course, yes.
But now the quality of it has gone way down.
But the pizza was disgusting. I almost like
it's disgusting.
I like this as a kid. Am I crazy?
They ruined them. They're
really low quality.
I'm sure they were never very good to begin with. Yeah, I'm talking about like the ham and cheese crackers.
And you make little like stack sandwich.
Yeah. You know, but the quality of that is fucking atrocious now. Really bad.
How about the Mr. Beast ones? Are those still are those canceled?
I'm sure they went out of business.
Yeah, it was called Feastables or Nuts of Chocolate, whatever it was called.
Just said you were in your healthy girl era, and now you're eating Lunchables.
Oh,
Oh, she's coming in here every day with like meat and bread.
the portion control today.
I just said you were in your healthy girl era, and now you're eating Lunchables.
What's that echo?
I don't know.
The audio quality is scuffed, bro.
It's a cacophony. It's terrible.
And now you're eating Lunchables. Oh, she's coming in here every day with like
She's
meat and
doing
bread.
the portion control today. It's
No,
all
because
good.
she has two of them, not portion control.
She assaulted bring it back. When Ham Planet called her out on the 2 Lunchables, did you see her face?
Yeah, she knew she was
fucking
caught.
shook. But Jeremy always fucking has an eye on the food. Nothing gets past Eagle Eye Jer when it comes to food, buddy.
What's this?
Control today. It's
No,
all
because
good.
she has two of them, not portion.
Oh, she was embarrassed.
Fucking hot.
She was ashamed, caught
Hannah fell asleep.
4K by a 400-pound walrus over her fucking eating choices and habits.
Imagine.
Holy, now get ready for this, guys. You think this is a joke? But Jeremy now has these women weighing in at the end of every month, and if they gain more than 1% of their body weight, they get fired from the show.
Portion control.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's not allowed to feed herself. She has to starve herself.
No.
Wow, interesting.
There's a weigh-in. We have to chat. We have to weigh in every week.
Yeah,
Listen
the
to
girls
this.
do have to
They
weigh
have
into
to
it.
weigh in every week, and if they've gained too much weight, Jeremy fires them from the show.
How could Jeremy?
That's pretty based, man. I must say. That is pretty based. You know, really laying down the law.
This guy is literally Jabba the Hutt, Slava the Hutt over here, motherfucker. Sitting here like, well, it looks like you're a little heavy this week, doll. Look at you.
That's how it is.
That's true.
And I usually make him do it while I'm eating a quesadilla. Yeah. She kept lying to me about being pregnant. And I was like, Hannah Claire, the scale keeps going up, and you keep saying you're
really dense.
Oh my God.
He's hot, Grand Hut. It's so creepy, dude. This
banter is
weird,
so
the weird
cringe.
flirting. It's like, bro, you're supposed to be married. Okay, so here's
He's
another
not
instance.
married.
Supposed to be, but
He's married for tax.
Oh yeah,
purposes.
it's a scam. Listen, so quartering, just to set this up, all
yeah,
monkeys.
they got married. They got married at the what is that shit called? Fuck. What are those like little branches called that they do all the tax returns? Fuck. Damn it! I was gonna say he got married at the local whatever, but I can't remember what the fuck they're called. God damn it!
Been talking about how he's
Never
going to go to the
mind.
pumpkin patch. How he's now a wholesome Christian man
I'm
who
too
wants
tired, bro.
to take his family to the pumpkin patch.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's hold on. What are those things called? Yeah, H&R Block. I just saw it on Google Images right as you typed that. Yep. H&R Block. You know, they didn't get married in church. They got married at the local H&R Block because now quartering could do, you know, married file jointly.
Church. He keeps talking about the pumpkin patch and church and how he's about to have kids. He can't wait to take them to the pumpkin patch. And I guess his wife's been begging to go to the pumpkin patch. Well, Jeremy had other priorities. Let's have a look.
Okay.
I wasn't here on Tuesday.
What? Pumpkin
Monday.
patch?
Oh, the pumpkin patch.
He wronged Mrs. the Quartering.
Oh no.
He
Again.
wronged?
He
Her
wronged.
again? No hospital, no pumpkin patch. Let's hear it.
Oh.
We were supposed to go to the pumpkin patch, and she apparently told me that they closed at 5:30. I did not hear this. And I was like, well, I want to go to the guitar store to pick up. They were setting up. I got a new guitar. I needed them to do some.
Wait, the guitar store? Look at Melanie. She's disappointed in quartering.
Well, Hannah's laughing.
They're disappointed in Jer.
Oh,
so he doesn't play the guitar.
Guitar store? Does he play?
The idea is that the quartering plays the guitar, and he's like shredding some sweet fucking tunes. Like, come on, Jer. Come on.
Doesn't play shit.
Used to it. So that was ready to get picked up, and I was like,
"Hey, quartering, I have an awesome idea for a channel for you. Make music videos." I would love Jer music. Please, quartering, please. Wait, the guitar? He's copying Tim Pool.
No, he is.
Yo, literally.
You're right, buddy.
Oh,
Holy.
my Skinwalker, bud. Holy.
Okay, can we go to the guitar store first because it's in Milwaukee and I don't want to get stuck in rush.
I wonder how long it'll be before he buys a skate park and tries to start skateboarding too. Because isn't that like one of Tim Pool's like things? Is he is a skater bro or some shit like that, which is his excuse for wearing the beanie. So how long until quartering adopts that one too?
Shower traffic. She did not at that point remind me that the pumpkin patch closed at 5:30.
Okay, buddy, you're an adult. Like, she needed to remind you. Why didn't you make sure to prioritize your wife and your time together to go to the pumpkin patch? Reminder, guys, he's been talking about this pumpkin patch every show for the last month, that he's going to the pumpkin patch and how excited his wife is to go to the pumpkin patch.
I've never heard the word pumpkin patch so much in my life.
Gotta say,
holy fuck.
why is he talking about this shit? Like, why does he feel like anyone needs to know about his wife going to the hospital or the pumpkin patch? Like, just don't tell people about this stuff, man.
Also, who's heading to pumpkin patch after 5:30? You know,
Well, it
it's,
closes for a reason.
it's dark and you can't see.
Oh my god!
Like, come on, dude.
We arrived at the guitar store at 5 o'clock. Thus,
wait, at 5. So what, even if you went straight to the pumpkin patch, you'd be late.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
But he's saying he couldn't have possibly remembered on his own that it closed at 5:30.
Oh my god!
rendering the possibility of said pumpkin patch impossible.
Pumpkin fat. Hear that? Look. Hear this. Hear this.
He's a pumpkin fat. He looks like a fat pumpkin. It's orange. By the way, have you noticed this entire time he's been crossing his arms like that to try and look buff? Have you noticed that?
Wow.
This entire time while he's been talking to these guys, like constantly crossing his arms in an unnatural way.
His underarms stink.
The pumpkin patch closed at 5:30.
Say it again.
We arrived at the guitar store at 5 o'clock, thus rendering the possibility of said pumpkin.
Was his wife not like, hey, can we go to the pumpkin patch first because it's fucking 5? Also, you're there. You're gonna like run in.
No, I think they took separate cars, didn't they?
Oh my god!
It wasn't. They drive separately. Like, this is crazy.
That's insanity. What's this?
We got big support. Let's go. He says, love the Ralph Quarter Planet DSP content. Can we get some Tilton for Kino?
Yes.
Yeah, next show.
Yeah, next show.
So, and then she was kind of like, well, I told you they closed at 5:30. I'm like, oh, would come the fuck on. So like now, yeah, and now we haven't.
You guys are going on a fun date to the pumpkin patch, and it was a priority for you, and then you were like, I've got errands to run. Forget that.
Even if you drove directly to the pumpkin patch, you'd be late.
Come on.
Why couldn't he just go pick up his guitar at a later date? Like, what the fuck is the big rush to go pick up a guitar?
Come on, bro.
5 o'clock rush hour? Like, are you fucking stupid?
I bet you the Sky Bowl took her to the pumpkin patch.
Yep, I bet you too. By the way, you're
the Sky Bowl. Holy shit. Yeah.
Dreamer, you're allowed to do anything at any time, whenever you want.
The
no, he's got to get out those 5 videos a day, buddy, with his live stream.
Yeah, so much work. 1 hour. Fucking.
Take her tomorrow. If she's feeling up to it, I will take her tomorrow.
Oh, there you go.
But I believe that she told me they closed at 5:30, but I clearly had forgotten because we left here at like 4. There's no way I would have thought, hey, we should go to the guitar store first because it takes an hour to get there. But I was just like,
didn't want to go.
The
guitar store is an hour away? Where do you live? You live in the fucking boonies? Like,
he does.
An hour away?
He does.
I've got like 10 music stores like next to me right now.
Oh, man.
Holy.
It just slipped my mind, and she probably didn't want to make me mad or upset me because she knows I have a
Elijah R with a 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. It's very kind of you. Big ups, dude. But yeah, really appreciate it, man.
few pet peeves. I know it's crazy, but one of them is like my schedule. Like,
you don't say. Look at Melanie's concern.
I know
what the hell are you talking about? It's about to get really dark, though. It's about to get really dark. Get ready.
This is actually insane.
I have like Asperger's, so like some of part of that is
He
from.
has Asperger's.
Wow.
No way, man.
He says that his wife fears him. Like, it's crazy.
My wife fears me?
His wife fears him, buddy.
Wait.
He has autism.
You beat her. Okay, joke. I don't want to get sued.
Asperger's, so like some of part of that is from like
Tylenol.
Yeah, it's from Tylenol. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, I think that's it for.
So quartering is a classified spurg. That's interesting to know.
Oh, wait, we have one more.
No.
Oh,
Too
okay.
soon.
This one, Jeremy admits he's trying to do sober October, but he's failing.
Well, he's already drank 3 times this year.
I think, honestly, he must have been drunk during the show for him to say some of the shit he said. Come on.
Okay. Wasn't he at the, what's it called? The Renaissance Fair like 2 weeks ago?
Yes. That was before Kino Ween.
Oh,
he was
fair.
at the Ren Fair, and he had 10 beers and 2 orders of cheese curds, deep fried.
Well, that's...
2, it still does.
I tried to start, like, one day I was like, in the throes of, Sober October. I was like, okay,
who describes it as being in the throes of Sober October?
Like
it's that much. Like he's, I want to drink it. Oh God, this Miller. Oh, it glistens. Oh, look at how it sparkles in the light. Oh, I need it. He's a drunk. He's an alcoholic.
So we have like a theme for today's episode. It's drunk, rehab, relapse.
It always is.
Literally
it always
is.
on the show. Yeah.
I can't stop drinking G Fuel. That's right. It's like water to me at this point. Oh wait, it is water.
Yeah. I need to distract myself. I'm like, I'm gonna take care of all these bots.
Yeah.
So like, I uploaded a video because usually I upload a video and I get like 100 comments instantly, and they're all from bots.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's botting.
He's botting.
Like going through, I just couldn't keep up with it, and I gave up. So I don't know what is going on with YouTube, the YouTube comment section, but I'm very close to just shutting it off because it's
so he's so upset about the negative.
Bro, he's gonna shut off his comment section. That is like literal channel suicide if you do that.
Negative comments that are calling him out, for scripting the audience, the coffee ads, the clickbait, that he's now just considering turning the
No, you can't. If you turn off comments, you lose half your engagement besides likes, right?
You're a free speech champion, sir.
Oh my God.
It's like there's so little value there now because it's completely overrun by AI.
Right.
Our comments are like really nice and cool.
Yeah. I see the odd comment that clearly is a bot or like a scam. There was this one like shilling real estate, and then it had like 100 like people all saying they were interested in the real estate, and it was obviously fake as fuck. Has anyone else seen this shit?
I followed Shelby's real estate guidebook, and I made over $85,000 in my first month. And then it'll be like a reply, how can I learn about this? I would love to make $85,000 in a month. That sounds great. Well, you can find Shelby's guide at yeah. Those fucking bots are terrible.
By the way, we got quartering Black Sky Bull for 1,000.
Wow.
Says Quarter Planet's wife and I had a great time at the pumpkin patch. All right, guys, it's time to free the bird. It's time for the free bird segment.
Yeah, the bots talking to bots. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even really bots talking to bots. It's just a script. Basically a macro that's being run where, one comment's left, the account switches, another comment's left replying to it, account switch, another comment reply. Like, it's not even really an actual like bot talking to a bot. It's just one automated process that they just, spam post in your comment section all at once. Am I a bot? No, I wouldn't be getting tired if I was a bot. If I was a bot, I'd have the energy to stream all day, every day. And infinite YouTube videos, too. Let's see. Here, we'll watch this one.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast. This guy here. Today we're talking about Halo because it was just announced a couple minutes ago that Halo is coming to the PlayStation 5. It's no longer going to be a console exclusive, but it's also more than that. This is going to be a complete remake of the original Halo, and instantly, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of hate towards this project, saying people don't like the new art style.
It looks super generic, man.
Only the campaign. It will not have any sort of multiplayer. It does look like this is a very strange idea of a project. Now, personally, my favorite Halo has always been the original. It's a game I played the most of the entire series. And yeah, it definitely had its problems. Yeah, it wasn't the best balancing, but I still feel like that original campaign is still the best that we ever got from the entire Halo saga. But let's take a look at this remake because they just posted 13 minutes of gameplay. I want to take a look at that, and I want to take a look at a lot of the reactions because people seem to be a bit split as to whether this is a good thing or the last hurrah of a dying brand. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe. if you haven't already. I just got new teeth. I'm sorry. I'm talking a slight bit funny. I'm trying to adapt. These new teeth are slightly bigger than my other ones were, but it's called Halo Campaign Evolved. Now, I know we keep talking about the fact that this is literally purely a campaign, but it is a bit odd that just the idea of investing so many, probably hundreds of millions of dollars, this is a new engine that they have not used before. Typically, there was like a specific Halo engine that they'd made all the previous Halos in. This is being done in Unreal Engine 5. I think graphically, it definitely looks way more realistic than any other Halo we've ever had, but you can even decide whether that's...
Yeah, my favorite Halo game, too, is the one with Master Chief. That one's great.
Good or bad, but let me start by talking about the features of it, because they've announced something to this that to me is extra interesting. Prequel chapters. There will now be 3 prequel missions. Join Master Chief and Sergeant Johnson in a brand new arc set before the events of Halo Combat Evolved, feature new environments, game...
Oh boy, wow.
...play characters and enemies.
You know what I would sure love instead of that? Multiplayer.
Now, anybody who's read any of the Halo books like I have, I think I've read all 32 of the Halo books, this is probably the events of Contact Harvest, stuff that sort of introduced Sergeant Johnson to the whole universe. But this, to me, I think is interesting. Let's see how big they end up being. Now, this will be fully couch co-op 2-player, or online 4-player co-op, which the original Halo has never had. But let's talk about what actually matters. First and foremost, a lot of people are making memes saying, great, I can finally sell my Xbox. The last Xbox game. At this point, everybody's playing Halo Infinite on PC for the most part. There has been time.
Yeah, everybody's playing Halo Infinite on PC. Should we check in on Halo Infinite on PC? Let's see. Where are you, Halo Infinite on PC? A 1,000 people. That is brutal, dude. And the day of a big Halo announcement, too.
That essentially there is a new mandate from the top of Microsoft saying you need to find any way you possibly can to make Xbox profitable. No matter what. Take games, sell them anywhere. Put them on PlayStation. Put them on Nintendo Switch. Just put this stuff anywhere. And it seems like part of their answer to that is this. So let's take a look at some gameplay here, right? So, this is obviously the mission called the Silent Cartographer. The new animations, I still feel like the hand sway, wow. So, sprint in the original Halo is a massive, massive, massive departure. Just in general, it definitely looks like it's going for that photorealism that Halo has never tried to achieve, which I feel...
Dude, it looks like this is a fan project. This looks like a fan project of someone who, like, yeah, let me fuck around in Unreal Engine and make Halo. Like, it just looks off.
A bit odd about. I do think I like the fact that a lot of the guns still look the way they did in the original game, just spruced up, but man, sprint just looks so odd in the original Halo. I honestly do not like the sprint. The glow and the effects are good, but man... I have this muted, by the way, just because there's, I think, some copyrighted music and stuff playing in the background, but I wanted to just kind of glance at this to kind of get a vibe on it. You can see this already has a 10% dislike ratio, already pretty crazy. Here's, of course, Fohammer dropping off the big Warthog. Let's fast forward a bit. Let's actually see some of this Warthog gameplay. So this is sort of that template look of a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games. Oh wow, we have actual waypoints just hovering on the screen now. I literally actually replayed this mission right before this started happening, just by pure happenstance. I was actually playing it this morning, and I was playing, this is still my favorite mission, is the Silent Cartographer. Man, I just feel like the lighting engine and stuff, something about Unreal Engine 5 always looked a slight bit funky to me. I mean, it is cool that there's like treads and stuff now in the sand itself. I'm almost just kind of wondering, there have been leaks that essentially they're doing this project to see if anybody still cares about Halo. That's apparently the major sentiment, that they're at a point where they're like, okay, a lot of Team Green brands, a lot of stuff, it's just not really breaking out of its bubble anymore. They're not finding new Halo fans. Infinite has been long dead at this point. So apparently...
I thought they were all on PC.
The talks have been the fact that they're like, all right, we're not going to make the best Halo 7 of all time if no one's going to buy it, if no one's going to get invested. Let's make a mid-budget game. Let's not make something that takes a ton of creative man.
Dude, this isn't even a mid-budget game. This is like literally, you know, here's a cow Indian village, code us out a remaster. Like, this is literally the lowest tier slop on the totem pole of remasters. It's just literally taking a game and putting Unreal Engine 5 on top of it. That's it. This is like literally worse than a low budget game. It basically is a non-existent budget game.
Or let's just do a very safe, tried and true new remake.
And
see
look how terrible this gameplay looks, bro. It just genuinely looks bad.
If people still care about Halo, and then if they do, then we can do a massive, massive game. Something that's actually going to be expensive and groundbreaking and stuff. But immediate impressions, the gameplay does look a lot darker. This is something I feel like I don't like about a lot of modern cinema and a lot of modern games, which I feel like this may be more realistic. Yeah, it's realistic that it's dark as hell and you need a flashlight, but I don't know. I kind of like the fact that the original Halo and a lot of the original Xbox games and stuff,
you could actually see what was happening.
I kind of like that weird artificial 80s movie lighting. This just looks like a lot darker in general. Here, let's skip ahead a bit more and just see more of this nice open world combat. Or this is actually where the hunters show up, right? Here, let's fast forward. This is where the hunters show up. Yeah, there they are. Oh, you can actually drive the Warthog up here to this fight now. Wow, just the new designs. Honestly, the new designs of the Covenant look fantastic. Those dudes look spectacular. Now, it is going to be interesting to specifically see how this runs on the PlayStation 5 Pro and high-end PCs, because actually, Halo Infinite's already running very, very good on PC. A lot of people I know, a lot of my close friend group, actually, they're all very into Halo Infinite. They're mad that Halo Infinite's honestly fallen off so hard, because now you're kind of playing against the same 200 people every single day for the next 10 years. But this is interesting to me that, honestly, in a lot of ways, this looks like something that's going to be a real graphical pusher. Oh, wow, look at the way the barrel of the gun heats up. Man, it's so cool seeing this game remade, but at the same time, I am personally disappointed that we're not getting some sort of, I don't know.
Isaac with the 3 months. Looks like one of those fake Unreal Engine remake trailers on YouTube. Yeah, dude, it looks like a fan project. It does not look good, like, at all. There's like... there's no part of me that wants to go back and replay Halo Combat Evolved again. And even if I did, I could do so in 3 different ways. I could play it in the MCC, I could play the Xbox 360 remaster, or I could go play the original. We do not need another fucking port of this game. Just like Gears of War Ultimate Edition, we did not need 3 versions of that game.
There have been other times where they released Halo remakes that were supposed to be single player, but they had some form of multiplayer in it. It was when they first released the Combat Evolved that actually had the Halo Reach multiplayer in it. So at least you were getting something on the disc, although they're probably not even going to release a physical.
Why no multiplayer, did they say? Yeah, they did. They did, actually. They said it's because Halo Campaign Evolved is a scam, dude. Hell yeah.
Version of this now. But man, as a super fan of the original Halo, God, I gotta say, I 90% like these graphics. I think obviously the lighting effects are spectacular when it comes to being outside and seeing God rays and stuff, but just in general, still too dark for my tastes. But it is wild to actually see such a photorealistic version of this. Now, I've only heard little clips of the audio. I hope it's either the original voice acting just put into the new game and the original actors for all the new chapters come in and like reprise their roles. Look at this though, man. This is where I just feel like stuff is too dark. These monsters, the hunters, look so good. I wish they would, turn up the brightness so we could actually admire how cool their armor looks. The hunters aren't just like dudes. They're actually people inside of they're a bunch of eels. Also, hunters write battle poetry. If they survive a fight, they write a poem about it. That's the fun of the Halo books. And I'm kind of glad we're getting prequel chapters. I hope they get a chance to kind of expand more on the incredibly good Halo lore. All right, we're about to get that the guilty spark cutscene right here, I think, right? Man.
All about those poems. Z here with the 5. Even if it's better looking than the original in terms of technical, artistically, it's not. And also visually, it doesn't look that great for a new game. I agree. I don't think it looks good at all. The problem is they just took the old game and then yet again put a Unreal Engine 5 layer on top of it, just like they did with Oblivion. So it's the exact same strategy. It takes little to no effort. So that's what we have here. Yet another Unreal Engine 5 reskin. And it's going to keep happening, I guarantee you.
Okay, let me actually take a look at this here. Halo Combat Evolved coming 2026 for Xbox, PC, Steam, and PS5. Wow.
I don't know why the fuck they didn't put this on Switch too. It definitely could have run on there.
We got Halo on PlayStation before GTA 6. This is basically when they ported Sonic Adventure 2 to GameCube. End of an era, man. Seeing that PS5 logo next to Halo just don't seem right. Well, Xbox is officially dead with the already high Game Pass sub, high-priced next-gen console. It could not be any deader than this. I mean, undeniably, worldwide, the sales of the Xbox are just...
Dude, that's brutal. Jeez. 150. Dude, the Switch 1 is outselling the Xbox 2-1. Jeez. Switch 2 is outselling it, what? 6 or no? Closer 7-1. Yeah, and same with PS5.
In the toilet.
That is brutal, man.
I want to make a separate video about this, I think, but the PS5 actually outsold the Nintendo Switch 2 worldwide last month, and I was thinking about the fact that it's not just that. I want to talk about that. I also want to talk about the fact that it is interesting.
What's the big deal with that?
To me at this point, look at that. They're selling it. They're outselling them 8-1 PS5 to Xbox. It is just, it's a graveyard at this point. So what do you think about the idea of Halo coming to PS5? I think I'm excited about this. I'm definitely very, very much going to buy this. I'm going to play this, but I do wish it had multiplayer beyond just the 4-player co-op. And sprinting in the original Halo, it looks weird. I don't know. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a
That is like the least of my concerns with it. It just looks like soulless UE5 slob. It's yet another reskin, so... It's another fucking reskin. Man. Isn't it sad? They could have just ported the MCC instead of giving us the shitty remaster. Could have just ported the Halo MCC, added this as like an optional campaign mode for Halo Combat Evolved if you wanted to play it with updated graphics. That way PlayStation would get the Halo saga on their console, so then they could play the multiplayers, get immersed in the campaigns, and then when the next Halo rolls around, they'll be fully ready to go and buy the next one. But nope. Nope. We got to remake the game that's already been remade. And it's not even a remake. They're just reskinning it yet again. Hooray. Last time it was in the Halo 4 engine, I think, right? And this time it is in Unreal Engine 5. So.
Gaming.
Bing, bing, wahoo. Yeah, I don't think these qualify as remakes, personally. If you're just updating the visuals, and that's it, no gameplay, no level structure, nothing like that, it's just a fucking remaster. It's like Gears Reloaded, just a remaster. Or Oblivion Remastered, just a remaster. Or Last of Us Part 1, just a remaster. I would say it's even a demaster in that case, but, you know. Sue me. But it's just sad, bro. Halo deserves so much better.
Like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Yes, I am not the best at talking with these teeth. I promise I will get better. I will adapt. These are the teeth that I designed, actually.
The crazy thing is they literally removed features from the previous remaster, which is wild. Like, bro, the Halo 1 Combat Evolved Anniversary on 360 had a multiplayer mode. They literally took that fucking shit out of this version of the game. Like, bruh. Holy fuck, man. How? How are they that fucking dumb? It's a literal demake.
So I told them I wanted them extra white because I've never had super white teeth, and I told them I wanted them a little bit bigger. I like the full smile. Yeah? I don't know. Whatever. Halo.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see.
Yeah, I have a graded copy of the 360 remaster with the slipcover. Nah, he has, like, I think permanent dentures in his teeth, like where his teeth are. He had his teeth taken out. And they, like, drilled into his, like, fucking jawbone and put, like, mounts for dentures. So they're not even just veneers. They're, like, full-blown, like, artificial teeth. So he snaps his dentures into place. Yeah, his, like, entire, apparently, jawbone and everything was shattered and disformed, so they had to give him, like, a full dental implant, not just veneers. So, yeah, it is pretty wild. That's mean? How is that mean? That's the truth. But yeah, basically he explained it in his video, like, apparently when he was homeless, another homeless guy beat the shit out of him so bad it, like, shattered his teeth and jaw, and he, like, never got it fixed. So eventually it came to the point where he had to have it fixed. So that was the reason why he had his fundraiser and everything like that, to get his jawbone repaired and then also get his teeth implanted. So, yeah, pretty serious operation. So he's done the top and then he's doing the bottom. The whole thing I don't get is why wouldn't you just do the top and bottom at the same time? He decided to space it out, which doesn't make any sense to me. I would have done it all at once. It's like going in for a surgery, making a full recovery, and then having to do it all over again. Like, fuck that. Dude, that's not a pedo symbol. That's the Dreamcast logo. Oh my god. Come on, dude. I didn't even know the Dreamcast existed until I saw his channel, and even I know that. Come on now. I had never even heard of the Dreamcast until I stumbled across a Dreamcast guy's channel.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Bro, the type of girls that Dreamcast guy gets have penises, so yeah, he can keep them. You know, I'm not really looking forward to
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot. This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot.
You know, not really my bag, but hey. Keep dreaming. Yeah, it's pretty funny, man. He loves those breadsticks. Let's see. Raymond with the 5. Halo Campaign Evolved is a remake. No, it's not. Not a remaster. Okay. What fundamental gameplay element are they changing? What fundamental core gameplay element are they changing? Is it a one-to-one recreation of the original game? Yes. What are they changing? The visuals. That's it. It says on the Steam... Oh, okay. Yeah. Whatever. Microsoft also says that Ninja Gaiden 4 is a first-party game because they published it, which is not what a first-party game is, so... Again, no. There's a difference between a remake and a remaster. Yeah, no shit. A remake is when you, from the ground up, rebuild the game, overhaul everything. Level design, gameplay, visuals, voice acting, structure. It is a completely different experience from the original. Rebuilding a game's visuals in Unreal Engine 5 while maintaining the exact same levels and the exact same core gameplay experience is not a remake. That is a remaster. If the only thing that's changing primarily is the visuals, that is a remaster. That is the definition of a remaster. So, even if it has additional content, that's still a remaster. Gears Ultimate Edition on the Xbox One, despite having additional content, was not a remake. It was a remaster. Raging Boar with the 2. I'll stick with CEA. This is a pass for... Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to buy this shit. It's not like Halo 1 has been the game. Everyone's been like, oh my god, I wish they would remaster this. No, everybody wants them to remaster Halo 3. Halo 3 Anniversary should be at the top of Microsoft's priority list. That is their most legendary multiplayer first-party game that they ever had. That's what should have been announced. That would have gotten people interested in Halo. That would have sold units. That would have had a long-standing, multiplayer fan base that would have definitely bought that shit and come back, especially since it would be going to PlayStation for the first time. That shit would have done numbers, but nope. Instead, we get a remaster of a game that everybody's already played. Raymond with the 5. You don't even know what a demake is. Yes, I do. Demake literally just means that they take the game and remove features. It's literally a demake. It's when you make a game and then you re-release that game with less features. That's exactly what they're doing with Combat Evolved. The Combat Evolved Anniversary Edition launched with the original game, the remastered version of the game, and on top of that, a multiplayer mode that was dedicated to the game. They are removing that multiplayer. Therefore, it is launching with less features and gameplay options than the original and the remaster. So, that is the definition of a demake. They're removing features from the game. Just like when Naughty Dog remastered The Last of Us Part 1 and removed the multiplayer. That's a demake. A demake is where you remake a game in a retro style or on... No. You can... That's one... Whatever. There are different versions. Whatever. I don't need to explain this. This is very basic shit. They should allow you to die. Oh my god. Yeah, let Master Chief use the fucking jerk-off feature of the suit. Explain to the adults? No. I'm not going to explain why removing a feature from a game means it's a demake. Like, that is just such a common sense fucking explanation. I don't need to explain it. If you take a game and remove features from it, that's a demake. If I get less content with the newest iteration of a title, that is a fucking demake. Period. You're stripping the experience down. You're degrading the overall value of the product. Sure, it might look better visually, but you're getting less value for your money. Your gameplay options have been diminished. You're getting a more feature-complete game on the Master Chief Collection for $5 that comes with not only Halo 1, but also the entire Master Chief Saga minus $5. So, the definitive, Halo Combat Evolved experience is still Combat Evolved Anniversary, if you really want to get technical. Yeah, they should port 5. The problem is I don't think anyone in 343 actually knows how that engine works anymore. So, that's the problem. I don't think anyone inside of 343 actually knows how the system, that they use to make Halo 5 even works. I mean, Microsoft basically got rid of all their actual developers. They just outsource everything now. I don't believe the original Halo Combat Evolved had like actual matchmaking though, right? I thought it had like local multiplayer, but I don't think it had like actual like online matchmaking. So, that's what I mean when I say like Combat Evolved Anniversary has more content, is because you have like a dedicated multiplayer mode. Like you can go and play multiplayer with other people online as well as playing locally. So, only system link, yeah. So, on top of that, dude, they added lore to the game. The terminals or whatever the fuck they were.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
The bad part about MCC campaigns were the broken shit with the difficulty. The enemies are much more aggressive and it makes legendary difficulty complete bullshit. Yeah, I don't play the campaigns on legendary, so yeah. I cannot relate, but yeah, I've heard that. It amplifies the Halo 2 legendary effect, is what I've heard. Let's see. Oh god, Raymond with the 5. As a comparison, have you not seen the Portal N64 remake? Portal Nintendo 64 remake is a remake of Portal. Okay, cool. Congratulations. Great. Doesn't matter, bro. People still use demake in the context of a game that gets re-released with less features. Congrats. You know, I'm not one of these young, I guess, bucks out here, but even I know that demake is a slang term, as the kids will say, for a game that comes out that has less features than what it originally launched with. But, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh, my God. Raging Boar with the 10. I'm tired of this, Raymond. And the all right.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Go.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Yeah, we watched the Candace Owens thing. This is such a silly argument. Yeah, dude, it's like... Has everyone not... like, genuine question. Has anyone not heard the term demake used in the context of a game stripping away features? Like, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty common slang term that the kids are tossing around the internets today, right? Hell yeah, on their MySpaces and Facebooks and shit. I mean, maybe I'm just a boomer, I don't know, but, you know. I remember many games being considered a demake because they were worse than the original version, not just because of graphics. But whatever. I don't understand why this is a hard concept to grasp. Yeah, it's used in the context of bad remakes, exactly. But apparently it literally means going and making an old console run a new game. Like, cool. That's not what anybody's talking about. Congrats. Like, you know.
Skip it a button, faggot.
Literally means a bundle of sticks, but we also call people who like to suck cock that. So, you know, words take on different meanings through internet jargon and slang, dude. The vernacular of the internet is different than literal definitions, but I don't know, man. Internetism, yeah. Tips Fedora, yeah, exactly. I wouldn't trust Halo Studios. They had with anything other than a demake. They have been riding on Bungie's success since day one. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's basically made up of Bungie's B team that wanted to stick with Microsoft for the paycheck security. All the actual talent left to go work on Bungie's, you know, Destiny project. But then a bunch of them got picked off later, so... And Activision kind of fucked over Destiny as a whole. Mandating a yearly DLC. So, a lot of people got burnt out and left. Either way, man. You know? Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Campaign Edition is a scam. So, wah wah. Yeah, it's my next video I haven't recorded yet, so I mean, you know, I can slop this one up. It's not going to be super complicated. Z-Herb with the 5. Cue that Twitter meme where a guy was saying he hates pancakes and someone argues, what about waffles? I'm paraphrasing, but it's a different point. Yeah, exactly. Yup. A term used in a completely different context to try and negate the point. I don't know. It is what it is, man. You can't win them all, right? I really do like how this thumbnail turned out. I think it looks good. If I do say so myself. Which I did. Pretty sure Halo was a big deal in the 2000s. It was a very big deal. Dude, I still have my Halo 3 Slurpee cup from back in the day. I didn't even have an Xbox 360 and I wanted to keep that shit. Yeah, Halo used to be a huge deal. Like, I have these two. I don't have all three. But I have two of them. I have this one and this one. I don't have this one. Because I don't like capture the flag. But yeah, I have this one and this one. So, good times, man. Halo was incredibly culturally relevant back in the day. It's sad what's happened. Truly. I didn't even have an Xbox and I wanted those cups. It's a better time, man. Definitely a better time. Yeah, I don't like capture the flag. It's always been one of those modes I've disliked. I miss when stores had massive drinks to make everyone... Yeah, when you could walk into a 7-Eleven and get like the double gulp or whatever the fuck, and it was like 60 ounces or some shit. It's fucking retarded as fuck. Or like, you know, the large Slurpees were like the size of your forearm. Crazy, bro. Different time for sure. And they were like 60 cents. There's still a place in the South. It's a gas station called, I think, Parker's. And they have the 59-cent drinks, I think, still. Where they're like these massive fucking cups. And it's like, jeez, bro. But the thing is they cost like 20... No, not even 20 cents. They probably cost like maybe 10 cents to fill up. You know, the cup and the actual lid and straw are probably the most expensive part. The syrup and the water cost nothing. So, yeah, it's like 10 cents to fill up a large drink. And, you know, they charge you like $4 at most places now. It's like the biggest profit margin for a lot of these, like restaurants and gas stations and fast food places. Griffin, can you spell? Yeah, dude. ICUP because I put a camera in your bathroom. Circle K is still $1. Yeah. That's like crazy. Hold on, let's see. Profit margin on large McDonald's Coke. Yeah, here you go. The profit margin on a large McDonald's Coke is estimated to be around 82%, making it one of the most profitable items of the company. This is because the cost to produce is very low, while the selling price is much higher. The estimated production cost for each drink is 10 cents. The low cost of syrup, carbonated water, cup, lid, straw allows for large profit margins when the drink is sold for higher price, especially when included in a meal combo. So, it's probably a lot higher than that. How much do they charge for a large drink now? McDonald's, large, Coke. Price $1.50 to $3 depending on location. Okay, so I see it right here. McMenu $3.19. Dude, so let's say worst case it's 20 cents. They're making $3 a fucking soda. That's ridiculous, man. $3 a soda. Jesus. That's great. You're like, what, over 15xing your money per drink. That's where the big money maker comes from. So well, the thing is McDonald's Coke is meant to be drank with ice because the way they have their syrup distribution is that it puts a lot more syrup than you need for the water amount because it takes into the account the ice meltage. So if you don't get ice, you're going to get a lot more sugar and, you know, a lot stronger soda. So just keep that in mind. McDonald's has done the measurement to account for the average ice melt when you fill the cup up with ice and then pour the soda in. So that melted ice is accounted when the syrup mixes. So that's the reason why. It's actually not as nefarious as it sounds. Well, yeah, if you want, like, literally more sugar water, then yeah. Don't get ice. Or get the drink and then dump it into a bigger cup with ice in it. Kidney stones drink? Yep. Did I ever get food poisoning from fast food? Nah, the only place I've ever, I think, gotten, like, legit food poisoning from is I went to a hibachi restaurant as a kid. And, like, for 2 days, man, I was, like, just literally throwing up and shitting constantly. It was awful, bro. It was absolutely fucking awful. And, like, my parents called the restaurant to see, like, if we could get a refund. And they're like, oh, we can't give you a refund, but we'll give you a gift card for another free meal. It's like, bruh. I'm never going back in that fucking restaurant again. Fuck that. Like, yeah, give me a gift card so I can go fucking puke my guts out again for 2 fucking days straight. Jeez. Yeah, that's a real great resolution. I can't wait to come back and get the same shit I had previously. Yeah, they wanted to finish me off. Maybe they should have, you know? I can't even get a woman to look at me. But yeah, dude, that shit was rough. Literally. That was, like, I got steak and shrimp hibachi. So, one of those ingredients was bad. So, yeah. I want to go back. Yeah, exactly. My dad got a minor case of food poisoning, but the thing is his stomach is, like, hardened from being in the military, so, you know, he used to eat, like, semi-expired food all the fucking time back in the day. So, I think he was more used to it. So, but yeah, he got sick as well, and he also had the steak and shrimp as well, too, so. Yeah, my dad's got, like, an iron gut, so, from eating all the MREs and stuff. Nah, shrimp don't... Dude, I used to eat, like, pounds of shrimp as a kid, like, fresh shrimp. So, when I used to go visit my grandma down south, we knew people with a shrimp boat, and we used to just go and buy, like, 20 pounds of shrimp straight off the dock. And we used to do, like, big-ass shrimp boils and shit. So, no, I can eat shrimp. That's not a problem. It's just when they're bad. So, yeah, fresh shrimp is fine. It's just, you know, the freshness was questionable on the various shrimp dishes that have made me ill. So, yeah, but that shrimp Caesar salad was not even remotely close to what I was just describing. You know, having to get up and shit 4 times is not even remotely close to the torment that I was going through after the hibachi restaurant, so. The hibachi restaurant was awful, bro. Like, I was throwing up the whole time, too. So it wasn't just like I had the shits. It was that, like, I would get the shits and then I would have to get a plastic bag and throw up at the same time. That's what we're talking about. It was awful. Absolutely fucking awful. Yeah, we'll give you a gift card and you can come back. It's like, yeah, no fucking thank you. Yeah, I'm not coming back. Should have fucking thrown my puke bags in there. So here you go. Here's your refund, bitch. I'd like to return this product. But yeah, no, that was... It hit me like an hour after we got home, and it's like, oh my god. The shrimp was... Well, dude, the thing is the majority of the shrimp we eat comes from India. So, yeah, most of the shrimp you get in a store or a restaurant or anything like that comes straight from India. So, we quite literally get Indian shrimp. Because none of the fucking, you know, shrimp processing plants want to process American shrimp because it's too expensive. So we ship all of our shrimp overseas, and then we buy all the Indian shrimp. Which is so fucking retarded, but yeah. Here, let's see. The grueling conditions in Indian shrimp industry.
Americans eat more shrimp than any other seafood. In 2023, the U.S. imported 1.7 billion pounds of the shellfish. The demand for shrimp has helped create a thriving industry thousands of miles away. In the past decade, India has become one of the leading exporters of shrimp.
That must be the... okay, never mind.
But that comes at a cost.
Indian shrimp is incredibly problematic for our environment and human rights as a whole.
Our human rights. Yeah, I'm more so concerned about the contamination.
In the coastal town of Talarevu, the Associated Press found dozens of women working barefoot inside a small, unmarked processing shed. Here, they peel mounds of ice-covered shrimp, twist the heads, pull off the legs, and pluck the tails. Some do the work with gloves, others barehanded. It's a common scene in Talarevu where women desperate to earn a living, like Panapatala Ratnam, will take whatever work they can find.
This is probably the cleanest instance.
Arugula Baby is another daily worker. Baby is a widow who recently lost her son to liver disease. She's raising her granddaughters and paying off more than $8,000 in debt.
Liver disease? What could be the cause of that?
Makes less than $4 a day peeling shrimp, $2 less than India's daily minimum wage. Workers like Baby say they pay a recruiter about 25 cents each day just to step foot inside the processing shed. Transportation is also deducted from salaries. They're paying in other ways too. According to a new report by the Corporate Accountability Lab, worker exploitation is common throughout India's shrimp industry. Workers are subjected to dangerous working conditions, often without appropriate protective gear, commonly developing frostbite.
Because of this extreme temperatures, like cold temperatures or too much of wetness, they'll be getting this fungal infection.
Dermatologist Sushmita Mehta says on average she sees 4 to 5 shrimp workers each day with skin problems.
And with continuous change, if they neglect, then there'll be amputation.
उधर पानी चल रहा तो पूरे ये खराब का निकलता था नीचे ये पहले इसमें से लेके थे हम लोग बचपन से वो अंदर के पास वो भी खराब हो गया.
India's booming shrimp industry isn't just raising concerns about labor abuse. Locals say it's damaging the environment too. Shrimp ponds have been dug into fields and mangroves, destroying ecosystems.
पानी पूरा खराब हो गया. पहला ये गांव के आगे आसपास वाला कितना 7-8 गांव वाला लेके जाते थे इधर से पानी. वो लोग इधर आते हैं. हम लोग रोजगारी डब्बा खरीदता था 20 रुपए डब्बा.
In 2014, construction began on a nearly 60-acre seafood processing plant in West Godavari, prompting immediate protest from residents. Since opening in 2019, Koya Sampath Rao says that about 1/3 of the 400 people in his village have moved out.
बहुत बात है. रात को कितना 12 बजे सवेरे 6 बजे एकदम सांस लेने को भी अपना ये होते. बोलो कैसा ये को मुंगी मर गई तो ऐसा बात आते.
About a mile away, residents are also feeling the impacts of the processing plant.
కెనాల్ డ్రైన్స్ ఈ ఫ్యాక్టరీ నుంచి కిందకి వెళ్ళి ఇవన్నీ మూసేసారు మొత్తం. ఇప్పుడు ఇరిగేషన్ డ్రైన్ కానీ లేకపోతే మురికి నీళ్ళు కానీ మూసేయడం వల్ల మొత్తం ఈ ఆయకట్లు కొన్ని 100 ఎకరాలు పంటట్లేదు. ఇప్పుడు ఒక దాల్వ మాత్రమే పండుతుంది, సారవ పండట్లేదు.
India's dominance in the shrimp industry can be traced in part to what happened in Thailand. In 2015, an AP investigation found seafood sold in the U.S. linked to human trafficking and modern-day slavery in Southeast Asia's fishing industry.
We found that people were being forced to process shrimp in Thailand, held inside, locked up, not paid. And that reporting prompted a lot of change.
Dude, this is what we should do with the illegal immigrants. Make them process our shrimp.
For one thing, the processing centers where people were locked inside largely got shut down.
As labor practices there...
If you want to stay in the United States, you'll work for $20 a day peeling shrimp.
Shrimp prices
12 hours a day. No breaks.
Increased.
Do you still want to stay or will you leave?
And U.S. importers started to look elsewhere. Now, India and Ecuador account for more than 2/3 of total U.S. shrimp imports. Back in Tel Aviv, where we found unsafe working conditions, we spotted shrimp being loaded into a truck with the brand Nikanti, painted in large letters. Nikanti is one of the largest seafood exporters in India. U.S. trade records show it shipped 726 tons of farmed shrimp in the past year to major American seafood distributors.
As we stated during our communications, we don't outsource any processing.
A spokesman says Nikanti leases out trucks to third parties during the slow months, but that's now under review.
We will go have some conversations with those other parties and see how we can help them offer something better than, unfortunately, what you witnessed that day. But again, just for clarity, that's not our property and we don't control what goes on there.
But managers at the small shed said Nikanti and other major brands often outsource labor-intensive work to keep down costs. At the recent North American Seafood Expo in Boston, 16 exporters were from India.
What about the issues of concern that other people have about
Doesn't he just look... Yeah, I really want him handling my food.
labor problems or environmental problems?
I already told you earlier that we are committed to providing quality streams to U.S. as per the requirements, regulatory requirements.
The Indian shrimp industry has also been scrutinized for the use of antibiotics, which can lead to rising drug-resistant infections. Last year, the FDA refused entry of 51 shrimp shipments, citing antibiotics. 37 of those were from India. Regarding any human rights or labor abuses, Global Seafood Alliance, which certifies responsible seafood practices in the supply chain, said it would be investigating.
So it's a really terrible situation.
Am I racist? Yes. And sexist, homophobic, transphobic, insert whatever buzzword you'd like. I'm all of them.
Just so that we can have the convenience of having pre-peeled shrimp.
Oh my god, is that what I think it is? Was that what I think it is? Bruh, no, it can't be. It can't. Bruh. Come on. No.
పిల్లలకి జ్వరం అయితే హాస్పిటల్ తీసుకెళ్ళినా కూడా డబ్బులు ఉండలేదండి చాలా ఇబ్బంది పడిపోతున్నామండి
Give me monies!
Country full of beggars, man. Don't fall for the fake tears. That's the number one thing they tell you about going to India or any poor nation, especially as a white Western tourist, is everybody's a beggar, constantly trying to grift money off of you. So... gotta be careful. Oski Woski with the 2. I was waiting for that. Yup. The cow patties, man. Wowie zowie. Yeah, dude, anytime you go to Asia... Like, obviously, when I say Asia, I'm not talking like China or Japan or South Korea. Well, although some of those places do have beggars, especially in China and parts of South Korea. But mostly Southeast Asia. There are a lot of beggars. Same with the Middle East. Lots and lots of beggars. So, and they will just hound you. Everybody's got a sob story. Everybody wants some shekels, so. Sure, Griffin, I'll keep that in mind when I don't visit India. Yeah. It's the right call. Those dung cakes are probably fuel sources. Is that supposed to be good? What? Bro, I don't think that's the own you think it is. I don't think that's the win that you think it is. I do not think that is the win that you think it is. I was gonna see if I could find that clip. Yeah, here it is.
Why do we bring that in the kitchen? I
Kapoor
thought that needed to be in the center of the house.
First we do it here, then. Okay.
I just don't understand why there's cow manure in the kitchen, to be honest.
Cow is considered God.
Yeah, but it's poop on the kitchen table.
It has some antimicrobial properties. So this is why it is used to purify the things.
What? I try to be very respectful of their customs, their culture, and everything like that. But I draw the line, I draw my boundaries at this, right here. This is disgusting.
मम्मा हर गेट पे गोमूत्र का छिड़काव कर दो.
हाँ जरा से कर दो. हाँ कर दे.
Sprinkle cow urine on every door.
बुद्धि हो जाएगी थोड़ी सी, है ना?
I'm just pouring few drops of cow urine.
Why?
A few drops, just few drops.
Why?
I told you.
Why do we bring that in the kitchen?
Kapoor
I thought that needed to be in the center of the house.
First we do it here, then. Okay.
Nasty. Just a few drops. Just a few drops. I don't know if there's enough money for me to chug a bottle of cow piss. I don't think I could do it. I don't think my body would fit. Dude, I'm like getting kind of queasy just thinking about it now. That's... Ooh, no. Nope. I don't think I could do it. Yeah, I would throw up immediately. Now search Sandman Gaming Western Society. Well, we'll see what this is. We'll see if they bless the house with cow piss. Sandman. Okay, it's not gonna. Hold on. It's just Sandman. Western. This one.
This planet has been a home to all kinds.
555.
Men and children are very much safe in their country, but the reality is white men are their god's most rapiest soldiers. Taking United States of Kirk as an example, the population of US is almost 1/3 of India's population, but they have almost 5 times more rape cases than in India. And I know some
Nice try. Total number of rape cases reported. Very, very, very important differentiator there. Because in India, it's a woman's fault if she gets raped. So therefore, most rapes go completely unreported.
And I know some Indian with inferiority complex will shout, no, in India rape cases are not recorded properly. That's why the count is very low. Americans are better than us, sir. You are saying things wrong. Very wrong. So for your clarification, I've checked the national records and it mentions that almost 60% of rape cases are unreported in US. And let's assume India is very bad and we have like 90% cases unreported and US has only 60% cases unreported. Then also US is way worse than India. And not to forget, their musical festivals are a hub of sexual assaults. In a survey, 92% girls reported that they have faced some kind of harassment. And this is just...
Let me ask you a question. Which country has female-only train cars, and which doesn't? I'll wait for your response.
20th century, guys. In past centuries, these guys used to burn women alive when they refused to get raped and called it witch hunting. And these assaults are not limited to women and children only. As you know, majority of these guys are gays, so they equally assault men as well. And I was looking how dirty the Western society actually is, and one of my subscribers told me that from 1971 to 1979, child pornography was legal in their countries. So yeah, so much for the civilized society, right? And since we're talking about the civilized society, let's have a look at some civilized Westerners.
The usual suspect. Yeah, Westerners. Westerners, guys. Definitely not sub-Saharans. A homeless guy washing himself in a fountain is disgusting. What? No, don't mute him. I want to see the cope. I want to see the cope. You know, this is truly sad, bro. You know, it truly is sad. You think finding one example of something is like some sort of own. It's not. Nobody's in denial that people piss in random places when they get fucking drunk. Do you know what they don't do? Piss in random places just for the fucking hell of it. They also don't cop a squat on the side of the road and take a shit. Or need government campaigns in order to get people to buy and use toilets. Or, you know, put pictures of God on the sidewalk so they don't piss and shit all over the place. So, again, nobody's denying that people fucking piss in random places. There's levels to it, bruh.
Look at India. It's filthy. आप यकीन नहीं करोगे मैं न्यूयॉर्क के मेट्रो में खड़ा हूँ गाइस इमेजिन यहाँ पे हाँ देख लो जी फिर कहते हैं देसी माड़े ने हाँ गोरे सारे ज़्यादा गंदे ने
Many people from India or let's say from very poor country believe that these Westerners have built their beautiful cities and beautiful infrastructure with hard work and dedication. But actually all these countries are built on stolen money. And not just money and
Oh, stolen money, sir! Our countries are so rich. That is why they are little shithole. Even if the Westerners leave 100 years later.
Sources. These guys have stolen lands as well. Countries like Canada, USA, and New Zealand, and Australia. These all belong to other ethnicities that were killed by these Rakshas, and now they claim this stolen land as their own. Anything that comes from a white man is either stolen from someone else, or he just translated some Vedic.
Oh my god. Sir, we have never stolen anything, sir. Never. Okay, well, what do you have to show for it? You use British roads, British railways, British power lines, British infrastructure. I mean, what do you call that?
texts from ancient Asia. And you don't have to go very far in history. You can just check Christian yoga on the internet. These guys initially marketed yoga as yoga, but since yoga was not Christian and it also did not follow their demonic culture, so majority of Christians rejected yoga, but still they wanted all the benefits of yoga. So what these whites are doing is they are rebranding yogasanas into some weird English names. This way, after 5-10 years, they would have rebranded all yogasanas and they will patent it as well. And at the end, they'll say that this whatever exercise they're naming it is for connecting with Jesus. Like I know that Jesus did one famous pose till the end of his life, but it doesn't mean that you're going to give him credit for a teaching that predates him by thousands of years. While we have Jesus and rebranding as the same topic right now, these white guys have rebranded Jesus as well. Jesus being average build Middle Eastern brown man, they have picturized
Oh my god. Anyone want to guess who made this model?
him as Keanu Reeves. Anything remotely interesting these whites find, they try to claim it as their own. I'll give you one more example. The word Aryan is an ancient Indian word. These whites wanted to claim this word so bad that they came up with a fake Aryan invasion theory to link themselves with the Aryans that once ruled this land. And not just this, one Christian took this fantasy so far that he caused World War II. And these whites are so good at covering their shit that the Nazi symbol, which was heavily inspired by Christian cross and Gaymond, rebranded the Nazi symbol as swastika. And I sometimes wonder, whenever they take any Hindi or Sanskrit word, why do they add an extra A in its name? Now I get it. They add an extra A for being an asshole.
Dude, swastikas predate India's use of it. It goes back all the way to the Nordic peoples. The swastika is much older than India's use case.
Anyways, what else was there? Let me check. Yeah, some of my subscribers shared me 2 Indian fatigue videos. From the small video, I think I have covered most of the points that were mentioned there. Other points were not that important or were just rage bait, so I just ignored them. The second video, however, is...
Well, dude, we know what Jesus looked like. We have scientific evidence, dude. That's what he looks like. Dude, this, like, if you ever want to, like, spend some time, look into this Shroud of Turin, bro. It's so cool. But yeah, this is what it looks like. Wow. Pretty similar to all the depictions. But yeah, dude, it's so cool. Like, if you want definitive proof, like, this is about as good as it fucking gets. The Shroud of Turin. Turin. It's really cool, man. Here, maybe we'll watch a quick video on that.
Perhaps no religious artifact on planet Earth creates as much fascination and controversy as the Shroud of Turin. Is this the real burial cloth of Jesus of Nazareth? Well, Dr. Jeremiah Johnston, an expert on the shroud, believes the evidence for it is now beyond all doubt. So, my friend, that is a huge statement. Why do you believe that?
Well, it's great. One of the guys who was, like, I guess the radiologist on it or something, because, like, basically they said that the imprint on the shroud was caused by, like, extreme light or something like that. I forget exactly. And one of the guys who was, like, an atheist who was working on this project became, like, a super devout Christian after, you know, studying it. Because, like, this is kind of like, you know, if you want definitive proof, this is as good as you can fucking get.
Great to be with you, Raj, on CBN News. I believe that based on the evidence, 102 scientific disciplines have spent over 600,000 hours of scientific study on the Shroud of Turin. And the great majority of them have concluded the shroud is indeed 2,000 years old. And based on my biblical scholarship, I can assure you that no one was crucified the way Jesus of Nazareth was crucified on April 3rd, AD 33. We know the exact date. It's the best established fact of the ancient world. And so based on this scientific evidence, and many of it is breaking news for your audience, such as the fact that the Institute of Crystallography in Italy has confirmed using wide-angle X-ray scattering technology that the Shroud of Turin, which again is currently in Italy, but is indeed 2,000 years old. We believe it to be the very burial cloths of Jesus of Nazareth. Keep in mind, for your audience, and I know your audience is full of Christian thinkers, all 4 Gospels mention the fact that Joseph of Arimathea wrapped Jesus's body in a linen burial shroud. The Greek word is sindon, anathonia, and then sudarium. And so we believe based on the evidence, not based on failing, not based on some kind of vibe, but based on the evidence that we do indeed have a 2,000-year-old burial shroud. Now, why do we believe it's Jesus? Raj, unlike other burial shrouds, and we have many of them that we have discovered from the land of Israel. Think about Lazarus. He's buried in a burial shroud in John chapter 11 when Jesus raises him from the dead. The unique thing about the Shroud of Turin, which is fascinating, is there is is an image that is superficially embedded in the 14-foot long burial cloth of the front and back of a 5'11" man, Jewish man with a beard who has experienced trauma that matches and corresponds with all of the details of Jesus's death by.
And it's even down to the theory that they can basically see where 2 different people flogged him and like used the various whips, because one person was striking harder on the right side versus the left. And you can like see the difference in like the force that the whipping would have made in the wounds. Like, it's really cool, man. Like, this probably isn't going to go into all the details, but it's a pretty cool deep dive if you want to, you know, take the plunge.
Roman crucifixion, and that's why we believe it is indeed the burial shroud of Jesus of Nazareth.
Oh my gosh, that is so exciting. Can you give us a little bit of the details on the image itself? Like, how did that come to be?
This is what's fascinating to scientists, and this is what's fun for your audience. I know the 2 million subscribers of CBN News love to see ways
5'11", it's not over, Griff. Yeah, only problem is I'm not the son of God.
Faith and reason intersect. And in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, which of course is attested to in the New Testament, we have this artifact, the Shroud of Turin, where you have the death, burial, and resurrection.
Remember, guys, Jesus didn't get any bitches either, so it might be over.
All found in one artifact from history. This is fantastic.
Over.
And Ii-Yaa Laboratories in Rome, Paul Delazzo spent 5 years of his scientific life studying how much light energy would be required to leave a flash, if you will, a first century selfie, if you will, of Jesus of Nazareth in the Shroud of Turin. And again, this isn't a pastor trying to prove anything. This is a light scientist. And Paul Delazzo says it took 34,000 trillion watts of energy, but it wasn't just the amount of energy, it was the speed. Think about when the Bible says we'll see Jesus in the twinkling of an eye. The Ii-Yaa Laboratory said this 34,000 trillion watts of energy traveled in 1/40th of a billionth of a second to leave the image on the shroud. Otherwise, it would have scorched the image and destroyed it. And the image is just 2 or 3 microns thin. It disappears if you go.
Dude, that shit, like, that is cool, bro.
Closer than 8 feet to the shroud. And so this is what has baffled scientists. Scientists have confirmed it is not a work of art. It's not man-made. No one's worshiping some kind of man-made idol or relic here. They have confirmed there's no pigment, there's no dye. But they've also said we have no idea how this happened. The best rocket scientists of our day, Raj, cannot explain how the image is embedded in the linen cloth. They can't duplicate it.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. Now, I know for a lot of folks, especially, let's just call it a Western American Christian perspective, and myself included, there's this immediate pushback. This feels like the Holy Grail. This feels Indiana Jonesy. But I've talked with you, obviously, over the years, and the more that the evidence comes out, it's like, guys, this might be legit. And I know you believe it 100%, but here's the most important question. What if it is the shroud? Then what does that mean?
Well, there's a couple of things I want to remind your audience of, and thanks for having me. Number one, we wouldn't have a New Testament if there wasn't evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. Remember, no one expected Jesus to rise from the dead, and they're shocked when they see him. And remember Thomas in John 20, unless I see the nail prints in the wrists, unless I see the wound in the side, I will not believe. And what's awesome about Jesus, he meets us in our doubts. He doesn't shame us. He sharpens us when we doubt. And so let's not be overly pious. I say this in love to many of my Christian brothers and sisters who are watching, I have faith. I don't need evidence. I don't need artifacts. I don't need archaeology. I don't need Indiana Jones Christianity. Well, the original authors of the New Testament did. They needed evidence to see that he was alive from the dead before they authored, the 8 or 9 authors of the New Testament, what Jesus did. Remember, John said, I've written all these so that you believe. So that you believe. In 1 John 1, he said, that which we've heard.
Here, let me see if we can find, I'm going to see if I can find a more sciencey one real quick. Dude, should we we won't watch Joe Rogan. Oh, look, a woman. Maybe Tucker's will be better.
What kind of testing has been done, scientific testing? That is such a great question. This is where I went from being a shroud skeptic, because I was conditioned in Oxford in my residency that we deny miracles, we deny anything supernatural. Oxford is really a factory for creating apostate Bible scholars, by and large. I can say that having been there and been in faculty of theology in Keble College. I know that's not popular, but it's true. I would often go home to my flat in Summertown after reading the Greek New Testament with my...
Why not, Joe? Because, dude, what if it was a UFO that, beamed him up, man? Let's smoke a doob real quick, bro, and talk about the machine elves when I took DMT.
Go for it. And I would ask my wife, Audrey, am I the only one who actually believes in Jesus in this group?
I just think it's crazy, man. Like... we really don't know what's out there. So when you were looking at this thing, did you think that it was going to be what you thought it turned out to be? Or was it something totally different? I mean, that's just crazy to me, man. Whoa. Fucking bonkers, dude.
That's okay. And I was conditioned that this is a Catholic relic. There's no historicity behind this. It's a joke. And I was conditioned by that. And then I was scary. And this is why your voice is so important, Tucker. So many people, they know enough to be dangerous. They're TikTok smart or they're YouTube smart. They have a soundbite, but they have no substance to their faith. And I want to have a substance to my faith. I'm a truth addict. I follow truth wherever it leads. And my pastor, Jack Graham, began encouraging me to just look into the primary sources for the shroud, not to pay attention to the blogosphere, but to pay attention to what did the scientists actually tell us. And once I began to look at the scientific studies that undergird all of the facts I'm sharing with you, I remember it took my breath away. The evidence was so compelling. So to answer your excellent question, given that framework, 102 scientific disciplines have studied the shroud and produced peer-reviewed journals, studies, and cases for all the different aspects. And when I tell you it's the most studied artifact in the world, I mean it. 102 academic disciplines have spent 600,000 scientific hours, like my friend Paul DeLazzo, studying the lasers, like my friend Bruno Barberis, the mathematician from University of Turin, not a theologian, not a preacher, great guy, good friend of mine. Bruno is a mathematician, and he took all of the excellent questions you're asking me, the correspondence of how do we know he was crucified? How was he crucified? What blood type? Crown of thorns?
Yeah, here you go. Like you can see right here, wound pattern on the head, which matches up with the crown, the shoulder abrasions, the scourge marks. Which, that's the thing that's interesting, is on the right side and the left side, the, I guess, wounds are inconsistent, which means that, you know, like it was stated in the Bible, or at least biblical belief, is that two people struck Jesus. So one on each side, one of them was more into it than the other, so the cuts and, like, rips and, you know, the scourge marks are deeper and wider on one side versus the other, which is consistent with one person doing one side, the other doing the other. Like, it's really cool how it all lines up.
Nail print hands, nail scarred side, nail prints in the calcaneus, the heel, which is interesting. We'll talk about that. The scourge marks and then the patibulum abrasions.
Like, you'd really have to try to fake this.
Crossbeam. When he factored all of those probabilities together, Bruno Barberis, the mathematician, said there is a 1 in 200 billion chance it's anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth. 1 in 200 billion. I like my odds.
Because the physical, the representations in this image track so precisely to the accounts.
Exactly. Not only with scripture, but with what we know of crucifixion from Josephus, from Philo, from all of the other first century historians as well.
What do you mean there are holes in his heels?
Yeah, this is amazing.
Can you describe crucifixion? What was it?
Yes.
What was the purpose? How did they die?
Crucifixion was the most heinous way to die. It turns out humans are really good at figuring out terrible, tragic ways how to destroy ourselves. And crucifixion brings that to a fever pitch. The Persians likely invented it. Alexander the Great, who gives us the language of the Bible, Koine Greek, he also made crucifixion fashionable throughout his Hellenization of the world. The Romans come along and they take crucifixion that they learned from Greek Hellenization and they perfect it for 700 years. Remember, Josephus tells us that during the Jewish revolt, AD 66 to 70, Titus and Vespasian are crucifying 500 Jews a day. And so they were...
Bruh.
Experts. Now, it wasn't like they had a crucifixion manual. There were 30 provinces in the empire during the time of Jesus. Remember?
It's like when Crassus, after the slave revolt happened in Rome, too. I think he put, what was it, a crucified slave on every single road, every 100 feet. It was like crazy. But yeah, the Romans used to go fucking balls to the wall with the crucifixions to send a message. Like, people always hype up Vlad the Impaler, but it's like, bro, the Romans with their crucifixions, crazy. Like, those motherfuckers went hard.
We have
and the thing is, too, so what's kind of interesting about crucifixion, too, is it's a very expensive execution. Because back then, wood was not cheap. Because you think about it, you had to cut down the tree, you have to manually cut the wood into planks and all that type of shit. Especially in the middle of the desert. So it's an extremely expensive execution, but it's meant to send a message.
Pilate, who's governor. We have first Augustus, who's emperor, and then we have the other emperors who followed during the time of Jesus. There's 30 provinces, and the provinces would practice crucifixion in different ways. But it was in the Syrian province where Judea was, where it was particularly heinous. I already mentioned we have 21 different records of crucifixion with nail piercing. Nails were iron. I actually have a nail artifact that I'm going to show you. In fact, this is a great time to do that. I want you to hold the replica of the crucifixion nail. This is a crucifixion nail. It was circular on top, and then it was actually a spike. It was an iron spike, and the Romans would drive this crucifixion nail through the wrists, through the palm area, and then through the heel, the calcaneus. Our heels are very brittle, and so they had to be very accurate when they would pin.
Well, technically, they usually wouldn't do your heels. doing your heels was considered to be a mercy because, you know, if all the weight was on your arms would slowly dislocate and you would be in extreme pain as you just dangle there with your arms out of socket. So when you got crucified, if they put a nail through your ankles, it was seen as a mercy because it would keep some of the weight off your arms.
Someone to the cross, and they would likely straddle the heels on either side of what was called, there you have the patibulum, and then you have the cross beam, then you have the center vertical beam, and the heels would be fastened straddling the beam, and the victim would be crucified completely naked. There was no loincloth. I know we see that represented in traditional Christian art, but Jesus would have been crucified naked because the Romans were saying something with this. The Romans were saying, don't ever defy us. You know, we are the truth. And remember, Augustus was called the Son of God. And so when Mark comes along and says, no, Jesus is the Son of God, I mean, those were seditious words for the time because Augustus was called the Son of God. When Augustus gave good news, it was called the gospel. Christianity takes that term evangelion. No, it's not the gospel of Augustus. It's not the gospel.
Well, Augustus is not... Okay. Yes and no. Augustus is known as the son of a god, not the son of God. He did not claim to be the Messiah. Very big distinction there because, you know, Julius Caesar, after his conquest of Gaul,
don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
You know, had himself basically declared a living god. And because Augustus was his adopted son and heir, he became the son of a god, technically. So a little bit of a clarification there, but yeah.
Gospel of the Roman Empire, it's not Pax Romana. No, this is the gospel of the true Son of God, Jesus Christ, who rose from the dead. And so he's crucified, and
and so crucifixion was, I mean, at least one gospel account describes the other men on either side as criminals or rebels, but
malefactors.
Who got crucified?
Well, this is interesting. It turns out we really hate to crucify slaves, and we want to do it in the worst way possible. That was the Roman view. And so non-Roman citizens, however, we do have citizens like Antigonus, the last of the Hasmonean rulers, who's a Roman citizen, but he defies Rome. This guy named Mark Antony, who becomes Augustus, crucifies Antigonus in a really despicable way. He actually beheads him first and then crucifies him. We have all of his remains. It's interesting because these crucifixion nails were thought to be something like amulets, phylacteries. They were thought to bring you good luck. And what's interesting is crucifixion nails were reused again and again. So the very nails that pinned Jesus to the cross had probably been used many times before that to kill other Roman victims.
Because, you know, ironwork is expensive.
Right. And again, the Romans, you know, they were a slave machine. They knew how to kill people. They knew how to enslave. You know, 40% of the empire were slaves. And so they had to know how to crucify them. And so you have this slave crucifying machine that is the Roman Empire. And then if you were a citizen, but you defied the empire, you would be crucified too.
How does crucifixion kill a man?
It's really interesting.
Were women crucified, by the way?
Yes. In fact, they were crucified naked, often facing towards the cross, just for pornographic reasons.
Ugh. How does it kill you?
It kills you in a variety of ways. It doesn't kill you quickly. It maximizes torment while minimizing, it actually maximizes the length of death, and it prolongs death. And so when we study the blood work, so there are some amazing hematological reports that I've enjoyed reading thoroughly.
One of the truest observations ever, it's hard to have a good time if you're stuck in bad boots. And that's why you need Jacobus. They make it easy for any...
Also, when he's talking about Augustus, is he recovering to the emperor of the time as ever? So there's kind of an overlap with Jesus and the emperors. So towards the beginning of it, I'm not sure of the exact dates. I'd have to, well, let's see. When did Tiberius become emperor? Okay, so it would have been... Yeah, so it would have been Tiberius primarily. So yeah, it would have not been Augustus. It would have been Tiberius Augustus Caesar. Or it's Tiberius Julius Caesar Augustus. There you go. That's the actual name. So, yeah, it would be Tiberius. He is the, emperor at the time when Jesus was crucified, which, plays into the whole narrative, too, because Tiberius was off at his pleasure palace in Capri, having sex with a bunch of little kids. And, it tracks because the reason why Pontius Pilate was pressured into executing Jesus by the Pharisees is the fact that, you know, Judea had been rife with revolt. They had revolted several fucking times in the past. So, you know, he was on thin ice with Tiberius. And Tiberius basically had, you know, the empire being run through his Praetorian Guard. And essentially, you know, if you weren't good at governing or you had consistent problems, Tiberius would just order for you to be killed because you know, disappointed the emperor. So Pontius Pilate was on thin ice already with Tiberius because Judea had a bunch of different revolts constantly. And, you know, he didn't want to have to deal with anything because he just wanted to go and fuck his little kids on his island of Capri. So it does, like, again, the Bible is very, very spot on when it comes to, like, these historical details. Because we know for a fact Tiberius hated being emperor. 100%. We know he doesn't like having to do his job as emperor. So if a governor is not doing his job and causes him to have to worry about something that he doesn't feel like he should have to worry about, that's going to be trouble, and Tiberius is known for just killing off all of his adversaries. Which is why Caligula goes mad, is because Tiberius orders Caligula's entire family murdered. And Caligula's entire childhood is spent wondering when Tiberius is going to kill him off next. Well, it just so happened that Tiberius named him his successor, and then Caligula killed him first before he could change his mind. So, you know, really fun family tree there. But it tracks. But yeah, the Julio-Claudian dynasty, I think is what it's called. Yeah, they had some real fucking basket cases in that group after Augustus, so kind of a shame. Well, no, Caligula claimed to, but it was the Praetorian Guard that did, most likely. That's generally what happened, because then the Praetorian Guard killed Caligula. Essentially. And then named his uncle Claudius the fourth emperor. And then after Claudius died, his adopted son / nephew became Nero. So yeah, it's a whole... Yeah, you can spend a lot of time learning about ancient Rome. It's pretty interesting, especially in the beginning. Opinionated Junkie with the 10. Yeah, we can check it out.
Anybody, including people like us, hardly experts in boot fashion.
There's high levels of creatinine, which means he was suffering from kidney failure.
West by leaving your own boot print.
This part's cool.
When we study the blood that's on the crucified man, it bears correspondence with that Jesus. There's high levels of creatinine, which means he was suffering from kidney failure. High levels of ferritin. His body had inflammation all over it. He was dehydrated. You read John's Gospel. Remember in John's Gospel, Jesus, one of the 7 sayings, I thirst. He's dehydrated. We know that Jesus likely lost 1/3 of his blood volume during flagellation. So he was dying of a variety of things. Many thinkers believe that he died of suffocation, asphyxiation because of pulmonary edema. And we see that pulmonary edema reflected both on the shroud cloth and on the Sudarian of Oviedo, the face cloth. It's 6 parts pulmonary edema, 1 part blood. Again, a hoaxer is not going to make this stuff up. I mean, it becomes so crazy.
Pulmonary edema is your lungs filled with fluid.
Fluid, blood, and a mixture. In fact, there is a translucent mixture of fluid around the side wound. We looked at the side wound there between rib 5 and 6, just above that triangle, which is really a patch from a burn hole. There's actually a translucent serum around that. That, again, is consistent with what John's Gospel said. Blood and water flowed out of Jesus because he was already dead. And so the crucifixion would prolong that. High levels of ferritin, high levels of creatinine. Jesus is suffering liver failure, kidney failure. His body has inflammation all over it. I believe, though, that Jesus died of cardiac arrest, massive heart failure, congenital heart failure, because he has labored breathing. We know all of this from the blood samples.
The New Testament, one account says that his tormentors wanted him off the cross by the Sabbath. By Passover.
That's beautiful.
Griffin, how do you explain really old guys in the Bible like Noah being 800 years old? So there's 2 running main theories with that. The first off is Adam and Eve, for example, lived for 900 years because they were the closest human to God's hand, essentially. And throughout the generations, if you read the Bible, people live less and 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 less until it hits the normal human lifespan. So the main running theory is that the closer that humans were to God, without being like generations removed, the longer they lived because they were a more perfect creature. But through, actual human reproduction, they became less perfect and less like God because, Adam and Eve were made in God's image, essentially. So the more that was removed, the less they lived. Now, the other theory is that, years were measured differently. I tend to think the first one makes more sense. Personally.
Deuteronomy 21, actually before nightfall.
Before nightfall.
Right.
So they broke his legs, or they were planning on breaking his legs. They didn't because he died.
And that's consistent with Messianic prophecy in David's Psalm 22.
Yes.
Because the thing is that's interesting, which, again, if you want to get into the conspiracy shit about, well, it's not really a conspiracy thing. So this is kind of interesting. Ignore the fucking Fate Zero shit. But yeah, according to the Sumerian king list, he reigned for 126 years. Okay? So, this would track because in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the first known human writing ever, like, it's the first story ever written down by humanity. In this story, there is a great flood. So, in the past, there was a great flood that basically wiped off all human beings on Earth. And this age, which would be, let's say he lived to be 200 to 300 years old and reigned for 126 years, aligns pretty close with the similar age range at the time in the Old Testament. Now, that could be a coincidence, or it could be that two cultures have a recounting of a very similar event that actually did happen where human lifespans were different. So, do with that as you will. It's just kind of more contemporary evidence. Again, years could have been registered differently back then. That is the other alternative view, but, just something to ponder, I guess.
Why would breaking the legs of a crucified man hasten his death?
A wonderful question. Thank you for asking it. So the one way you could prolong your life is you would kind of essentially try to stand up while you were being crucified, even though your feet were nailed straddling the cross. And you would just edge up ever so often while you're trying to breathe, and that would prolong your life. So if you broke your legs, obviously you can't stand up.
So you can't. So the point is, when
suffocate.
you're hanging by your wrist,
Right.
you can't breathe.
Exactly. And you suffocate. You die in your own blood, essentially. And so you can't do that. And so that's why, but they come to Jesus, even though they break the legs of the criminals on the right or left, indicating that Jesus suffered a different kind of torment than they suffered in his flagellation. We'll get to that here in a moment. But they didn't need to break his legs because he was already dead. In fact, they're surprised. Remember, Pilate is shocked that he was so soon dead. Jesus begins the crucifixion around noon. He's dead by 3 p.m. The Jewish day would begin at 6 p.m. And so they only have about 3 hours to get Jesus off the cross, ask for the body of Jesus from Pontius Pilate, and then lay him in a tomb that was not far, probably 150 feet away from where Jesus was crucified.
What does it mean that they carried the crossbar?
Yeah.
What's the crossbar?
That is such a great question. So, and this is what's so amazing. When again, I don't privilege this. I just look at this through historical eyes. When you look at the back, the dorsal image on the shroud, you can see that
Yep, even in the Egyptian king list, the pharaohs lived... Yep, that's the thing. It's like there's overlap. There's overlap in a lot of this stuff. So, again, you have to kind of be of the belief that our ancestors were genuinely fucking stupid, but you look at what the ancient Egyptians built, how mathematically perfect their designs and architecture is, like, those were not stupid people. So, Yeah.
There are scourge marks all over it, but in the right shoulder, coming down at a diagonal, there are abrasions all over the back. We mentioned that Jesus, the crucified man of the shroud, weighed around 175 to 180 pounds. The patibulum, which is just the crossbeam. So they didn't carry the whole cross. They would only carry the crossbeam. And again, that wood was scarce as well, by the way, in the Roman Empire. So that crossbeam would have been used again and again for other crucifixion victims. And so Jesus experiences the scourging, and then he's asked to carry the cross. And that cross, the crossbeam, the patibulum, weighs around 125 pounds, and he can't carry it. He falls. And this is one of the most moving experiences for me when I was studying the signatures of the pollen. We actually have not just pollen, but we have limestone and clay soil that is native only to Jerusalem, and it's on 3 parts of the crucified man in the shroud. Are you ready for this? It's on the feet, obviously, because he walked barefoot. It's on the knees, and then the tip of the nose. So when Jesus is carrying the patibulum, he falls, and he not only falls, he falls hard, he collapses, and his face gashes the ground.
Like, bro, how would you even know to fake that? That's this thing is way too, I don't know, man. If you need, empirical evidence, this is about as good as it gets.
Because we have in the tip of his nose actual soil from the land of Israel, from Jerusalem.
So the crossbeam is the piece of wood to which his
fastened.
His wrists are nailed. And that's tied to the vertical post?
Yeah, to match the Greek letter tau. So it would look like a capital T. We see that. And he's tied to that post, but he's nailed to it. Make no mistake, he was nailed to it.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. We hope you'll subscribe to it. And by the way, you can...
AI? Oh, yeah, man. Definitely. That's why it's been a thing for hundreds of years. Yeah, they believed the Pharaoh was a living god. So... But yeah, I was hoping somebody would talk about how the light was imposed onto it. That, to me, is the coolest part.
So your question is, could it be created by a burst of light? And the head of the STURP team, the Shroud of Turin Research Project team, John Jackson, is a physicist from the Air Force Academy, and he has a hypothesis that is the only hypothesis that accounts for all of the attributes that we see on the shroud. And what he says is that in order to get an image like that onto the shroud, only on the superficial fibers, you have to have an incredibly powerful burst of radiation at the vacuum ultraviolet range emit from the body as the body dematerializes, which allows the cloth to fall through the body. And that's put it on there. So it's a burst of light at a specific wavelength of radiation as the body dematerializes, which allows the cloth laying on the body to fall through the body. And that is the only way to get it onto the cloth. As far as we know, that's a hypothesis. That's something you can't test. You can't observe. So your question is, could it be created by...
Dude, it's just pretty crazy. It's pretty fucking crazy. It's a whole, you can spend some time researching this if you're interested. There's 100 podcasts and stuff you can listen to from experts. But the really interesting part to me is how the image gets burned in, because it's nobody can explain how it would even be recreated. No one even fucking knows how they would do it. It's scientifically infeasible to reproduce. So, and the fact that they have all that other evidence too, it's just kind of wild. No, dude, he looked like a caveman. That's right.
You have to see this.
Out to witness the Shroud Man, cleared and enhanced like never before. In just 30 seconds, an ancient image transforms as white marks fade away to reveal the most lifelike visage ever seen. The true face of Jesus of Nazareth.
Now, people are using AI to create images of Jesus Christ based on the Shroud of Turin. But there are still other out there, like this one, which I think is very impressive too. But for some reason, this one, by far, is the most impressive for me.
In a mesmerizing moment, one eye slowly opens, drawing you deeper into the mystery.
But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's amazing they were actually able to date it to the time, because, you know, that's always been the hang up with, you know, basically authenticating a lot of this stuff is, you know, how do you determine how old it is? And they were actually able to date it. And then you have like all the fluid analysis from, like, you know, his blood. It's pretty neat. It's pretty fucking neat. You know, if somebody faked this shit hundreds of years ago, they must have had some pretty fucking advanced technology, dude. They must have had some pretty damn advanced technology to put all this shit onto it way back then. You know? Like, that's the part that, you know, really is like, this thing's ancient. It's old. Like, it's not a new discovery. It's not like somebody found it in a fucking cave 50 years ago. No, this has been like an artifact for hundreds of years. So, like, this has been a known commodity for a very, very, very long time. So, yeah. It's pretty crazy, man. Let's see. So, opinionated junkie with the yeah, we can take a look at that. Lord Pothead Investor with the 2. Hold on, what is it? The Shroud of Turin. Basically, it's the shroud that was used to wrap Jesus's dead body. And what happened is some unknown, like, burst of energy imprinted his face into the shroud. So that's why it's famous, is because it bears the face of Jesus. And they've done like a ton of scientific testing on it recently, and they found some pretty crazy stuff, like matching pollen, matching soil that's unique to Jerusalem. You know, the wound marks on the shroud are perfectly matched to what's described what happened to Jesus. It's like one of those things that if it was faked, you genuinely could not explain how it was faked, because people don't even know how to recreate it today. So, all right, let's see.
Today, there's more scammers than ever. Ponzi schemes and crypto rock.
All right, actually, before we watch this, I'm going to go take a piss real quick. Give me like 1 minute. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Joseph Silver with the 2 thoughts on new Japanese PM. She sounds pretty base so far, so. Seems pretty based thus far. So it seems like the Japanese have a winner. I mean, she was the protege of Shinzo Abe, so, you know, he was very based as well. Find it interesting how most people believe that as we got more information and ways to learn about history, we would disprove Jesus, but the opposite is happening. There's even more proof of him. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. It's funny how that works. Griffin isn't here. Do what you want now. Yeah, do each other.
Rug pools are reaching a breaking point.
So the market cap is $2.168 trillion. And now the market... Oh! Oh! It went to zero! You've seen it live. A goddamn rug pool, baby.
And more than ever, it's becoming increasingly hard to know what is truth and what is a scam anymore, underscoring the need for reliable sources of information. But among the legions of scammers and thieves, just one name strikes fear into their black hearts: CoffeeZilla.
If you are an influencer who thinks that you can delete some tweets and never get caught, you might be wrong about that. We will eventually find you, and we will expose you.
For years, he's led a one-man crusade against scam artists and confidence men. From small-time crooks to multi-billion-dollar fraud schemes, CoffeeZilla's had a hand in taking all of them down. Here's just a few of his many victims, starting with FaZe K, Sam Pepper, and the Save the Kids crypto fraud. Now, if you've been paying any attention to crypto in the past few years, you'll probably know that it's become a haven for shady dealings and scam artists. That being said, the Save the Kids token is the platonic ideal of a crypto rug pool. It's a perfect example of a general template for any aspiring scumbag to follow. And it all began when a group of massively popular influencers released tweets and videos promoting a new charity token. It was called the Save the Kids token, a new cryptocurrency which would give a portion of every transaction to charity. And who was peddling it? RiceGum, the infamous internet prankster and general idiot, was one of the most well-known. Along with him was Summer Rae, an Instagram model, Joel Morris, the founder of a YouTube support group, and various members of FaZe Clan, including Jarvis and Kay. It was a simple operation. Once they had posted the promotions to their social media, they let the hype build a little bit as their fanbase brought in and purchased tokens. Then, just one day after release, they sold their massive shares in a coordinated dump. The value of the token pretty much immediately dropped to almost nothing, bottoming out at around 1/10 of a cent. By exploiting their audience's gullibility and their willingness to support a good cause, these influencers made a quick buck. As these events unfold,
Nice. That's the way to do it, man. Pump and dump all these retards.
the importance of having a tool to compare and verify what's being told to the public becomes apparent, helping to separate fact from fiction. And for a while, it looked like that was where the story was going to end. Pretty much all the influencers deleted their tweets and publicity about the scandal, trying to wipe the paper trail clean. Meanwhile, the victims were left without anyone listening or caring about what happened. It was just another crypto pump and dump scheme to add to the ever-growing list, and the scammers were going to get away with it once again. That was until CoffeeZilla got involved. In a series of videos involving hours upon hours of investigations and interviews, he uncovered it all. One of the reasons the Save the Kids token had gained a massive following was because of its claims that anyone who owned more than 0.5% of the total supply of tokens would only be able to sell 20% of their stockpile within each 24-hour period. If this had been true, then the whole thing would have been protected from a pump and dump scheme. But obviously the influencers all sold their tokens within minutes of each other, so what happened here? Well, by trawling through the code surrounding the project and comparing test files, CoffeeZilla uncovered a tiny change that enabled the whole scam.
Single change in the code. The old code of Save the Kids Test 2 read that you must wait a full 24 hours before you sell again. The new code, which changed at the last minute, changed this anti-whale to 1 minute. You must wait a minute before you sell again. And this is the only change. They changed the token just so they could premeditate this whole thing and almost remove the anti-whale mechanism completely. They turned it from being a code that wouldn't let whales sell off in less than 5 days into a code that lets you sell off in 5 minutes.
Just one value had been altered. Instead of being limited to selling 20% every 24 hours, the influencers had only been limited to 20% every 60 seconds. So instead of having to wait 5 days to sell off their tokens, they could do it all in 5 minutes. Now he had proven this was all premeditated, designed to be a scam from the very start. Next, CoffeeZilla needed to link it to the influencers themselves. Because of the anonymous nature of crypto wallets, all he had was a set of different numbers where the dumping transactions send the money. It was back to the drawing board. After another session of going through deleted tweets, archived conversations, and a whole host of other information, CoffeeZilla finally found the smoking gun.
Because I've traced some of these influencers' crypto wallets and will be revealing what they did with the crypto coins they've promoted to you and are now trying to hide the evidence now that it's all coming out.
Or at least one of them. In an earlier crypto scheme that FaZe K was involved in, he had sent a fan some crypto for a giveaway. By cross-referencing the wallets that he had sent money to with the date of the giveaway, CoffeeZilla could then find out FaZe K's wallet address. And surprise, surprise, it matched one of the wallet addresses that had dumped the Save the Kids token and profited off the scam. Repeating this process
Tits coin.
Also links both Face Jarvis and Face Nikan to the scam. He had the proof, it was all right there on the records, all that was left was to release it. So what happened next? What you'd hope would be the case would be the Fed swooping in to take over the investigation. A lengthy trial and a court case would have uncovered the full scam, and it should have ended with lengthy prison sentences for the scammers along with reparations to the victims. Of course, this is far from the truth. So far,
How, again, what would they go to jail for? What would they actually go to jail for? Selling a financial asset on a free market? Like, nope.
None of the perpetrators have ever even faced charges, but that doesn't mean they didn't face at least some consequences. For RiceGum, it was the final nail in the coffin for his career. His popularity and his reputation were in tatters after a history of previous scams.
I don't think that's true. Didn't RiceGum keep streaming for like a very long time on Twitch? I think he still does stream.
And eventually he stopped posting to his YouTube channel and completely vanished from the internet. Face K, Face Jarvis, and Face Nikan were all suspended from Face.
I don't think RiceGum vanished. I think he just kept streaming on a different platform.
And lost their jobs, although they kept uploading content for at least a while after. But eventually they were also faced with a slow descent into obscurity. Unfortunately, Face K recently came back to upload a video on a new version of Fortnite and immediately got over 500,000 views after a month of inactivity. Face Jarvis has also still been active. You would think that actually scamming his audience might have some sort of impact, but either they never heard about it or they just don't really care. With this whole scenario highlighting how easy it is for false narratives to spread without a reliable way to track and compare information. And while most of the scammers' careers took a nosedive, the fact that they never even saw any real consequences for their crimes is kind of sickening, especially considering how young their audiences are and how much trust they would have mistakenly put into these shadow people. But some satisfaction can still be taken from the amounts of money they were scamming. These people who had millions and millions of fans threw nearly all of it away for just tens of thousands of dollars. It wasn't some billion-dollar fraud. They wasted years of potential earnings on one stupid little scam. But thanks to CoffeeZilla, they at least faced a small amount of justice, even if it wasn't enough. But at least some of these scammers do, like Sam Bankman-Fried, who now faces 110 years in prison after being found guilty on all 7 criminal fraud counts. But the reasons for his demise and the uncovering of these scams isn't as clear as you would initially think. You see, I was going through this article talking about his court case, and it turned out that so many media companies provide differing opinions on who he actually is and why this is all happening in the first place. On far-right sites like InfoWars, they link his role in donating to Joe Biden and highlight tweets claiming he was one of the people most responsible for Biden being in office, and was also one of his biggest donors, whereas left-wing sources claim Sam Bankman-Fried siphoned money from FTX to his hedge funds, while claiming to prioritize customer fund safety. He also made significant political donations to promote favorable cryptocurrency legislation, but they focused more on crypto legislation whilst ignoring his connections to the Democrats and the president himself. More than 300 articles were published on this, and I found it interesting that right and left coverage were evenly distributed, but the narrative varied significantly. I'm looking at this on Ground News, a platform I've been using for the last year to compare coverage and get the full story, and they're actually sponsoring this video. Pay that person B, then pay that person A by borrowing from person C. The people behind the scam keep building and building, skimming money off at the top, until eventually all collapses. And that's exactly what happened with a brokerage called Traders Domain. It was first brought to CoffeeZilla's attention when numerous—
The Instagram influencer has nudes. Summer A. Yeah, isn't she the one with like the assets, let's just say? I think that's why she was famous, if I remember correctly.
People contacted him saying they had been investing in it, but after a year, they could no longer access their funds. This was along with a CFTC investigation into the company, alleging a $145 million Ponzi scheme. So the authorities already knew about everything that was going on, right? Well, not exactly. As CoffeeZilla went through the complaints, he started to notice similarities between seemingly completely different scams. Whether it was an NFT scam, a classic investment scam, or a get-rich-quick scheme, all the money was going to the same place, Traders Domain. The scale and depth of the fraud was far greater than the government knew, and it all linked back to the man running Traders Domain. That's Franco. Franco had been a small-time scam artist for a while, getting his start as the protege of another slimeball selling courses on how to get rich quick. In 2018, he had founded Traders Domain out of the spare room of his shared house, something CoffeeZilla had only known because he'd—
Forex, bro. Yeah, good luck with that, that's all I can say. Forex is so easily arbitraged that it's like, it closes so fucking fast. You have to be crazy lucky to make good money with Forex.
Somehow got into contact with his former flatmates. Through weeks of hard work, CoffeeZilla pieced together a massive web of crypto transitions, shell companies, and scam artists which made up the Ponzi scheme. Internet scumbags had been getting paid commissions to promote various schemes and scams, which all ended up sending money to Traders Domain.
Table. We traced even more money that had come in. According to them, roughly $450 million went into Traders Domain.
At least $500 million had been filtered through to Franco's offshore holdings. Even this was already illegal, but what made it worse was that the Traders Domain platform was entirely faked. Anyone using it had only seen a fake number. In reality, their money went straight into Ted's pockets. CoffeeZilla had gathered evidence of all of this, documents, invoices, and transactions, all leading straight back to the perpetrators. And when CoffeeZilla finally confronted Ted with all of this, he tried to weasel his way out, of course. First, he said that he wasn't in control at all, despite a signed letter acknowledging his ownership along with video footage of him saying he owned it. When this predictably didn't work, he pivoted to talking about family values and the downfall of society. So what happened next? The CFTC still hasn't updated their case against the fraudsters. Although criminal charges are pending, it could be announced any day now. The main perpetrators, including Ted Franco, are banned from ever trading again. Lots of the perpetrators have gone on the run, whilst lower-level scammers within the system like the influencer Stormy Wellington are still operating to this day. As for Ted though, he's pretty much disappeared from the face of the internet. According to the shady article from July throughout 2023, Ted was getting into yet another trading business, despite his trading ban and the fact that he'd been caught scamming people out of millions. Weirdly, the article even mentions his appearances on CoffeeZilla as a selling point. Other than that, the CFTC secured a $3.8 million judgment against Franco, a pitifully small amount considering the amount he stole. Hopefully, it's just a taste of what's to come. As the case is progressing at a snail's pace though, and the figures given by the US government are only a fraction of what he actually stole, it looks like he might be getting away with it. It's a disgrace that a YouTube channel can conduct a far more thorough and fruitful investigation than an entire government agency, especially when it concerns a fraud scheme worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What's even worse is that Canadian authorities had already gotten involved far earlier. These scammers never see anything wrong with what they're doing. Just from that interview, you can tell Ted is living in his own world, where he's fighting for family values and doing nothing wrong because the whole system is corrupt. But people like Ted just add to the misery by defrauding thousands of normal, hardworking people out of their life savings. They need to be stopped. Otherwise, they'll just keep doing it over and over again. But with how underfunded and clueless government agencies are about tracking down these criminals, that won't happen anytime soon. For now, at least, Franco's gone into hiding. But if he doesn't get arrested, he will be back to scamming sooner rather than later. And with every investigation CoffeeZilla conducts, it becomes even more clear that he's both the first and the last line of defense. So far, we've seen a lot of people who pretty much got away with it, despite having their crimes exposed for everyone to see. But our next scammer wasn't so lucky, and his name is Jay Mazzini. At first glance, Jay seems like a run-of-the-mill influencer. He had tons of videos of him giving out large amounts of money on camera, and he ran his own clothing brand. But underneath the surface, he was running a few scam operations. One of these were his fake giveaways. In Instagram videos, he would tell his followers that the first few hundred people to buy 9 things of his awful line of clothes would receive tens of thousands of dollars. Obviously, the money would never come, and anyone who bought his clothes got duped. From there, he would move on to Bitcoin scams, telling people he would buy Bitcoin for 5% over the market price.
Dude, that's like all the fucking old Call of Duty channels back in the day where they're like, if you like this video and leave a comment, you're entered to win a PS3. And then nobody would ever win.
The reason he gave was insanely dumb. According to him, he'd been banned from the major exchanges for simply buying too much. And despite how ludicrous it sounds, Jay got a ton of people on the hook with this one. It wasn't for small amounts either. Jay was getting payments in the hundreds of thousands from each of his victims. And once he got the money, he'd delay and deflect as much as possible. One of his tricks was spoofing and faking wire transfers, making it look to the victims like he'd sent the money. A few days later though, their accounts still wouldn't be credited. When it all came to a head, Jay even claimed that he'd been robbed at gunpoint for $18 million. A completely ridiculous lie. And all of this information was collated and collected by CoffeeZilla after months of work digging deeper into the case and listening to victims. However, by far his biggest scam was centered around a company Jay owned called Hii-Yaa financing. Using his shared religion and his outward image of charity to convince people, Jay would then manipulate people into investing with him. And just like the Bitcoin scam, he was happy to take people's money, but they pretty much never saw any returns or even what they initially invested. And in total, Jay scammed at least $8 million through the scheme alone. Usually once CoffeeZilla exposes people like this, it's pretty much the end of the story. They go into hiding, disappear from the internet, and their victims get left high and dry. Not the case for Jay Mazzini. A few months after CoffeeZilla started a series of videos on the scammer, he was arrested. Not for the scams, but for kidnapping someone he had been feuding with over Instagram. It was an open and shut case, especially when his former friends and co-conspirators all ratted him out. Once he was in custody though, the wheels of justice for his scams finally started rolling. 2 years later, an FBI investigation using exactly the same things CoffeeZilla had uncovered put him on charges of wire fraud. Taking a plea deal, he could face up to 20 years in prison. It will probably be far less than this, but it's much better than getting away scot-free. However,
they're not sending their best.
it's still a shame that only the most blatant, dumbest, and well-known scammers get these kinds of consequences. Wire fraud is a very broad crime legally, covering a whole range of different scams, but with evidence that Jay had intentionally manipulated and faked wire transfers, it made it much more simple to prosecute. Now, usually when a scammer's empire falls apart, it's a cause for celebration, but the next victim of CoffeeZilla and their collapse leaves a bittersweet taste in the mouth. Disrupt used to be one of the fastest growing, most innovative, and well-edited channels on YouTube. Their stylized coverage of the dark underbelly of the tech world made them an overnight success. That all changed with one now-deleted video made by the channel's co-founder Jack. Instead of their usual documentary-style content, the video was an investment pitch. Jack was offering 10% of the channel for sale to the community and its subscribers for the crazy total price of $500,000. It wasn't a scammy idea on the surface of it. People who bought shares of the channel would see profits based on how the channel was doing, whilst funding the growth of the channel itself. The warning sign was the sense of urgency in the video, with Jack telling people that the channel would need restructuring and might fall apart if he didn't reach the 500k goal.
Path B is the path that will have to go down if we do not reach our funding goal by the deadline. This would mean a complete restructuring of the internal operations here at Disrupt. This path is not ideal. So, if you want to secure the future of the Disrupt down path A, please consider investing.
Lots of people got duped and happily invested around 100k into the channel. The problems came, as CoffeeZilla pointed out in his video on it, with what Jack actually needed the money for. You see, Jack was actually $500,000 in debt at this point, owing money to lawyers as well as his own co-founder. Jack had bought out his
Jesus Christ.
Found his portion of the channel for way too much and needed a way to keep up the monthly payments. Once people found out the truth, in large part thanks to CoffeeZilla, it all fell apart. Jack left the channel and the chaos behind the scenes had a massive effect on their videos. Before the whole scandal when CoffeeZilla's video came out, the channel was easily breaking 1 million on their uploads. Today, they're extremely lucky if they even reach 200,000 views with their best upload, since not even hitting 400,000 views in a very long time. Jack pretty much torpedoed the channel and didn't get nearly enough money out of it when it vanished into thin air. And if CoffeeZilla hadn't intervened, he may have well successfully misled his audience and kept it all running. Fortunately though, in this case, the Disrupt channel made a very good choice of refunding everyone because of how his shady dealings were exposed. So CoffeeZilla's possibly been one of the most effective and diligent fighters against scams in modern history, but all of the stories we've gone through so far pale in comparison to his work in taking down the FTX fraud. You probably know the general story of FTX by now, so despite how interesting it is, we won't go through all of it. But what lots of people don't know is how integral CoffeeZilla was in raising the alarm about Sam Bankman-Fried and bringing him to justice. Whilst mainstream media outlets were still talking about how he was a genius or discussing his amazing
Dude, anybody with a functioning fucking brain who saw that world's most generous billionaire bullshit immediately should have smelt a fucking rat, bro. Like, any of these crypto bros that brag about being billionaires, they're full of shit. They're just scam artists LARPing as a wealthy like, I don't know, man. Anybody with a brain should have sniffed this one out. How the fuck are you making that much money off a crypto exchange taking minimal fees? Like, dude, this guy had higher revenues than most big banks in a few fucking years. Like, yeah, bullshit.
CoffeeZilla was seeing past the image. While everyone from celebrities to investment firms were fawning over him, CoffeeZilla was calling him out. In April of 2022, CoffeeZilla uploaded a video titled Crypto CEO Accidentally Describes Ponzi Scheme. In it, he dissects an interview Sam gave where he talks about his crypto business and how he gives things inflated, meaningless value. Sam pretty much lays it out like this. Step 1, take a box with nothing of value. Step 2, assign it a token and create $20 million worth of value out of thin air. Step 3, wait for people to take notice and invest in the box and the tokens. Step 4, get investment firms involved. Step 5, profit. Sam did this completely seriously, just laying out his scheme and even doubled down when people interviewing him called him out about how it was a Ponzi scheme.
How do you explain this? How do you explain the fact that some of the people who worked with you for years, your employees, have come out and said, there's no way he didn't know about these backdoors. There's no way he didn't know what Caroline was doing when you guys were very close. The offices were right next to each other. I mean, how do you expect us to believe this story you're spinning?
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I had a lot going on, and I was spread thin.
Yeah.
I was a bit less grounded than I had been before, and I lost track of a lot of important things.
It took over 6 months for the rest of the world to catch up and realize what was going on. Fast forward to today, and Sam Bankman-Fried is definitely going to prison after the recent trial. Like all Ponzi schemes, people found out his box was actually worth nothing, and they had all been duped. Undoubtedly, the process was sped up by CoffeeZilla's videos on the topic. But on top of that, anyone who saw his video in April and took their money out owes that rescue to CoffeeZilla as well. It's impossible to tell how many people's life savings he prevented from being stolen because of this video. Now, we didn't have enough time to go into nearly enough detail or even cover all of the scammers and slimeballs that CoffeeZilla has exposed. Without him, the internet would be a far more dangerous and unforgiving place. It might seem like scammers never see consequences, and that it's completely free money for anyone without an ounce of morals. But as long as CoffeeZilla and people like him exist, there will always be someone to catch these scumbags out and expose their crimes.
Who read? Yeah, I don't know anyone who reads Forbes. You probably have to be like 60 plus, would be my guess.
The image on the shroud. This, as we'll see, is the most unique image in the history of all artifacts in the entire world for all time. It has undergone more scientific testing, and it has like 123 different tests. That testing has all been absolutely 100% positive. But here's the deal. That image has to be produced by a tremendous burst of light. And that would be in the order of about 6 to 8 billion watts of magnitude. That's with a B, billion, like 500,000 searchlights worth of light energy emanating from every three-dimensional point in this man's body. That's, by the way, highly unusual for corpses to do. And so for all intents and purposes, we've got really a testimony to a miracle. The image on the shroud.
He's not generous until I get 3 million in gold and silver. I would have settled for a single Bitcoin. Jesus looks Middle Eastern? Well, wait till you find out. Wait till you figure out where he was born. CoffeeZilla thinks he is king crap after he exposed Fox founder. Yeah, dude, I've never liked CoffeeZilla personally. He's just Janny energy personified. Wants to expose. Oh yeah, no, I see all the recommended videos all the time. Like, Trump can't get away with this. He's trying to this corruption is like, bro, come on, bro. He's a fucking joke. He's just another internet Janny who knew how to read the fucking blockchain before most people knew how to. That's it. He's not some fucking genius. He's not some god tier investigator. He just knew about fucking cryptocurrency and its intricacies before other people picked up on it. That's it. He's not some fucking oracle. He's not some genius. He's literally just the fucking internet hall monitor of cryptocurrency. That's it. You know, the normie libs eat that shit up because it's like, oh yeah, dude, he's so smart. And he wears costumes, dude. Oh, it's so cool. I say let the crypto bros get scammed, personally. No harm, no foul, because, you know, if they didn't get scammed, they'd be trying to scam somebody else anyway. Yeah, I'm surprised more Indians haven't tried to hop on the crypto scam thing, but I guess they can't market it. What's this?
The topic of out-of-space objects is a highly contentious one. These supposed impossible discoveries are often used by ancient astronaut theorists and others in areas. It was the fall of 1956, and amateur archaeologist Guy Melgren had traveled to the coastal city of Brooklyn, Maine. His goal was to locate and excavate a shell midden, essentially a Native American dumping ground for shells and bones that can be used to study dietary habits of past settlements. Instead, Guy came across a stranger by the name of Goddard, and Goddard offered to let Guy excavate on his shoreline property. Every summer, Guy would return to Goddard's site to excavate, with over 30,000 artifacts being discovered in total. The majority of these were stone artifacts, but there was a single corroded coin discovered amongst the other items. Guy wasn't particularly interested in coins, so he didn't think a lot of it. Eventually, he had a numismatist friend of his examine it, and it was declared that the coin was a British penny from the 12th century. Now, this should have already been a major discovery, as a medieval coin from England appearing in the United States would certainly require a little bit of explaining, but like we said, Guy wasn't particularly interested in coins. He basically saw it as a neat trinket that he could show off to friends or schoolchildren. However, an article was written in 1978 regarding the coin and its provenance that brought it to the public's attention. People began discussing the possibility that the British had visited America before Christopher Columbus and debated the implications of such a discovery. Hello, everybody, I just wanted to take
It would have been the Vikings. Alright, well, that's easy. I don't really want to watch this. Seems like it's going to be too drawn out. Is this Raymond? Yeah, maybe so. This one is different. What the fuck? I'm tempted, but it's 20 minutes, man. It's Raymond if he didn't become an alcoholic.
Hey, 42 here. The National Library of Sweden is home to one of the largest book collections found anywhere on Earth today. There are over 18 million individual items in the library's extensive catalogue, many of which are extremely rare and valuable. But amongst this vast archive, one book stands above all others, and I mean that quite literally. This is the Codex Gigas. That's Latin for giant book, and it certainly lives up to its name. At almost a metre tall, weighing as much as an adult man, and with a total writing area large enough to cover an entire public swimming pool, it is the largest medieval manuscript in existence. Having been made in the early 13th century, it's also extremely old. Like many books of its kind, it contains the complete Latin Bible. But given its colossal dimensions, once that was finished, there was plenty of space left over for other things. Some, like the medical texts, obituaries, and complete encyclopedia.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. I saw, like, on eBay the other day, there was, like, this old Bible, and it had, like, the book of demonology at the end and shit. Like, I don't know. I feel like it'd be pretty cool to read through if you actually could. But I don't speak Latin or
Are
read
fairly
it.
normal. Others are less normal. Tucked away amongst the pages of this towering tome are magic spells, mysterious formulas, and a set of detailed instructions on how to carry out an exorcism. And then there's this, a half-meter tall depiction of the devil himself. To call this illustration unusual would be the understatement of the 13th century, and I'm not just referring to those polka dot Y-fronts. Tens of thousands of medieval manuscripts can be found in libraries around the world today, but not a single one of them contains anything even remotely like this. The size, the detail, the decision to include a full-page depiction of the devil in the first
maybe
place,
so.
well, it's highly irregular, to say the least. Given its size, the Codex Gigas was always going to be a famous book, but this bizarre illustration has seen it earn near legendary status, as well as a very fitting nickname, the Devil's Bible. So, who put it there, and why? The simple answer to that question is that we don't know for sure, but there is a theory, or should I say, a legend. You see, it isn't just the book itself that survived the last 8 centuries. Passed down along with it is a seriously creepy tale. 800 years ago, in a remote monastery in what was then Bohemia, a Benedictine monk was sentenced to death for committing a terrible crime.
Bro, Kingdom Come Deliverance?
Right. But this was no ordinary execution. The condemned monk was to be immured. Just in case you aren't up to date with your 13th century capital punishments, immurement is essentially death by live entombment. In this case, the monk will be bricked up inside the walls of his own monastery. Quite understandably, he wasn't overly thrilled about that prospect. So, in a last desperate attempt to earn his freedom, he vowed that with his last night on Earth, he would craft a book to honor the monastery. And not just any book, a mighty tome containing all human knowledge. Think of it like the 13th century version of Wikipedia. That very night, the monk got straight to work, but it didn't take him all that long to realize he might have overpromised a bit with the whole write an entire book in a single night thing. And, so desperate for help, he fell to his knees and he prayed. But he didn't offer this prayer up to God. No. He sent it special delivery first-class post straight to the underworld. Satan duly appeared and, in exchange for the monk's immortal soul, fashioned the greatest book the world had ever seen. That book was the Codex Gigas. Apparently, the devilish illustration was added afterwards by the monk, a tribute to the book's true author. And now for a quick ad from strawberry.me.
That's a retarded thing to sell your soul for.
But debunking the otherworldly, or should I say underworldly, origins of this remarkable book is trickier than you might think, because many aspects of the Codex Gigas' story are honestly kind of baffling, starting with the book itself. Writing a book in the Middle Ages was no joke. It was an incredibly time-intensive job that required a mastery of many different skills, demanding. Understandably, missing words, spelling errors, and other mistakes were extremely common. The Codex Gigas is a colossal manuscript, and yet it contains no significant errors at all. Now that is surprising, to say the least, especially when you consider how long it must have taken to write the thing.
That is
Estimates
interesting.
vary, but most experts believe it would have taken a single author up to 30 years of daily labor to create a book of this size and complexity.
Jesus.
That is a mind-boggling level of scholarly endurance. Actually, it's more than just mind-boggling. It's borderline impossible. It isn't just the eerie lack of errors that stands out here. It's the quality of the handwriting itself. It's remarkably consistent from start to finish, and that is extremely hard to explain. On a timescale of decades, a scribe's eyesight, strength, motor control, general health, and skill level, well, it all changes, and that has an impact on his handwriting. The impact may be small or it may be large, but either way, a forensic handwriting analyst would expect to be able to spot it. But with the Codex Gigas, the script on page 1 is utterly indistinguishable from the script on page 620.
That's kind of creepy, man.
Despite having been laid down decades earlier. Put all of this together, the incredible size of the manuscript, the fact it was written by a single scribe, the quality, consistency, and accuracy of the penmanship, and we're left with a genuine mystery. Whoever made this thing was borderline superhuman. Dare I say it's perhaps even supernatural. Okay, so I don't blame you if you're still firmly settled in Camp Skeptic, but don't rush to any hasty conclusions just yet, because there is more. Take a look at this image here. Do you notice anything strange? The Codex Gigas is written on vellum, most likely made from calfskin. Vellum is typically an off-white color, exactly like the pages found within the Codex Gigas. Well, most of them. As you can clearly see in this image, the page containing that disturbing depiction of the devil is different. It's darker than the rest, almost as though it's been blackened by fire. The book did once mysteriously survive a fire, more on that in a minute, but so far as we know, its pages have never been burnt. Then there are these two metal fittings on the back cover. Scholars believe they would have been used to physically attach the book to a table at all times. Now, I'm no librarian, but what kind of book needs to be kept chained down? Skeptic or not, you've got to admit, it's all a bit creepy. And the creepiness doesn't stop with the inexplicably charred pages and the physical restraint of inanimate objects, because the 800-year history of this ancient tome is almost as mysterious as the book itself. Going right back to the beginning and putting possible devilish authorship to one side for a moment, nobody actually knows where this giant book came from. The first confirmed owners of the Codex were the monks of a small Bohemian monastery called Podlazici. For a long time, historians assumed that this was where the book was made. In fact, most sources still make that claim, but it turns out they're probably wrong. 800 years ago, a book like the Codex Gigas would have been incredibly difficult to produce. Rumor has it 160 individual animals were slaughtered to make the vellum pages, and the giant binding could only have been produced by a master craftsman. It was a highly ambitious project, and it would have cost a small fortune. Actually, scratch that, it would have cost a great big one. But according to researchers at Sweden's National Library, Podlazici Monastery was extremely poor. It simply wouldn't have had the resources to commission a project of this magnitude. So, who did? The answer to that is, we have absolutely no idea. And that's more than a little bit odd. The Codex Gigas was a very famous book right from the start. At one time, it was widely considered to be the 8th wonder of the world. And yet, nobody knows who made it or where it came from. It's almost as though it's appeared from nowhere, overnight. The Codex bounced around several monasteries during the first few hundred years.
That is pretty cool, though.
But in the late 16th century, its growing reputation caught the attention of the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II. Rudolf was a world-renowned art collector with an unhealthy interest in the occult. With its exquisite illumination and rumored satanic origins, the Codex Gigas was right up his street. So, he acquired it. Actually, he basically stole it in 1594, and it quickly became the jewel of what is now considered to have been one of the greatest art collections ever assembled. But he wasn't able to enjoy it for long, because not long after acquiring the Devil's Bible, Rudolf II lost his mind. The timing here is certainly interesting, but what's even more interesting is the nature of Rudolf's insanity. Prone to bouts of paranoia and inexplicable rage, he claimed to have been possessed by the devil. Coincidence? Perhaps. Either way, apparently it's pretty tricky to rule half of Europe whilst being possessed by the Lord of Darkness, because in the end, Rudy too became such a liability, his own brother overthrew him. The deposed emperor was locked away in Prague Castle along with the Codex Gigas and the rest of his collection. He died there just 9 months later. The Codex was put into storage where it would remain for several decades as the 30 Years' War gripped most of Europe. But a book like this was never going to remain packed away in a box for long. Like Rudolf II, Queen Christina of Sweden was a famous patron of the arts, and she had a special interest in books. During the latter part of the 30 Years' War, her generals realized they could gain favor with the young queen by sending her valuable artwork, particularly books, seized as spoils of war from collections all across Europe. And no book in all of Christendom was more valuable than the Codex Gigas. In 1648, a Swedish army sacked the city of Prague in what proved to be the last action of the war. The primary motivation for the entire attack was to loot Rudolf II's collection, and the Codex Gigas in particular. In other words, countries have quite literally waged war for this thing. Queen Christina stored the Codex Gigas in her castle in Stockholm, known as Tre Krona, meaning 3 crowns. The mighty castle had stood for around 4 centuries at that point, but fewer than 50 years after the arrival of the Codex, almost the entire thing burnt to the ground in a freak fire. 75% of the books in the castle library were destroyed. Yet, despite the fact it weighed 75 kilos and was probably chained to a desk at the time, the Codex Gigas survived. As for how, rumor has it some Codex Gigachad somehow managed to chuck it out of a window whilst the library burned, hitting some poor sod on the way down. Historians are divided on whether that part actually happened, but there is some damage to the book's binding consistent with a fall from a significant height. Now, before we move on, it's random interesting fact time. After that castle burned down, the fire marshal on duty was found guilty of negligence for not discovering the conflagration earlier. For his punishment, he was forced to run between 2 rows of people whilst being clubbed, whipped, and punched from all sides. It proved to be fatal. Now, there's a good chance you've never heard of this admittedly somewhat bizarre form of military punishment, but I'm willing to bet you know what it's called. Running the gauntlet. Despite the fact it died out almost 200 years ago, the name lives on as a common idiom. Anyway, the books that did survive the Tre Krona conflagration were eventually
Don't look
rehoused
that
in the
up
Swedish National
nowadays.
Library, where the Codex Gigas can still be found to this day. Right, okay, let's take stock. I think it's fair to say at this point that this is one hell of a weird book. The unknown origin, the uncannily skilled scribe, the blackened pages, the mad emperor, the list goes on. But let's face it, you'd have to be on some pretty strong crack to believe that the devil himself actually wrote this thing. So what's really going on here? How do we explain all the peculiarities of this strange story? Let's start at one of the creepiest elements of the whole case. Those strangely blackened pages showing a depiction of the devil. You may have guessed that the Codex happened to be open on that page during the fire at Tre Krona Castle. But the truth is actually even simpler than that. You see, when you expose vellum to sunlight, it develops a distinctive dark patina. Under normal circumstances, that patina would be relatively uniform across an entire book. But since one particular page of the Codex Gigas is so much more famous than all the others, it has had far more than its fair share of sunlight. It's almost poetic, really. The pages of the Devil's Codex weren't blackened by hellfire, they were stained by centuries of human fascination. The fact that the Codex was apparently kept chained down at all times is even easier to explain. It certainly gives this story a monster book of monsters vibe, but it turns out it was actually just standard practice. This was a time when even normal books were incredibly valuable. It wasn't unusual for entire libraries to be chained to their shelves. The Codex Gigas was basically priceless, so keeping it under lock and key just made sense. Then there's poor old Rudolf II. He did indeed go insane not long after acquiring the Codex. Then again, he wasn't the only Habsburg ruler to misplace his marbles. This was one of the most hilariously inbred families in all of human history. You probably already noticed a characteristic Habsburg chin like a fucking sledgehammer. All sorts of disabilities, both mental and physical, plagued that bloodline. As for the rest, the Codex was one of the few books to survive the fire in Trey-Cronar Castle, because it makes sense to save the most valuable objects first, even if they do weigh a ton. And nobody knows who made it because it's 800 years old and the Middle Ages aren't exactly known as the golden age of record keeping. If you're starting to notice a pattern here, that's because there absolutely is one. The strange stories that surround the Codex certainly lends the great book an air of mystery. But examine any one of them a little closer and there's a perfectly reasonable explanation, just waiting to be uncovered. But just because no infernal intervention is required to explain how the Codex Gigas came
Other than the handwriting, though, that was never explained.
to be, that doesn't mean there is no mystery to this tall tale. Because if Satan didn't pen the Codex Gigas with his own clawed hand, that means a regular old sack of meat Homo sapiens somehow managed it. The book you see before you is the life's work of one truly remarkable individual. As for who that individual was, we still don't know for sure, but it turns out that the manuscript itself, along with the legend, may hold a clue. The second page of the Codex Gigas contains, amongst other things, an obituary note for a monk named Herman Inclusus, which roughly translates to Herman the Recluse in English. There's a good chunk of speculation involved here, but some scholars believe stay-at-home Herman may have been the original author of the Codex. But since we're speculating, let's take things one step further, because it turns out there's more than one way of translating the Latin word inclusus. It can also mean confined. Is it possible that the legend is true, at least in part? Was the Codex Gigas written over many decades by a monk, Herman, who committed some terrible crime for which he was locked away, not inside a monastery wall, but a simple cell? Could the legend of the devil and the damned monk be a kind of folk memory based on the true story of the Codex's creation? The truth is, we'll likely never...
It's still pretty crazy that his handwriting was the same throughout, though. I mean, even the fact that there was 0 mistakes is pretty wild.
know for sure. The heroes and villains of this great tale have been dead for close to a millennium. But regardless of who put quill to paper all those years ago, the Codex Gigas is undeniably one of the greatest books ever conceived. A literary cathedral built one word at a time by an almost unbelievably talented and dedicated individual. Well, it's either that or it's the debut novel of the devil himself. I'll let you decide which ending you prefer. Thanks for watching.
Oy vey, indeed, man. Yeah, imagine that being your entire life's work, though. You dedicate 30 years of your life to writing a singular book. I guess that's kind of what fucking George R.R. Martin's doing, though, if you think about it. Was using a typewriter? Maybe so. I hesitate to sign group signing things for relatives. In fear of messing up my writing? Really? I wouldn't worry about that, man. Just let it flow naturally. Yeah, it is, what, 7:30? I probably should go ahead and hop off. I've been live for almost 12 hours, so I think that's good, man. I may try to record my Halo Slappa video. So, I'm going to go take my dog out and probably refill my cup and then, I guess, write down some bullet points and then work on that. But anyway, have a wonderful Saturday, everybody, and a great weekend in general. And I guess I will talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.